The city was dead.
And that was truly terrifying. It wasn't the disgusting smell of burning and decay hanging over its streets, or the dusty cars frozen on the side of the road whose owners would never drive again, or the empty and dark, as if blind, gaping holes in the windows and shop windows, or the small trash that the cool spring breeze drove along the dirty highways and avenues that had only recently been cleared of snow and ice and were already dry. If that were the only thing, then the surrounding landscape could be called, well, perhaps unpleasant, even scary. But something else made it truly terrifying. Life had left these streets, but it hadn't given way to silence and desolation. Death had taken over everything around. An impossible, unnatural, wrong death, and therefore even more nightmarish. It was she who slowly shuffled along the asphalt of the roads and the tiles of the sidewalks with thousands, tens of thousands of pairs of legs covered in scabs, dried pus, and long coagulated black blood. It was she who gazed at the bright spring sky with tens of thousands of dim eyes, as if covered with cloudy cataracts. She gnawed bones with yellow fangs covered in viscous mucus and tore the rotten flesh of corpses with them. She led a merciless hunt for the few remaining alive in the city. A small, light gray kitten with an aristocratic snow-white bib on his chest and the same slippers on his paws, fluffy like a dandelion, carefully crept along a row of metal garbage containers lined up along the wall of a burnt-out grocery store. His paws stepped softly and silently on the long, cooled coals. His ears twitched cautiously. Even this little one understood perfectly well how much the world around him had changed and how dangerous it had become recently. However, time is a human category. Animals do not understand it. He simply knew that at first everything was fine. She loved him, fed him tasty food, gently scratched him behind the ear, and allowed him to hunt for a large red paper bough. He loved her too and purred with all his might, lying on her lap, because he felt how pleasant it was for her. Then suddenly something terrible happened. One day she came home very ill. He did not understand, but he felt it. She didn't feed him, didn't give him a bough, and didn't even react to his purring. And soon she stopped being her altogether, the one he loved selflessly with all his little heart, and turned into something terrible, evil, and predatory, something that wanted only one thing, his death. He, saving himself, barely managed to jump out of an open window, and from then on, lived on the street, getting food and saving himself from— The kitten's ears suddenly stood up straight, its fur stood on end, and it flew up like a smoky lightning bolt onto the lid of the nearest container, where it arched its back like a yoke and howled on one endless drawn-out note, its green, round eyes flashing. A small, dead mongrel, completely skinned, with its ribs sticking out through the scraps of its skin and its belly gnawed out, jumped out from around the corner and crashed into the wall of the container with a crash and stared stupidly upward at the cat, hissing like a boiling kettle. The cat, howling angrily for a few more seconds, realized that the danger had apparently passed and that there was no point in expecting any problems from its enemy, snorted triumphantly and, jumping from one container to another, rushed away. Because I have already managed to understand that if the opponent standing in front of you right now is weak and stupid, this does not mean that there is not another one hanging around nearby who is much stronger, smarter, and more agile. And the dead dog continued to stand, looking with whitish, dull eyes, like tin buttons after the failed dinner. In the dead, decaying city, life had won, albeit a small, but still a victory over death. And, therefore, not all was lost. Hope always remains. Paris Vet, Moscow Region Oman Base, March 28th, Wednesday, late evening. Well, Commissar Tolmachov, have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Can't you just sit still? What if they hadn't listened to you, Groshev? They could have not only beaten your face in, but also shot you in the heat of the moment. You shouldn't have been so smart, Groshev. If you look at you from the outside, you're a normal Oman fighter. Healthy, with a brick-faced face and a ferocious look. But when you open your mouth, all of your higher education starts pouring out of you in all directions, like dough from a tub. So it's better to keep quiet. Otherwise you'll break character. No, the detachment commander, Colonel Lvov, whom the guys call simply Batya behind his back, knows how to give a lecture. He doesn't swear, he doesn't yell, he doesn't pound his fists on the table, and he even jokes. His voice is quiet and, like that of a kind teacher who is trying to explain something to a careless hooligan student. And I feel like, in short, it would be better if he yelled and pounded his fists. My fault. I bow my head dejectedly, but this whole mess, to be honest, started with some participation from me. Well, I couldn't stay on the sidelines. I messed things up myself, and I tried to fix them myself. It seems to have been quite successful. The guilty are beaten, Borya. The detachment commander looks at me reproachfully. And so, yes, you are right. You yourself are to blame for the fact that this situation arose, albeit partially. Hence, a return to where we started. You need to wag your tongue less where it pleases, when it pleases, and in front of whomever it pleases. I have nothing to object to. Okay. That's not exactly why I called you. Batya seems to change his anger to mercy and immediately pins me to the chair with pleasant news. There's an opinion that you'll have to be removed from warehouse reconnaissance. So much for St. George's Day, Grandma. Everything seemed to have gone smoothly at Tabletka. They worked quietly, cleanly, and without losses. The first column of trucks had already returned from there, loaded to the brim with weapons and ammunition. The guys from the second company, who were covering the loading, when asked, "How much is there in total?" only quietly groaned and rolled their eyes. Of course, a lot, a lot. From the outside, if you look from the road, driving past, Tabletka looks extremely frivolous. The territory seems large, and the buildings are 3 two-story houses, an electrical substation, and 2 dilapidated-looking hangars. The rest of the area is forest. However, a person who understands the matter will immediately notice that all the trees in this forest are approximately the same height, and that they stand in very even rows. Because a long time ago this forest was specially planted here in order to hide something important from prying eyes under its crowns. Warehouses. The huge underground storage facilities of Roz Reserve and the Air Force arsenals, which now, including with my modest participation, belong to us. What's wrong then? For what kind of offense did I manage to fall into disgrace? The commander clearly sensed my mood and hastened to reassure me. Don't be a drizzle, Boris. You have no screw-ups. But in light of some of the events that have happened, and in connection with your fiery speech in the police station, in short, there is another job, just right for someone like you. What do you mean, just as cute? Don't be rude. Lvov lightly slapped his palm on the table and cast a serious look at me, devoid of even a hint of humor. I understand, the end of the world and all that. But as you yourself told the warlords, if we are still a paramilitary structure and not Father Angel's gang, then we shouldn't forget about subordination and discipline. And for someone like that means for someone so talkative. I mean, sociable and quick-witted. The chief of staff and I sat here, thought about it, and came to the conclusion that we have one very serious shortcoming. So much is going on around us, and we know almost nothing. We're buried up to our eyebrows in our own affairs, and we don't even look around. This is wrong, because it could end badly for us.
What's in the combat regulations?
Intelligence is the most important type of combat support. What next? Intelligence must be active and continuous, and intelligence data must be timely and reliable. I finish without hesitation. That's right, Lvov nods. You haven't forgotten the basics, Scout, I see. Anyway, we decided to use your group as eyes and ears. The task is simple in meaning: to travel around different enclaves, to see how the people live and breathe. I understand that it will be somewhat more difficult to carry it out than to set it up. But here, your communication skills, good gab, general intelligence, and quick-wittedness will come in very handy. To start, you'll go to the Army Training Center, Flame. Do you know where that is? Of course, I answer confidently. Along Leningradsko Highway, near Solnetnogorsk. When Zenit fans were being dragged in a column from the regional border to Moscow and back, we kept driving past it. There was a huge sign there, right next to the highway.
Exactly. Batya chuckles in agreement.
Again, we have a very serious reason to go there. There, as I understand it, your colleagues from your previous specialty, the Bats from the GRU, have closely contacted the command center and are building almost an entire principality with their joint efforts. They have no problems with territory, weapons, and equipment either. Of course, there are not many people, but certainly more than we have. And the level of training of the strike groups, we can only envy that. They took the matter seriously, evacuating and bringing back civilians by the hundreds. In addition to everything else, as I understand it, they managed to set up something like a laboratory for studying all this viral disgrace. And they contacted us, asked for help. A vaccine? I suggested confidently. Exactly. It's her. The colonel confirmed my guess. Vaccine is serious. If the sunflowers decided to study the epidemic that covered and almost completely destroyed the entire world, then it is an ideal option for them. Virology Center of the Research Institute of Microbiology of the Ministry of Defense. At one time, they invented and implemented such things there that America, well, that part of it that was aware of it, was shaking and shitting itself at night. Officially, they are now exclusively engaged in the fight against viral threats. Although I suspect that this is so, for show, and in fact they continue to work on the same thing they did under the Soviet Union, but these are my guesses, not confirmed by anything. So there are personnel and equipment and various consumables and everything else, which I, completely ignorant in the matter, do not even know the names of. I am not strong in microbiology. I only remember from somewhere about some petri dish. But I think that everything necessary is available at Vaccina, and in considerable quantities. And the main thing is that it survived. On the third day, I think, early in the morning, a crowd of some not quite adequate citizens gathered and, shouting that the local eggheads are to blame for everything, they released the virus, tried to arrange a pogrom at Vaccina with accompanying arson and lynching. But at that time, the remnants of the PPS battalion were still trying to maintain relative order in Posad. They called our guys for help when they realized that they themselves might not be able to cope. Well, the second company rolled in. It didn't even involve shooting. Most of the assembled pogromists were quite satisfied with the barrel of a KPVT aimed at the crowd and a simple question. If the pillheads from Vaccina are to blame for everything, then why did the dead rise not only in our Posad, but also in America and Africa? A crowd is stupid by definition. When a crowd of people rushes to smash and burn something, and even plans to hang someone along the way, then no one usually asks any complex questions. Simple explanations are enough. Is there a terrible virus? Yes. Is there a lab that works with viruses? Yes. Well, basically, everything came together. It's all their fault. Get them. But as soon as you cool the ardor of such a crowd a little and ask a specific question, the brains of most citizens turn on again and start working. And it turns out that the simplest answers are far from always the most correct. And then the commander of the second company, Seryoga Ziatulin, added fuel to the fire, politely asking the assembled men who, in fact, while they, so beautiful, strong, and armed with what, are here messing around, are protecting their families remaining in the city from the dead. After that, the right switch instantly clicked in almost everyone's head, and the would-be arsonists' lynchers rushed home at full speed. No, there were a few particularly stubborn ones, but the combined forces of the OMON, PPS, and the few but already determined officers from the Vaccina security, who were ready to stand to the end, and therefore more than determined, simply and unpretentiously gave them a thump on the neck. That was the end of it. Comrade Colonel, to put it mildly, I'm not really in the know. Do they need something specific from Vaccina there, in Flame? Or is it based on the principle, bring everything you can get your hands on? Dad's seen. In fact, he himself is from Novosibirsk, as I understand it. But literally 2 weeks before all this, he came to us at Vaccina on some business of his own, on a long-term assignment. We must definitely find him and give him this. The commander pulled out the top drawer of the desk, took out a massive satellite phone with a thick antenna bent to the side, and placed it in front of me. On top of the phone was a sheet of paper torn from a notebook with a line of numbers. A number. When you find Skiratovich, dial this number, introduce yourself, and report that you are in connection with the Paracelsus facility. Just let me warn you right away. Let's not do your usual tricks. Not like with Garkusha. He told me about one ensign who went nuts in an attack. The head of Flame, Major General Laptov, will be on the other end of the line. Unlike Oleg Stepanovich, he may not understand your jokes. Generals usually don't have a very good sense of humor. Is everything clear?
Yes, sir, Colonel.
I jump up from my chair. Stop doing the marching here. As if I don't know you, an anarchist. Vov snorts. He's pretending to be respectful to me here. Do you think I've forgotten about Ivan Teyevka already? So, I don't believe it. And remember, take care of your phone more than your eye. If you ruin your phone, you don't have to come back at all. I'll crush you with my own hands, like the Hydra of world imperialism. I only have two. I'm giving you one. I'm tearing it from my heart, so to speak. And here's another thing. Vov writes another number on the same piece of paper. This is already mine. For emergency communication and transmission of the most important urgent information. Wow. Yes, it looks like I was wrong. There is no talk of any disgrace. On the contrary, I am growing in the eyes of the management. Since Batya handed me such expensive equipment, it means he really trusts me. Such phones are now not even worth their weight in gold, but much more expensive. Mobile communications seem to have finally croaked. But satellite communications, I think, should hold out for some time, until the satellites start losing orbits without correction from Earth. And getting a new satellite phone is not at all easy. This Iridium is not some Nokia or Samsung that are now lying around in all the communication stores, useless to anyone, on display cases that are slowly gathering dust. And if something happens, the commander will probably really twist off his head for it. I will do everything in the best possible way, Comrade Colonel. When should we move out? Ideally, right now, Borya. You know yourself. The sooner you sit down, the sooner you get out. But you and the guys had a hard day, and it wouldn't hurt to rest. So tomorrow, wake up, like in the army, at 6 o'clock, and get to work on the task at hand. Questions, complaints, suggestions? When did it become customary in the army to answer such a question in the affirmative?
No, sir, Colonel.
Well then, go ahead. Get ready to leave, and lights out if there is no way. Beresvet, Moscow region. Omon base, Zagorsk 7 settlement. Vaktsina, March 29, Thursday morning. Exactly at 6 in the morning, my mobile phone, which I had long ago set to autonomous mode, and now performed only the functions of a watch and alarm clock, began to buzz and vibrate on the floor near my ear. Incidentally, I need to think seriously about this. I mean, get a normal wristwatch. These are such times that you can get not only a Casio G-Shock, but also a real Longines or Breguet. The main thing is to have enough courage to climb up to where this watch, now of no use to anyone, lies, and luck to return back. Having turned off the signal even before the melody began to beep, I sat up on my sleeping bag and began to pull on thermal underwear and the slide that I had prepared the night before. I had barely sat down when Mikhail, the one who was so proud of his black bandana, rose from his sleeping bag at the opposite end of the room and shook his head questioningly. What an ear the man has! I gestured to him that everything was fine, like, go back to sleep. Misha nodded understandingly and again dropped his head onto the bolster of clothes that served as a pillow. Having dressed, I tiptoed around, trying not to creak the cheap laminate flooring, and woke up my Tima by gently shaking their legs. Everyone woke up instantly, even Gumarov. I already said that our Tatar only sleeps soundly when nothing threatens him and there are no important matters, and if necessary, he jumps up like a sweetheart. Having finished dressing, we grabbed our weapons, bulletproof vests, helmets, and unloading vests, and, carefully, trying with all our might to rattle the iron as quietly as possible, we made our way out into the corridor, where combat boots stood in a neat row along the wall. There we put on our boots, finished gearing up, and finally adjusted our gear. All that was left was to get additional ammunition from the duty station. And that's it. We got into the UAZ and headed out. By the way, I decided to select the equipment for our group as neutral in appearance as possible, almost like our UAZ. I mean, it immediately becomes clear to any understanding person that our car is not some kind of farmer's dream, but a completely militarized vehicle. But whose? To which department it belongs, God knows. No numbers, no color schemes, no flashing chandelier on the roof, no other identification marks. We will look the same, weapons, ZS-8 helmets with visors, filled with RPS ammunition, Kusirases of the 3rd protection class. They will not withstand a machine gun or sniper bullet, unlike the Korund of the 5th class. But mobility is much more important to us now. And the 3, no matter how you look at it, is almost 7 kilos lighter than the 5. We cannot go without armor at all, or in only Kevlar covers. After all, we are not going to shoot zombies. There is always the danger of fire contact with people. And in such a situation, the absence of body armor can be the last mistake in life. So, what else? Gorky, combat boots, protective shields on the arms and legs, gloves, linen caps masks, for now twisted and put on instead of balaclavas. But, if necessary, literally in a second, it can be pulled down over the face and arrange a real mask show. What a look we have now. I mean, it is immediately obvious that they are definitely not fishermen or mushroom pickers, but their departmental affiliation cannot be determined at first glance,
which in certain circumstances can play into our hands. All those who are on our side of the law, considering that the army is now handing out weapons to anyone who wants them, will not be the first to shoot at us unless we provoke them in any way, because they will not be sure that we are enemies. Those who are on the opposite side will not either, in fact, for the same reason. Gone are the days when the whole gangsters exclusively showed off in Adidas and leather jackets. Nowadays, there are plenty of bandits who served and fought. And if the going gets tough, and right now they are, they will quickly remember, I think they have already remembered, all their army experience. And with it, their clothing style will return. It's clear that there is always a chance to run into some completely unbridled scumbags, but no one is immune from such types. Whether you are in departmental camouflage and all the required chevrons, in a Chinese tracksuit and a Turkish leather jacket, or even in an old duffel coat, a shabby muskrat hat, and worn-out winter boots with fish fur. Such freaks absolutely don't care who you are and what you are wearing. It's enough that they don't like your mug. But here, everything depends only on your abilities and readiness to put all your knowledge and skills into action. We have everything in order with both the first and the second, plus bulletproof armor of the UAZ, 3 machine guns, and Timur's Pecheneg. Come, don't be afraid. Leave, don't cry. We settled in, quite comfortably. I was driving. Gumarov was in the front passenger seat, next to me. And the inseparables Andrei Burov and Andrei Soloka were in the back. The boxes of ammunition were put in the dog carrier, and Soloka also put a large canvas bag there. Timur immediately placed his machine gun in the round loophole located right in front of it, previously covered with a lid. The firing sector, of course, is not ideal, but as a coarse Pecheneg, if something happens, will work quite well. I didn't dare go through Posad again. I don't even know what was more in my behavior. Caution, which suggested that on the unlit streets we could easily get into some completely unnecessary trouble, or banal fear and unwillingness to see what my hometown had turned into, devoured by the living dead. In general, I took a detour along the Yaroslavl highway. Again, I flew past Torbayev Lake on one side and Osiniki on the other, thinking that on the way back, taking advantage of my official position, I would definitely have to drop in to see my father and his bathhouse team. Some kind of help would definitely not hurt them. Besides, Osiniki at the moment is a completely independent enclave, albeit a very small one. And what was the task that the detachment commander initially set for me? Exactly, that's what I was talking about. Everything is strictly within the framework of the order. I conduct reconnaissance, watch, and listen to who lives and breathes what. Having driven around Posad along Yaroslavka and turned off onto a narrow and poorly paved bypass road, I drive out to the crossroads in the old long-closed traffic police post, which stands literally 100 meters from the central checkpoint of Vaksini. Ziatulin had established contact with the local security when he was driving away the rioters from the village. So we reached it and coordinated our arrival. While still approaching, having stopped at a boarded-up and welded-up booth with sheets of iron, I call the security again and warn them that the UAZ from the crossroads is us. Having received confirmation that we see your headlights and won't shoot, I set off and, in a leisurely zigzag, driving around the concrete blocks laid out in artistic disarray in front of the checkpoint. They weren't there before. There was a bus stop, but these blocks weren't there. They were obviously laid out after all these events, or maybe even after the failed pogrom. I taxi to the gates, moving to the side. The checkpoint booth now looks like a real small fortress. The walls are lined with the same concrete blocks on the outside. The windows have compacted plastic bags of earth. Only narrow loopholes for shooting are left. The entire structure is densely entwined with barbed wire. It's like a checkpoint in Chechnya, not a checkpoint of a restricted area in the Moscow region. By the way, there are no zombies in front of the gates, which is not surprising. It's about 2 kilometers to Posad, and along the road there are only forest belts and wastelands. The dead have no interest in dragging themselves here. A man in a tricolor uniform with a machine gun on his chest emerges from the morning twilight into the light of the headlights. And I, obeying his gesture, turn off the headlights and get out of the car. Greetings. The captain who greets us seems to have a friendly tone, but he doesn't let go of his machine gun and is in no hurry to come closer. How is our savior, Dimka Safulin, doing? He's doing great. He's alive and well, and I think he wishes the same for you. Only his name is Sergei Ziatulin. I smile back as kindly as possible. The Czech is, of course, primitive, almost at the level of a kindergarten, but quite effective. The captain, clearly having calmed down, just throws up his hands, as if to say, "You guys are adults. You should understand this yourselves." And what about us? We understand everything and have no complaints. The gates begin to slowly slide aside. I get back behind the wheel and drive the UAZ onto a small asphalt area right behind the checkpoint booth. What brings you here? The same captain asks when the four of us climb out. We are looking for one person from among your scientific staff. Skuratovich Igor Ivanovich. I answer honestly. Why do you need it? Well, that's a logical question. Some riot police came and wanted to take the scientist. If I were that captain, I would also be interested in the reason. Well, how can I say it? I don't know myself. My orders are simple. Come to you, find this person, and organize a communication session for him with the management of the Flame Training Center. That's all. What and how will happen next? I don't know yet. It probably depends on your Skuratovich. The captain nodded understandingly. Good. Let your guys wait here, near the car. My guys from the duty shift will treat them to some tea in the meantime. And let's take a walk to the residential building. How are you going to establish communication? By technical means, I chuckled, and showed the satellite phone I had retrieved from the looted item. Wow! The captain's eyebrows rose in surprise. You live a wonderful life. Well, let's go. It didn't take long to find the scientist. Skuratovich turned out to be an early bird. When the captain quietly knocked with the knuckle of his index finger on the metal plate around the cylinder of the door lock of his room, Igor Ivanovich was not only not asleep, but was even getting ready to have tea in the tiny kitchen. Another advantage of the closed and guarded territory belonging to the military is autonomy. Although not complete, at least the electricity, heating, and water supply are their own. And there should be some reserve of food anyway. After all, it is not the 90s, when the army was almost torn into small pieces, and these very pieces stolen. Of course, it is a long way from the former might of the Union, but they have gradually begun to recover from the poverty of 15 years ago. In general, the dim light bulb under the ceiling in the kitchen was burning, and the black plastic electric kettle with its blue backlight cozily echoed it. As if nothing had happened, as if life as before was continuing, except that the announcers on TV weren't spouting the usual morning nonsense. Ah, Arseny, greetings. The host clearly recognized my guide and shook hands first with him, then with me. What do I owe you? Well, Igor Ivanovich, people have come to see you. They say they have business. They want to chat. Even so, the scientist looks at me with interest. And what questions did the special forces have for the humble virologist? I explain to the scientist as best I can who I am and why I came to see him. It turns out, and I understand it myself, a bit awkwardly, a him. Activist from the hills showed up at the crack of dawn, is going to call someone, and only this same someone will finally give a relatively intelligible explanation. Well, I hope he will.
Skuratovich listens to this nonsense quite kindly and only throws up his hands when I finish my short monologue, as if to say, "Come on, connect me, since you've already come." I take the satellite phone out of my looted bag again and look doubtfully at the clock hanging on the kitchen wall in the form of a glass plate painted to look like gazelle. 15 minutes past 7. Isn't it too early? I'm still going to call the general. You never know. However, judging by the little that I learned from Batya about Major General Laptov, he's an intelligent and active man, not some Pavlov, God forgive me, who, if we are to believe the historians, simply overslept at the beginning of the war. People are rushing to him to report, and the phones are ringing off the hook, because the German guns are already razing the border outposts to the ground. And the adjutant is turning everyone away, saying that the comrade district commander's daily routine is sleep. Let's call him a little later. Well, Laptov, as I understand it, is not one of those. Well, if that's the case, we'll call. But first I'll sit down on the windowsill. The satellite Iridium is not my old Nokia mobile phone. It might not pick up a signal in the depths of the apartment. And I don't feel like dragging myself outside. It seems I was right in my assumptions. The phone was picked up after the second ring, and the voice of the person answering was quite cheerful. I'm listening, Laptov. Good health, Comrade Major General Ensign Groshev, Omon Sergev Posad, regarding the Paracelsus facility. Having heard what operational nickname they had assigned him, Skuratovich only snorted. But he was flattered by the comparison. I can see it from his face. Have you found the object? Listening to the voice on the phone, you can't help but want to stand at attention. You can immediately feel that the man is used to and knows how to command. Yes, sir, Comrade Major General. Paracelsus is now next to me. Good, Groshev. This man is extremely important. Stay close to him. And wait. They will call you back in the next 5 to 7 minutes. Give the phone to Paracelsus. And remember, if necessary, Paracelsus must be protected at any cost. I repeat, at any cost. Leptev said the last word with emphasis, making it clear that in this case, it was not just a common expression, but a direct order. Die yourself, kill all your people, but save the object. So much for the modest virologist in a slightly worn tracksuit and slippers on his bare feet. The receiver began to ring frequently. Well, the captain is clearly very interested. Who the hell knows? I shrugged my shoulders in all seriousness. They told me to wait. They'll call back in a few minutes. Then I'll give the phone to the professor. You are a professor, aren't you? Skuratovich smiles ironically and gives me a slight half bow, and a PhD to boot. Seriously, I nod respectfully in response. I didn't even go to graduate school. Although they really wanted me, they almost pulled me by the scruff of the neck. The scientist's expression looks funny. I didn't expect a professor. Oh, I didn't expect one. Well, yes. When such a mug stands in front of you, wider than himself, and also hung with weapons from head to toe and packed in armor, then the first thought about his education and level of mental development is 3 classes of parochial and junior commander courses, and then postgraduate studies. There is something to be slightly stunned about. But the professor does not have time to move on to finding out the details of my biography. Iridium comes to life in my hands and starts beeping. Here you have 5 or 7 minutes. No, someone really needs this man. I press the accept button and put the phone to my ear. Igor Ivanovich? The voice definitely does not belong to the general. Just a second. I gesture to Skuratovich to sit on the same windowsill and hand him the phone. Hello, I'm listening. The scientist listens attentively for a while and wrinkles his forehead, remembering something. Ah, Roman. The wrinkles on the bridge of his nose smooth out. Of course I remember.
The conference at the biology department of Moscow State University last year. We discussed the problem. That's it. Then, for both me and the captain, an untranslatable play on words using local idiomatic expressions begins for about 20 minutes. Honestly, I'm not lying. A real tzigel I lulu. And if in the diamond arm the actors were talking complete gibberish, but the meaning of what was said was guessed without any problems, intuitively, then here it is strictly the opposite. It seems like the person is speaking Russian, and even individual understandable words slip through. But it is unrealistic to even grasp the general meaning. Even so, a pure virus source? Where is it from, if I may ask? The professor is clearly agitated. He jumped up from the windowsill, and even the hand holding the phone began to tremble slightly. Apparently, the interlocutor is telling Skuratovich something very exciting. The professor looks through us with the captain, his eyes wide with surprise, and almost sits down past his not very comfortable landing place. This can't be. And who managed to do this? Ah, I understand. Classified information. After this, the scientist goes on to discuss some devices, as I understand it, that are present or, on the contrary, absent in the flame. And I again completely stop understanding what they are talking about. Yes, Roman, I understand you perfectly and agree. Tell your senior to contact the management of Vaccina immediately. I think such things should be agreed upon not at our level. Yes, of course. I'll leave myself as soon as I gather all the specialists left here and give orders regarding the collection and packaging of everything necessary. See you there. Skuratovich presses the call rejection button and, abruptly getting up from the windowsill and heading towards the front door, looks at the captain. Arseny, I need to speak with Colonel Kozhevnikov urgently. It is extremely important. Okay, Igor Ivanovich, the captain, like me, seemed to understand only the most important thing. Something very serious was happening. But maybe you could at least change your clothes? It's freezing outside again, and you're in slippers. Yaroslavskoye Shas. Leningradskoye Shas. Training Center. Plamya. March 29th, Thursday. Day. Packing for Vaccina took a long time. And this is despite the fact that Skuratovich had enough personal belongings to fill a medium-sized sports bag. However, what was he supposed to take to Plamya? A change of underwear, a tracksuit with slippers, soap and toiletries? Well, a laptop too. As he himself said, answering my surprised look, they assured me that they would provide everything necessary on site. There is no need to accumulate unnecessary things. The man is strong. No joke, strong. I respect him. So, if the process of packing for the trip consisted only of packing the scientist's personal belongings, we were already flying in full sail towards Plamya in about 20 minutes. But that was not the case at all. First, the captain and I escorted the virologist, who had decided to change into his seasonal clothes, to the head of Vaccina, and we got stuck there for an hour and a half. Colonel Kozhevnikov, having borrowed my government-issued iridium, spent a long time coordinating something with the management of Flame and Skuratovich, torn between the receiver of the satellite phone and the scientist, like that textbook monkey from the joke. In the end, all parties involved in the negotiations found a consensus, and Igor Ivanovich moved on to set tasks and give valuable instructions to subordinates and colleagues. We hung there for almost another 2 hours. You should have seen that crazy consultation when they made a list of all the equipment that needed to be sent to Flame. A song with a chorus. They seemed to be scientists, educated people, but the noise they raised was nothing compared to the baboons in the monkey house. No discipline. Honestly, A couple of times I even thought that just a little bit more, and it would be time for me to intervene and restore order, or at least some semblance of it, with the help of magical slaps on the back of the head and loud swearing. It worked out. But, as it was written on one famous ring of a certain no less famous ancient autocrat, everything passes, and this too shall pass. As I understand from the debate, several trucks will be needed to transport everything listed, which took up several standard sheets of office printer paper and was covered in small, sloppy handwriting. A dozen, at least. And movers wouldn't hurt either. By the way, that's true. Are the knowledge workers going to load their numerous cytomers on their own? That's unlikely. God gave them intelligence, the envy of others, but their physical characteristics are so-so. They are either skinny as chips or, on the contrary, overweight. They are not trained to carry and load, and they are not ready. Is it worth the risk? After all, they will break their backs, damn it, and they will smash valuable equipment. And most importantly, it will take them at least a week. No, without movers, no way. Plus some kind of bus to transport the scientific personnel and their families. When Skiratovich asked whether the detachment represented by us would be able to provide everything necessary for transportation, I just shrugged my shoulders guiltily. From where? We are currently in full swing removing the tabletka. And on top of that, they have already started to build a wall around the central part of Peresvet. For now, using the Nizhny Kimash construction and installation department, using the concrete blocks and slabs they have. Tomorrow, the first groups will go, for protective screens, to Yaroslavka, to the Korolev and Mitashi area. In short, we would be glad to, but it is impossible. We had to go to Plamya again. After all, it is in their interests. I briefly outline the current situation. General Laptov, having listened to me attentively, without interrupting, falls silent for a few seconds, thinking it over. Good, Groshev. Tell Paracelsus. There will be trucks, and movers, and a bus for his white coats. And we will accommodate them on site, with all the amenities possible in our time. And we will allocate space for a laboratory. If only there was some use from these Professor Nimnals. I couldn't help but grunt in surprise into the receiver, trying at the last moment to disguise the sound that wasn't quite appropriate for a conversation with a general, as a cough, unsuccessfully. Laptov clearly heard everything and understood it correctly. And so, after a second of silence, he continued in a completely normal, human, and even slightly apologetic tone. Generals also have children, Groshev, and these children were also little once and watched cartoons. He chuckled and paused for a second, then continued in a commanding voice. So, the last thing, about the Nimuls. Don't tell them, or they'll get offended. They have a delicate mental structure. Got me? That's right, Major General. Well done, if you said so. Bring Paracelsus here as soon as possible. We can do without his cytomers for a while. If we need them, we'll find others. Fortunately, Moscow is nearby, and there are plenty of various biological institutes and other specialized offices there. But without Paracelsus, we can't. Do it, Groshev. The receiver beeped briefly to indicate the end of the conversation. I summarized the conversation to the consultation gathered around me in a circle. The news that the period of confusion and waiting for God knows what was over for them had clearly cheered up the scientists. Of course! I look around and see that the people gathered here may not be stupid, and I admit are very smart in their questions, if not talented. But the trouble is that all their talents and knowledge lie exclusively in the scientific plane. But in everyday life, as often happens with all sorts of scientists, they are helpless, like blind newborn puppies. And now around us is not even everyday life, but a real AMBAC with a capital A.
First, the dead walked the earth, overcome by one and only desire, to snack on human flesh. Then the whole world, somehow too quickly, almost without trying to resist, fell into hell. Then some shady types are trying to arrange almost a cholera riot, with local genocide in one bottle, in the best traditions of Batco Machno, against scientists who are not guilty of anything, and ahead, instead of any prospects and hope, the fog of war and the darkness of the unknown, and complete hopelessness. And then I arrive, all of a white-clad schmuck, and announce that comrade scientists, associate professors, and candidates from this second are not ballast, of no interest to anyone, and not potential food for the revived dead, but very much needed and valuable specialists who are ready to be taken to a truly safe, well-guarded place and provided with work, food, and housing. In general, it seems to me that a box of free ice cream in a kindergarten sandbox could not have caused such cloudless happiness. Having pleased the scientists, I finally got down to the main task. I practically ran Skaradovich first to the apartment to get his very modest belongings, and then to the checkpoint in the car. Contrary to my fears, the Brigada did nothing wrong, did not get drunk on free tea, and did not go off on their own to look for adventure. The guys are sitting sedately near the table in the guardroom and talking about something with the officers from the Bodryanka. I don't know what they told the locals in my absence, but quite grown-up guys with captains' and majors' shoulder straps are practically looking them in the mouth. On the other hand, my guys have a lot to tell. Over these past week and a half, they have seen so much that no American horror movie will show.
Well, and the old saying of all fishermen, hunters, and soldiers? Not to lie a little is to spoil a good story. Both Andres also know very well. In general, they were not bored here. That's already good. That's it, dear fathers. We say goodbye to our hospitable hosts, thank them for the bread and salt and to the cars. The trumpet is calling, and all that. The guys understandably jump up. We say goodbye to the guards of Aktsina in a friendly manner, and, having exchanged mutual wishes of good luck, we sit down in the UAZ. The Andres in the back seat are now not so comfortable. In order to seat Skaradovich in the middle, they had to squeeze a little. But Saloka is not fat, just like that Carlson. Moderately well-fed Burov. In general, you could say, thin. Skaradovich can't be called large either. So we settled in according to the principle, crowded, but not offended. The UAZ quietly coughed with the starter and cheerfully sped us towards the Yaroslav highway. And again, looking around, with a bright and warm, not at all March sun and the blue, cloudless sky reign over everything, frankly makes me sick. Because first of all, it is not all this spring natural beauty that catches the eye, but the catastrophe that has come, most likely, due to the fault of people themselves. The living dead wander along the sides of the highway or just stand there like disgusting, bloody, and decaying statues. The houses that caught fire for various reasons in the first days of the epidemic have already stopped smoking, having burned to the ground, and the crumpled, torn iron of the cars that crashed at the same time is already covered with bright red spots of fresh rust. Apocalypse, the end of the world. And not a single living soul around, as if I, Skiratovich and my colleagues are the last normal people in this dead world that has risen to a terrible and disgusting non-life. To be honest, such thoughts gave me goosebumps. I seemed to know that this was not so. That there was our squad and the whole of Peresvit. There was neighboring Krasnozavodsk, the Sofrinskaya Brigade bases in Ashukino and Odan in Roitov. There were the same Vakchina and Plamia, to which we were heading right now after all. But the goosebumps didn't seem to care about my knowledge. They were indifferent to the arguments of reason. But something ancient, almost primeval, crawling out of who knows what depths of the subconscious, made the hair on the back of my head stand on end. A very unpleasant feeling, and multiplied by the unsightly landscapes around. Even such a thick-skinned and impenetrable goblin as I is capable of driving into the deepest depression. I glance in the rearview mirror from time to time and glance at Timur, who is sitting on the right. It seems that the guys are not feeling any better. Things are bad. With this attitude, if something happens, we will not fight much. I do not know what to do with them, or distract them from their oppressive thoughts. Not a single idea, even the most worthless as luck would have it. All that remains is to step on the gas to get to Solnitnogorsk as quickly as possible. Fortunately, there is not a single car except ours on the highway. As far as I understand, there are not so many people willing to go to Moscow now, and in general, whoever could has long since escaped from it. The rest are either already dead or will die soon. The chances of getting out of the dead capital are now practically zero. You can't get through the millions of zombies on the streets. I don't think either a car or a weapon will help, unless you take a tank or an armored personnel carrier. But how many have them? That's what I'm saying. Listen, Boria, why didn't we take the concrete road through Dimitrov and Klin, but rather Yaroslavka and the Moscow Ring Road? Timur also clearly felt uneasy about the surrounding beauties, and he seemed to have decided to distract himself with conversation and distract me at the same time.
After all, we could have cut a decent corner.
They could. I nod in agreement. Or they could get stuck completely. Because the concrete road is just 2 lanes, one there, one back. Plus you have to squeeze through 2 not-so-small towns, which also have a maximum of 2 lanes in each direction. Plus the bridge in Dimitrov, and the Yaroslavl highway is at least 4 lanes, albeit with a guardrail in the middle. And there are almost no major bottlenecks in populated areas, and there's nothing to say about the ring road. I suppose no one cares about following the rules now, so purely mathematically, the chances of getting through are much higher. Gumarov is silent for a few seconds, apparently figuring out and remembering the route, and then nods his head approvingly. Yeah, you can't argue. It's all true. You bore. If you get tired of turning the steering wheel, just signal, I'll immediately change. I'm a good driver. Are you a good guy? Soloka suddenly snorts from the back seat. Tima, stop messing with Grandma here. You'll tell stories to the police. He's the driver. And who had a piston spit out on the go in a Geeland last year? Well, first of all, our Tatar calmly begins to bend the fingers of his right hand. When was that? Since then, I have worked hard on myself, and raised my professional level. Secondly, remember how old that Geeland was. It was the same age as Semyon Budyoni's mare, and by its age and length of service, it was supposed to spit pistons. And thirdly? Andrei continues to sneer. What thirdly? Gumarov clearly did not understand. Well, usually when people bend their fingers like that, firstly, secondly, in short, a third point is also implied. Or did you not have enough imagination for it? Thirdly, go to hell, you lousy comedian. Timur snaps back good-naturedly, and even with a certain laziness. I may not be Ralph Schumacher, but at least I can drive, unlike some, who only mastered the bicycle in childhood, and even then a 3-wheeled one. What Well, thank God my lads have been distracted from their gloomy thoughts. They've even cheered up a bit and started to grin. That's good. They were sitting there sour, as if at a wake. However, why as if? We have wakes every day now, from morning till night. For the former life that left us prematurely, and the old world, which itself went down the drain, and took 80%, if not more, of the people with it. So we remember them all, wholesale, so to speak. The gas station near the XL shopping center, where the VVS were handing out weapons the last time we passed by, turned out to be abandoned. Only a pile of dark green gun boxes in the ditch, an orphaned machine gun nest on the roof, and a shot-up Cayenne reminded us that not long ago, this place was simply in full swing. And now there is not even a poster on the column about the procedure and standards for filling up with fuel, with prices. Either the wind blew it off, or the VVS guys took it down themselves when they left, so as not to misinform people. That's it, they say. They used to hand out fuel, but now they are not handing it out anymore. A fig sign, by the way. This means that these guys, who helped civilians escaping from Moscow until the very end, realize that there is nothing more to do here and their help will no longer be needed here. And they went to where they are needed more. That's right, the end of the capital. We sped along the completely unfamiliar, absolutely empty Moscow ring road. I had never seen it like this in my life. To the intersection with Leningradsko Highway in literally a few minutes, meeting only an armored personnel carrier flying past in the oncoming lane, escorting 3 tarpaulin-covered army Zils somewhere. Leningradsko Shos is desolate again. Only at the Kimki interchange are several dead bodies, moderately smeared with blood. It is impossible to tell whether it is their own or someone else's, hanging around senselessly near several badly mangled cars, obviously pushed to the side of the road by something heavy, most likely by armor. No, most likely someone else's. It looks like there was a serious accident here. The army guys later cleared the road so that nothing would interfere with the passage, and if those dead bodies from the cars pushed into the ditch were there, they would probably have been put to rest right away. So I think they hobbled in from somewhere in the surrounding yards to get something to eat. I was about to slow down and calm them down, but changed my mind. There is no urgent need, and it is not worth it to just burn bullets and waste time. It gets even worse from there. First, near the furniture shopping center Grand, and then literally 5 or 6 kilometers away, near Mega, the same one where all these IKEA, Obi, Stockmann, and other Auchans are, under one roof, parking lots literally filled with dead people. Damn, and I thought that there were a lot of them on Kalushskaya or in front of Pirogovka. No, there are really a lot of them here. Hundreds and hundreds of aimlessly and leisurely limping back and forth, or just standing like a column of decomposing, reanimated corpses. Ugh, damn. If only my eyes had never seen all this filth. The picture in Solnechnogorsk is also bleak. The same zombies on the streets, the same complete absence of traces of living people. Although no, I'm mistaken. There they are, traces. And in the most literal sense. Obviously, someone recently drove across the lawn that had barely cleared of snow, leaving deep ruts on the slightly thawed ground. Yes, exactly like they were riding something powerful and off-road. The prints in the mud are deep, and the tread that left these prints inspires respect. There is enough other evidence of intelligent activity. In principle, there are plenty of gnawed and literally torn apart corpses on the streets now, but they are not so densely scattered everywhere. And here, as if someone stood nearby and methodically, as if in a shooting gallery, began shooting. Oh, what did I tell you? Here is a scattering of bright, not yet dull, shiny copper shell casings. I wonder who fought here. In the Moscow region, both the military and the police have long since switched to the .545 caliber. And here, the cartridges are clearly from the 7. Machine gun cartridges. The 5 ones are green, painted. but these ones shine brightly in the sun like copper. It's unclear, although maybe the Special Forces were frolicking, or guys from the Special Forces. Apart from them, no one in the Moscow region has 7.62 caliber machine guns. Or some hunters with SKS, they have the same cartridge. Or did they give out AKMs and AKMSs from mobilization depots to someone? Zelandinov on Yaroslavka, however, said that this was not planned, but he is not the highest official and not the ultimate authority. They did not plan it in Korolov, but in Solnekhnogorsk they changed their minds. In general, it is a mystery covered in darkness. Well, it doesn't really matter after all. Someone is killing the dead, and that's good. At least it's a little easier for the survivors. Right after Solnekhnogorsk, I came across an interesting gas station, very similar to the one we saw on Yaroslavka, only not yet completely abandoned. There was no queue of people wanting to fill up their cars or get weapons, and no truck with weapons was visible. But the pile of boxes of a characteristic appearance and color next to the cash booth speaks for itself. The army men, judging by the chevrons, it was they, and not the insiders who were in charge here, again, had not yet abandoned their outpost. In the middle of the asphalt area, the camouflaged carcass of a second model BMP menacingly rises, on which several slightly unshaven, but very well-armed and equipped men in standard army flora have comfortably settled, and on one of the lampposts surrounding the gas station, a corpse with a homemade sign on its chest is sadly dangling, swaying in the wind. Aha! Robber, murderer, rapist. Apparently, I'm not the only one with a sharply heightened sense of social justice. You put yourself outside human laws, and now you get the full measure. And judging by the crusty brown stain on his pants, they even shot off the weapon of crime for this one. Although it's possible that they cut it off, that's the way it should be, a dog's death. Oh, if only I could slow down, chat with the guys, exchange news, but no, we have a clear and unambiguous order. Ensure safety at any cost and deliver as soon as possible. In this context, an unplanned stop in an unfamiliar place is a serious threat to safety. Never mind. We'll slow down on the way back if the army men don't leave earlier. One of those sitting on the armored vehicle waved at us affably. I gave a short yelp from the SGU quack in response and rolled on. There are only a few minutes left before the turn to flame. Wow. This is wow. Gumarov and Solika exhaled in unison. Well, all that's left is to spread your paws in surprise, like the dog from the joke about the talking cow. And what about me? I was shocked myself. The people here have seriously taken up the construction of defensive structures, with enthusiasm. General Karbyshev, I think, would have approved. The already quite solid, high concrete fence around the perimeter of the training center was braided with several layers of barbed wire. From the inside, every 1.5 to 200 meters, they put up several, well, I don't even know how to say it. No, in essence, these are, of course, guard towers. Good ones, with walls made of concrete blocks and roofs made of concrete slabs, with narrow, but quite sensibly located loopholes providing a wide sector of fire, and, it seems, ladders that retract upward. But in terms of execution, probably Zurab Tsereteli with his passion for gigantism could have built exactly this kind of tower. In general, I think I won't be far off if I assume that one such tower could easily accommodate a full infantry squad. A real small fort on chicken legs. In front of the walls, growling like a pack of hungry dinosaurs, mercilessly smoking unburned diesel fuel from the exhaust pipes and stinking of the same. Deer. Several trench machines and excavators are digging the ground. Oh my, where was all this beauty when we were preparing firing positions for ourselves at the bases in Chechnya? With the soil there, when you need to swing a pick 5 or 6 times to scrape a shovel, such machines could have been a real gift. But no, I have never seen such beauties in the Caucasus. There, as if in the time of King Hammurabi, we dug and chiseled everything by hand. And here,
You look at how the work is going here, and you even feel envious in a good way. I think at this rate they will dig a natural fortress moat around the entire center. Yes, Timur seems to read my thoughts. A real knight's castle. The only thing missing is crocodiles in the moat. In the ditch, I automatically correct him. What? I say. The correct way to say it is crocodiles in the ditch. Damn, Borya. They, the crocodiles, don't care. They didn't graduate from high school. Burov, who had been silent the entire way, suddenly chuckled and pointed his finger towards the entrance gate. To hell with them, with the crocodiles. You better look over there. No. Why not? It's very nice, almost feng shui-like. On both sides of the sliding gates, tank turrets stick out from behind the fence. Quite ordinary 7.2 in camouflage spots. The installation method, however, is somewhat strange at first glance. But that's only at first glance. There is no point in burying a tank in a caponnier now. Equal opponents for these steel mastodons are only to be found in enclaves created on the basis of large military units, like Flame. Like the same Taman or Kantemirovskaya divisions. I suppose the leaders of such divisions will find a common language even without the small-town Prokhorovkas. But against bandits, a tank is a real wonder weapon, which has nothing to counter. You won't be able to penetrate it, let alone shoot it, and it will start to bother you with clay with its 125 mil caliber suitcases. In such a situation, the tank should not be hidden, but, on the contrary, demonstrated. So the locals drove them onto pedestals, at the same time greatly improving the tanker's view and increasing the firing sector. Well done. Everything is done wisely. I drive the car closer to the gates along a winding and narrow path between concrete blocks. They begin to slowly roll away. It's strange, somehow unusually trusting that they behave here. Or did the presence of 272s drown out the instinct of self-preservation? Yeah, right. It's jammed. Right behind the gates, it turns out there's something like a vestibule, only of the appropriate size, not to mention our UAZ. A couple of Urals or Kamaz won't be cramped in it. And this vestibule is surrounded by a high concrete wall. It's clear. A vehicle inspection area. Everything is in full accordance with the standard plan scheme of a checkpoint in a combat zone. Only a few blocks in Chechnya were covered by 2 tanks at once. Having turned off the engine and left the machine gun in the cabin, I get out of the UAZ and, putting on the most peaceful expression on my face, and even slightly putting my empty palms forward, I slowly walk a couple of steps to the side and stop, waiting for instructions. From whom? At least from those 2 ensigns who are now looking at me. I wouldn't say they're particularly healthy. They don't have cabinet-like shoulders, and I don't see any square Superman jaws, but they're very calm guys. In appearance, I would even say, somewhat exaggeratedly non-aggressive. But they hold their machine guns very sensibly, and they stand competently, together controlling both me and our UAZ, and at the same time they don't block each other's line of fire. And they don't get into the firing sector from the loopholes of our combat pepelats, pros. Most likely, from the Sunflowers, the Bats Brigade standing nearby. Spetsnaz of the main intelligence directorate. Serious guys. They remind me a lot of my army instructor, Ensign Komarov. He also didn't look anything like Johnny Rambo, but I think if the need arose, he would have eaten that Johnny raw for dinner, without salt or pepper. A young senior lieutenant with a machine gun casually slung over his shoulder comes out of the guard room to meet me. The guy is acting relaxed. Although if I had 2 70-seconds and a couple of wolfhounds from the GRU Special Forces covering me, I probably wouldn't have been too tense either.
Good day.
The senior lieutenant nods at me quite kindly and looks at me questioningly, clearly expecting me to introduce myself and tell him why I came and what I need. Well, I won't keep the guy waiting,
He's on duty, and he probably has plenty to do. Why drag it out? Warrant Officer Groshev, Moscow Region, Oman. I have delivered the Paracelsus object. Please report to General Laptov. Judging by the fact that the senior lieutenant galloped off to the guardhouse, he was obviously reporting our arrival, and one of the ensigns, literally a minute later, gave me a signal in the direction of the opening inner gates of the vestibule, allowing entry into the base territory, saying, "Go ahead. They were expecting us here." A trifle, but nice. They came for Skuratovich about 5 minutes later. A not-so-fresh Niva of the once fashionable eggplant color pulled up next to our UAZ, and out of it rolled a round, shaggy young man of indeterminate age, somewhere between 20 and not quite 40, in a crumpled lab coat, on the breast pocket of which there was a stain from a leaking ballpoint pen. His eyes were red from lack of sleep. Glasses with a thin frame hung inexplicably on the tip of his nose, and on his head was a real crow's nest. In general, it is clear where the general got the association with Nimnol. Of course, outwardly he has little in common with the cartoon character, but still, at first glance, it is clear, a classic mad scientist. Burov climbed out, letting the professor out. I opened the dog carrier and took out his bag. The shaggy bastard didn't even let me say goodbye properly. He flew at poor Igor Ivanovich like a Kansas tornado, grabbed him by the elbow, and immediately started jabbering something in his scientific gibberish. The virologist, before disappearing into the Niva's interior, only managed to turn around and, as if apologizing for such tactless behavior of his colleague, slightly shrug his shoulders and wave his hand at us. I smiled and waved back. That's it. The main task is completed. The Paracelsus object has been delivered to its destination. Now I need to report to the management about the execution, and then I can get down to the secondary one. So, it's time to call Dad. Having zipped the lightning, I pulled the iridium from the Marauder. Satellite communication is a good thing after all. Now, if it weren't for this tube, it would be a pain in the ass. Find a powerful transmitter, tune it to our frequency, get in touch. But here, just press the buttons. And, unlike mobile communications, it doesn't matter whether the repeaters work or whether they exist at all. It's just a pity that all this silliness won't last long. Oh, not for long. But I think we'll get by even then. Look at my father. Back in the early 70s, he did his military service at some tiny point in the remote taiga, from which the nearest human habitation was almost 200 kilometers away, at some wildly secret mobile transmitting station at that time. According to him, it could catch its own signal 3 times while it was spinning around the globe. 3 times! I think that now they'll find more powerful ones. The main thing is to find and save specialists who know how to work with them. Lvov, Iridium responded briefly in Batya's voice. Comrade Colonel, this is Groshev reporting. Having finished the conversation and put away the satellite phone, I approached the senior checkpoint officer who had come out of the guardhouse. Listen, Comrade Senior Lieutenant, could you provide a little assistance? No problem, he straightened up. What's the problem? Tell me, please, who can I talk to here about the surrounding operational setup?
Because, you see, we're not locals. We don't know the local setup, and judging by... I nodded my head towards the tanks. They already exist. I wouldn't want to screw up out of ignorance and run into trouble out of the blue, and it would just be interesting to look around here. We ourselves have unexpectedly been blessed. A whole city with a population of about 10,000 souls. Now we're racking our brains trying to figure out what to do with this gift of fate and how not to, well, you know. 10,000? Wow. We have a little over 2 here, and we don't know how to settle down. We started building new houses on our own. He shakes his head sympathetically. No, it's easier for us. I wave my hand. You only have a few educational buildings and a couple of barracks here. The rest is shooting ranges, tactical fields, and tank directives. Well, just a couple of them. The senior lieutenant drawls with feigned resentment. There will be more, and not only barracks, but also hotels. So be it, I readily agree. But what we have there is not an army training center, albeit a large one, but a completely normal city. There are 5, 9, and even 16-story buildings, and all sorts of other things, including kindergartens, a hospital, a fire station, and a police station.
Lucky.
That's if you look at it from one side. But from the other side, you have a closed perimeter from the start and a bunch of construction equipment just right for defensive structures. All that was left was to slightly strengthen the fence and use your imagination. And we have a city, an ordinary one, without concrete fences around.
And what are you doing?
We are strengthening ourselves little by little. We are walling up the windows on the lower floors. We are putting up walls between the houses. Here I am rather passing off wishful thinking as reality. Construction was only supposed to start today. Oh well. You said it yourself. Not to lie a little. It won't be easy, the pear tree ensign who came up to us sympathetically shakes his head. There are plenty of hungry mouths and a lot of work, and the main thing is that we need to persuade someone to do this work. Not every manager will volunteer to carry bricks and mix mortar. Almost half of them are professional windbags and slackers. Yes, I nod. Maybe it's not that bad, but there is a problem. What to do? We'll campaign. As for the Obstakhanovka, the ensign continues, you'd better go to our senior, Lieutenant Colonel Pantaleev. He's like the head of intelligence here, but he's not here now. He's away. He'll be back only in the evening. The chief of intelligence, and he himself is on the road. Pantaleev is our playing coach. The Grunik player grins in response. Well, yes, the GRU Spetsnaz is not a motorized infantry, where most lieutenant colonels and colonels have already acquired such a staff chest that they cannot climb up to the 5th floor by the stairs in one go. And in the GRU, it seems like in our police OMSN, where the rank is also maybe colonel, but the position is senior operative. Well, at most senior operative for special. In general, like a private soldier, you trot with a machine gun yourself, without discounts on shoulder straps and length of service. Rather the opposite. From the most trained, they demand much more than from the young and green.
Do you know at least approximately what time it will be? My interlocutor just shrugged his shoulders in response. That's right, how could he know? What ideas, Burov asks. I think we'll go to the gas station near Solneknogorsk first. Plamia won't go anywhere from us now, but the army guys might just drive away.
Not fatal, of course. But since they've already started collecting information, as my father says, do everything well. Shit will happen on its own. We'll chat with the people there, and then we'll come back. Will you let us back in? I look questioningly at the senior lieutenant. We'll let you in, he didn't mince words. But to get into the territory, you'll need to register and get a temporary guest pass. Without it, you'll have to wait until the first internal patrol. Is there a lot of fuss with registration? Practical Soloka, leaning out of the UAZ window, joins the conversation. No, we can handle it in a couple of minutes, the Special Forces warrant officer reassures him. So what are we waiting for then? Our cockle's voice suddenly took on a commanding tone. Let's go already. There for now, back for now, and then, you see, the local bosses will just come back. Okay, guys, then we're not saying goodbye. I nod to the senior lieutenant and both ensigns, getting into the car. The senior lieutenant wishes us a safe journey and goes to the guard room to open the gate, and the ensign who was chatting with us playfully salutes with 2 fingers. Gas station on Leningradsko Shassa Training Center, Flame. March 29, Thursday, afternoon, evening. The army men had not managed to leave the gas station, but by all appearances, they were just about to leave when our UAZ pulled up. But then we showed up. We drove up to the BMP, got out, introduced ourselves, and got acquainted with the natives. It turned out that they were officers and contract soldiers of the valiant 4th Guards Tank, Kantamirovskaya, Order of Lenin, Red Banner Division. The Kantamirovites treated the desire to exchange information with complete understanding.
The military are not at all as stupid as civilians often, and completely unreasonably, consider them. Even if they do not know the old phrase, "Who owns the information owns the world," and do not know who exactly said it, they intuitively agree with this formulation of the question. And that is true. Why would this contract sergeant major, overgrown with long but sparse reddish stubble, know the same billionaire Rothschild? Is he a close relative of his? The same thing is written especially for him in the combat regulations, which, by the way, were not the stupidest people at the time, albeit in slightly different words. Yeah, that same thing. Reconnaissance is conducted continuously. What, you say? Is there a big difference? That's what I'm saying. The same old balls, only in profile. According to the major who was in command here, they had been standing at this gas station since the second day. At first, they simply maintained order, poured gasoline on everyone, and occasionally shot dead people wandering up from Solnechnogorsk. Then, they also handed out weapons. At first, they served, so to speak, in a mixed composition. Later, when most of the conscripts like our Tamanians rushed home, only officers and contract soldiers remained. And yesterday at lunchtime, when it became finally clear that it was not thousands or even hundreds that were leaving Moscow but only a few, they received orders to wait another day, then pack up and return to the division's permanent post near Narofominsk. What, there were no breakthroughs at all? Salika asks the red-haired Contra gloomily. This morning, just 4 cars. He waves his hand in response. Well, compared to those multi-kilometer tales of barely crawling traffic jams that we saw just a few days ago, on Varshavka and Yaroslavka, it's not even a drop in the ocean. Nothing at all. And is this your work, by the way? Not exactly. The major winces slightly, fiddling with his earlobe.
Joint creativity, you could say. We hanged him, but the partisans captured this bitch. Who? I ask again, surprised. Yes, there's one team here. Who they are is unclear. They only joke about it. Partisans, they say. People's avengers. Of course, they are seriously equipped. And the gear is new, businesslike. And the weapons are like from an exhibition, all in rails. Optics, collimators, target designators, all the works. And the cars. Everything is ruined, even in a Jeep show with them. But not one of ours. And not one of yours, perhaps. And I think they have nothing to do with Big Brother. What made you decide? The story about the People's Avengers interested me. There are a lot of girls in their group, at least 4, and 2 of them look like snot-nosed schoolgirls. But they shoot, give them way. They made some kind of gentleman's agreement with our leadership. We gave them machine guns and ammunition, and they spent several days running around Solnechnogorsk, shooting dead people and taking out people from blocked houses. Several dozen of those they saved passed through our hands. Almost everyone told us about them. And then they dragged this shit. The major spat on the dirty asphalt, glancing sideways at the hanged man, in. A whole pack of such jackals gathered there. Damn them. They were outrageous to the fullest extent, shot several people just for fun. They raped and killed women. In short, they were real scum. And about the feats, where did you find out about them? Witnesses? Yes, he himself, the bastard, cracked. At first he tried to play the fool, but when our abrek, the major nodded at the red-haired contract soldier, took out his trophy ear cutter, he burst all the way to his ass and started singing like a canary. So you actually cut off his balls? Timur drawls in amazement. No, I'm too squeamish to soil myself with such crap. The Contra, named by Abrek, grimaced. Well, he scared me a little, hit me on the belly a couple of times, only cut the skin to make the blood flow. And he shit himself right there. Hero, the bastard. They were only good at fighting against women and unarmed people, the bastards. From the discussion of the hanged bandit and the partisans who caught him, who, as I understood from the major's words, had gone to that very flame from which we had just come. They are interesting kids, after all.
I should try to find them and talk to them. We moved on to practical and more down-to-earth issues. I took from the Major the frequencies on which it would be possible to establish contact with the division headquarters in Nara, and swore an oath to pass them on to my command, although I think our father's commanders have long since made contact without us.
However, this is not so important to us. Our job is small, to establish contacts at our level, and then let the horse think it has a big head. We did our job honestly. In general, we chatted with the Kantamiravites for at least an hour. Then the dirty face of the driver emerged from the iron belly of the BMP. He called the Major and handed him a helmet phone connected to the TPU. "Sorry, guys." He took the bull by the horns right away, returning the talking hat and coming up to us. "But we have to go. Don't take it personally." "Oh, come on, what can you do?" I chuckled knowingly. "We wear shoulder straps ourselves, we understand everything. Good luck." Having said goodbye to us in a very friendly manner, the guards climbed under the armor, and the BMW, roaring its engine and spitting out diesel exhaust, splashed its tracks along the asphalt towards the ring road, quickly picking up speed. "That's it, Eagles. The guard has sailed away. It's time for us to know honor."
By the time we get to Playmen, by the time we fill out all their paperwork, you see, and playing Coach Pantaleev will return from his away trip. We still had to wait for Pantaleev, albeit for a very short time. The senior lieutenant driving the checkpoint had just managed to enter our details in a thick-stitched journal with numbered pages and hand us a temporary pass, obviously a small sheet of poor-quality grayish paper printed in a printing house. Looking closely at the small, almost illegible text in the lower right corner, I found out that these mandates had been printed by the printing house of the Ministry of Defense of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics back in 1979 in a print run of as many as 1 million copies. Yes, the Soviet power was strong. And I told you that in the Army's storerooms, if you look hard enough, you can find even more than that.
One of my old friends who had served in the Transcaucasus during the Soviet Union told me in a warm conversation over a beer about the stacks of Cossack sabers and cavalry saddles stored in the warehouses there. And you know, despite a certain degree of alcoholic intoxication of both the narrator and the listener, for some reason I believed him unconditionally. Firstly, my friend is one of those people who are not known for their penchant for empty chatter. And secondly, I am holding visual proof in my hands now. An expense form, a pennyworth form, which was printed almost 30 years ago and is still in circulation. As soon as we left the guardhouse, we heard the still very quiet but already quite distinct howl of a good couple dozen engines, a sound painfully familiar from the Caucasian missions. A large column is moving. "Here comes Pantaleev." The Special Forces ensign nodded his head in the direction of the gate.
"Move your UAZ a little closer to the fence, and when the column passes, join the rear. They're heading to the warehouses now. There's a huge parade ground there. When they stop, the trucks, I think, will go to unload, and ours will all stay on the armored vehicles. You can catch Pantaleev near the armored vehicles. He's a big guy, shorter than you, of course, but not broader in the shoulders. And he's shaved bald, like Kotovsky. In a pinch, ask anyone on the armored vehicle. They'll show you." Having thanked the warrant officer for his advice, we sit down in the car, and when a long line of 12.5 green Army tarpaulin-covered Urals and Kamaz trucks, accompanied by 5 armored personnel carriers of the 80s, slowly rolls through the gates and goes somewhere deep into the territory of the training center, we follow. We were unable to immediately talk to the lieutenant colonel, whom I had immediately recognized from the description without anyone's prompting. He seemed to be riding in the lead APC, and by the time we rolled out after the closing APC, onto the parade ground in front of the warehouses, and got out of the parked UAZ, he had already been intercepted by some guy, with whom Pantaleev was now animatedly, and judging by their faces, quite friendly talking. It would be impolite not to disturb people. By the way, the lieutenant colonel's interlocutor also interested me. In appearance, there was nothing unusual in these circumstances and in this place. Tall, thin, but strong, broad-shouldered, with a short haircut, dressed in a brand new Gorka jacket. Among the fighters in flame, there are currently 12 like him for every dozen. But his machine gun, as far as I can see from here, it was originally a regular AKM. But now, somehow the People's Avengers that Major Kontimirovsky told me about immediately came to mind. So much was screwed and hung on that machine gun. No, don't think badly. I mean it in a good way. So to speak, in a fit of white envy. I've been drooling over such a kit for a machine gun for a long time, but it was so expensive, I couldn't afford it. In short, something tells me that this is one of those partisans. It is even possible that he is their leader. Stop! Hands up! I'll shoot! Suddenly comes from behind me. Borisovich, I can't believe my eyes. Is that you? Oh, come on. I turn around at the voice. Mityai. And what brings your lordship here? After a firm handshake, we hugged, patting each other on the shoulders. Be careful, little bear. You remember me, little one. Dimka, nicknamed Bulldozer for his subtle and fragile physique, groans artificially. How enslaved you are. You are getting fat, brother. You are getting fat. Stop giving me trouble. I grin broadly in response. Blame your tongue, getting fat. And soon the horizontal bar will bend under me. What was I talking about? He lightly pokes me in the shoulder with his mighty fist. You've become so fat you've bent all the horizontal bars, the pest. I have known Lieutenant Dima Markov, the platoon commander of the Podolsk OMON, since the time when I was a sergeant and he was a warrant officer. In general, we have known each other for many years. He is a great guy, correct, and reliable as a rock, and just as strong. There are no weaklings in the OMON at all. The people are all physically developed and trained. So to earn the nickname Bulldozer, you have to try very hard to stand out from the crowd. Dima succeeded. No, Mitri, I'm serious. What the hell brought you here? Along the way, Borya, along the way. The old comrade's face darkens. And not just me. There's almost a full platoon of us here, plus families. How so? That's how it is. Dmitri's face darkened completely. We're closer to Moscow than you are. Well, they threw us there a little earlier, when almost nothing was really clear yet. In general, there were 200s, a lot. Consider that we lost almost an entire platoon, solely due to the stupidity of the leadership. They called us in as if there were mass riots, with only special equipment, without weapons. I know who? Dima nods. Podoprigora. Buyanov. Snezhik. Your mother. That's right, he continues. What was going on in the detachment is hard to imagine. Women were howling. Children were crying. The soldiers were walking around angry as hell. And then, Scar skidded like an old Zhiguli on ice. Are you seriously carried away? Oh, don't ask. Bulldozer just waves his hand, almost to the point of mutual fistfights. They barely managed to pull him and my namesake, Dimka Moyasev, apart. Otherwise, I think, they would have torn each other's Adam's apples out. What is true is true. The character of the commander of the Podolsk detachment, Colonel Shrumko, has never been angelic. He is a harsh man, sometimes to the point of excessive rudeness. But to blow up a conflict with his own subordinates in such a situation, so much that his own deputy rushed at you with his fists, I did not expect this from Shremko. I know Lieutenant Colonel Moiseyev. He is as calm as a tank. You have to try really hard to get him mad. I see that Shrem succeeded.
So what now?
Nothing. Everyone who supported Dmitri gathered their weapons and harness, saddled up 2 boxes, families in 2 Urals, those used to transport personnel, sat them down, and
Adios, muchachas! Goodbye, girls!
At first, they thought to take over one fat wholesale base nearby in Klebnikov and base themselves there, but a serious gang had already settled there. They themselves could not manage, and there were no volunteers to risk their families.
And then the bats came up with the same idea, so we joined in. You know yourself, it's more fun in a big company. And what brought you here? Are there really problems too?
No, Mitya. Everything is much calmer here. Although there were losses too. And here we are on business. We brought one person from Posad, who is very important to the local authorities. And just for educational purposes, to clarify what's what. Almost a diplomatic mission, you could say. We are looking around, sniffing out, and making contacts. That's also a necessary thing. Dima nods with an understanding look. And here, in the warehouses, what are you reconnoitering? We are looking for Lieutenant Colonel Pantalev, precisely for the purpose of chatting about life in general, and the operational situation in the district in particular. There he stands. Markov waves his hand towards the still-talking bald big guy, and the guy with the fancy machine gun. I don't see it myself. I snort skeptically in response. Only he's busy now, as you can see. And it's impolite to butt into a conversation between strangers. And you can create a bad impression of yourself. They'll immediately decide that you're a boorish, impudent fellow. No, I'd better wait a little. Well, just look at that. Borisian, I see you're a real psychologist. Yeah, spontaneous, damn, homegrown. You have to, Mitya. People, they are different, especially now. It used to be that you flashed your ID and everyone would talk to you, even if sometimes through clenched teeth. But now everyone doesn't give a damn about any crusts. That's true, Dmitri nodded his head in agreement. I managed to chat a little with the mice here, so they say that a few days ago, this same Pantaleyev personally killed the vice premier on the international highway. He apparently decided to show off out of old habit. He turned on the flashing light, the quack. Well, you understand, the artist reppin', the oil painting. Scatter surfs, the master is coming. And what? That's it, Bordia. So they say. His cool member carrier is lying in a ditch, along with the guard's Gelik. And the vice president himself, his retinue and his guards probably, have long ago been torn to pieces by the dead.
It's fine. No, it's understandable. People are fed up with the servants of the people. But the security, in my opinion, is in vain. There are different people there too, it seems to me. Not all of them are whores.
Well, I don't know.
Mitty scratches his short-cropped head.
Maybe you're right. But as one not-so-stupid person said, don't even stand next to faggots. So, if there were normal people among those guards, then they got caught in the mix just for the heck of it. If you're good, honest, and correct, why are you working your ass off for some bastard? Why are you taking money from him?
You've gone too far, Mitri.
According to some people, you and I are no better, since we defend the government and don't jump around with posters at all sorts of dissenters' marches, and we don't disdain to receive a salary from the same government. Borian, don't get confused. We are not defending the government, which in my memory alone, during my service, has changed 3 times. But the law. Maybe not always perfect, but even such a law is better than its complete absence, or some Sharia courts, damn them. And those who are dissatisfied with something, there are plenty of them under any government. Someone somewhere is always protesting against something, and he is always sure that he is a hero and a fighter against the system. And around him are either loyal comrades, or fierce enemies, or gray, and completely incompetent cattle, whom he does not even consider people. As for me, before you destroy something, it would be a good idea to think, will you be able to build something worthwhile on the rubble? Or will you remain a useless, dirty, and hungry bum on the ruins? And most importantly, Dima sighed deeply and waved his hand. Who is interested in all this now? Now everyone has completely different problems. By the way, Panteliev just got free. Go to him before someone else intercepts him. Then we'll chat some more. I liked the Flame's intelligence chief right away. You know, there are officers who, when you look at them, are immediately obvious. Servant to the Tsar, father to the soldiers. He will defend his subordinate to his superiors to the last, no matter what. But if he really screwed up, then later, one-on-one, in a close, so to speak, family circle. When I served my compulsory military service in a reconnaissance company, our brigade's intelligence chief was the same. I remember it as if it were yesterday. I had one flyby, but that's not the point. Anyway, in the headquarters tent, our Novgorodsky was roaring like a wounded buffalo, proving that I was the best of people born under this sun, that everything that happened was the insidious machinations of my ill-wishers. I was not guilty, I was set up, and he proved it. But 15 minutes later, already in his tent, pulling hand-to-hand pads on his paws, he said in a quiet and even, heartfelt voice, as if telling me a big secret, "Groshevna, you bastard. I haven't laid a finger on a single one of my fighters for 12 years. But I'm going to kill you now, you bastard." I won't lie. He hit me seriously. Obviously without the goal of killing or maiming, but from the heart. And he never returned to the blunder I had made, not even in words. I did something wrong. I atoned. They forgot. And most importantly, everything was only among our own. What happens in a reconnaissance company stays in a reconnaissance company. So it seems to me that Major Novgorodsky and Lieutenant Colonel Panteliev would get along well. Good health to you, Comrade Colonel. And you too, soldier. Noticing the stupid grin that involuntarily spread across my face, Panteliev became slightly frowny. "Excuse me, Comrade Colonel. It's just that I had an old good friend who used to express himself in the same manner. The same former foul-mouthed person. I heard you. I remembered him. Exactly the same, even the voices are similar, so I couldn't resist. Ah, then I understand. What was the name of the man you knew?" "Pyotr Dmitrievich Novgorodsky, Major, Chief, was in intelligence in the Sofrinskaya Brigade. I remember, a good guy. We crossed paths in 95 near Samashki. Were you there?" "Yes, exactly, there was, but I'm sorry, I don't remember you."
"Well, you're a fighter, a humorist."
Panteleiev smiled broadly, flashing his even teeth. "But you weren't supposed to see, let alone know, that I exist in nature." "Well, it's just not supposed to be that way." I suddenly felt offended for my service. "Call sign. Vega?" Wow. Respect flashes in the lieutenant colonel's eyes. "Did you know?" "To be honest, practically none," I didn't lie. "Only once did we move out at night as a platoon to support the exit of a group with such a call sign, with the order to die in case of any problems. But to either cut off the tail following you or at least pull it towards you and tie it up in battle." "And how is it?" Panteleiev was clearly interested. "Well, not at all actually." I just threw up my hands. "Not only the tail, but even the Vega itself was never seen. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't allowed." He smiled again and extended his broad palm for a handshake. "Lieutenant Colonel Panteleiev, GRU Special Forces."
Warrant Officer Groshev, Posad Oman. "Ah, so it seems you were supposed to bring us some kind of biological luminary today." And he brought it already, and handed it over under inventory to some disheveled and well-fed young man of not quite 40 years old. Roman, I think. "What can I say? Here's a hammer. This Skorotovich of yours with his whole scientific gang could be very useful to us. And what is your reason for coming to see me?"
So, actually in the profile, Comrade Colonel. The detachment commander gave me the task.
to find out as much as possible about what is happening around. Who, where, what, and how. Who breathes what, and from whom what can be expected. So I figured that in Flame, no one knows the surrounding situation better than you. Decided to ask for help. Would you mind sharing the information?
Why not share? It's a necessary matter. Again, you'll tell me about your local arrangements, mutually, head for head. Oh, it's a pity Seryoga left.
It wouldn't hurt him to listen, too. He's also so inquisitive.
Seryoga. Is that the one with the business-like machine gun? I decide to check my guess about a possible partisan. One of yours?
Yeah, him. But point 2 is a mistake. Seryoga was a military man in the distant past, and now he's just a little bit of a partisan. He's his own boy, his own man.
Wasn't it about him that the Kantemirovites at the gas station near Solnechnogorsk told me scary stories?
If they're scary,
Panteleev chuckles.
then it's definitely about him. Our Kramtsov is like that. Okay, let's go to my headquarters. We'll have a chat there. In detail, with a map and hot tea. Do you mind?
If with tea the colonel is dragging, then only 4.
Well done. If you're 4. I don't trust people who refuse treats. Let's go then.
Comrade Colonel, why go? I have transport here.
True, there are 3 more Gavricks in it, but we'll squeeze them into the back seat and place the respected officer in the front passenger seat. By the way, those Gavricks don't refuse a treat either. Panteleev just chuckled in response and waved his hand. Go ahead, lead me to your transport. Interlude 1. Europak, 1 step back, 1 more. Careful, careful, even more careful. Euro was dreaming of only one thing now, that some piece of plastic lying on the floor would not crack under his feet, that the broken glass of the expensive display cabinets would not crunch. Well, what the hell was the point of climbing here, huh? What they had climbed into this shopping center for was in completely different departments. In those where bags of pasta and cereals stood in neat rows on the shelves, cans of preserves were piled up. And here, in a small room, fenced off from the rest of the supermarket by a wall and a massive wooden door, above which an idiotic sign, Wine Boutique, was proudly displayed. They used to sell expensive alcohol. So Yura dropped in, out of habit. Although after the incident in the emergency room, he had made a firm vow to himself. Not a drop more. And yet I couldn't pass by. It was as if a light bulb had turned on in my head when I saw the sign. And I remembered a phrase I heard somewhere and when. In hard times, the hardest currency in Russia is liquid. So I decided to go in, with the goal of getting something for the exchange fund. Yeah, the cunning Korean wouldn't be himself if he hadn't already started collecting a small stash of all sorts of useful and valuable things, just in case. I dropped in, damn it.
As soon as the Korean opened the door and took a step forward, a wave of the stench of decaying flesh and acrid chemical stench hit his nose, which, for some reason, always surrounded the living dead. Again, Pak, rushing after the valuable alcoholic prizes, took a few more steps forward purely by inertia, and it seemed like he saw and sensed that everything was over. But he still walked. But now, he urgently needed to get out of here, because among the glass cabinets with bottles of different shapes and sizes, zombies were lying and sitting on the floor. Many, about a dozen probably. Euro was lucky that he entered the room very quietly, and the dead, it seemed, did not yet sense his presence and did not come out of their strange, lethargic-like stupor.
Run!
Pak shouted to himself mentally. But instead of giving in to panic and breaking out of the room, which could at any moment become a deadly trap, he raised his machine gun and began to carefully, literally on tiptoe, back away, praying that he wouldn't get caught in some ringing or clanking trash. Careful, even more careful. One of the zombies, a man with a completely eaten face, dressed in black trousers crusted with blood, and a security guard's uniform shirt with a blood-stained but somehow miraculously held-on badge on his chest,
suddenly stirred. Holy shit! Yura was sure. He moved almost silently and could not wake up the dead man with noise. It looks like the police senior warrant officer Volodya is right. These creatures are guided to the living, not only by seeing or hearing them, but also in some other way. Maybe by smell? Although what the hell smell? They don't breathe. And if they don't breathe, then they don't inhale air through their nose and can't smell anything. Probably by warmth, or something even less material. By the same soul, for example. A living person has one, but the dead, undead, do not. So the ghouls sense the living. What's wrong with this version? Yes, it has a bit of a mystical feel to it. Well, the living dead are also a phenomenon that is difficult to explain by official science. Damn, 2 more dead men stirred their heads, coming to their senses. And there was still at least a meter to the saving door. 1 step, 1 more. Jumping out the door, Pak slammed it behind him and leaned on the door panel with all his small weight. Damn, why do doors in stores always open outwards? No, of course, fire safety, damn it. And now he could suffer because of these idiotic rules. Chugga, run here! He hissed in a voice hoarse with excitement into the police Motorola hanging on his chest, pressing the call button with his index finger. It seems I foolishly stirred up the nest here. The radio grunted obscenely in response in the voice of the terrible ensign Chugayev. And a minute later, he and 2 other young police sergeants ran out from the neighboring shopping area. Where? Volodya said briefly. Pak silently pointed his finger behind his back. A lot? About 10. The policeman thought for a moment, and also glancing at the sign above the door, shook his shaved head. No. No way. It'll do more noise than good. Leshka, give me the stake and mallet. One of the sergeants pulled a wooden wedge and an ordinary roofing mallet from a gas mask bag hanging on his side. Something slapped the door softly from the inside. Apparently one of the zombies who had come to his senses came up and slapped it with his palm with all his absent soul. Run, damn it! Chugayev growled in a theatrical whisper and leaned his strong shoulder against the door. Sergeant Leshka deftly drove the thin end of the wedge into the small gap between the door and the floor, and with 3 swings of the mallet, drove it in almost halfway. The door from the inside banged loudly several times. It seemed the dead man had been pounding it with his fists. Chugayev, Pak, and Sergeant Lesha, who had jumped back from the door, took aim at it. Okay, the second sergeant breathed out quietly. It looks like it's holding up. And indeed, the wooden wedge, dutifully driven under the door, reliably blocked it. Cool, Yura exhaled in admiration. Oh, come on, Chugayev winced. Cool. These are mechanical door blockers that I saw last year at VDNKH, at Interpolitex. The thing is the size of a school pencil case. You stick it under the door, press the button. A powerful, tight spring is released. And that's it. The door can only be torn out with a bulldozer, along with the door frame. And these wooden things, just from our poverty. We are like that very pauper who is cunning in inventing things. But it works. You can't take that away. And in general, you, Yura, are a great guy. Pak, who had expected a serious dressing down for his unnecessary initiative, was dumbfounded and perplexed. If you hadn't gotten in here, Chugayev explained his thought, then most likely none of us would have gotten in. And this whole warm company could easily have dropped in on us in the middle of loading. Do I need to explain any more?
The Korean shook his head. He had no problem with his imagination, and he could quite clearly picture the scene. A dozen zombies, already recovered, tumble into the sales area, and there, some are carrying stacks of boxes of canned goods, others cellophane packages of pasta or cereals. And almost all of their hands are busy. And instead of a normal cover group, no more than a couple of people, there were already few people, and they needed to load oh so much. Yeah, it could have been no fun. The senior warrant officer was right. He had entered at the right time. But his main luck was that he was able to get out. No, he absolutely cannot die. Sveta is waiting for him at the rescue center, which is located in the traffic police training center, Mir Ivanteyevka. He is responsible for her, and not only because he promised Revaz, now deceased, although what? More likely, restless, to look after her. Senior warrant officer Volodya had not deceived them back then, in Polyanka. And the offer he made was more than tempting in these times. A fortified area behind a high fence and outside the city, armed men on guard. Yes, the accommodations were not so good. After all, it was the training center of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, not a 5-star all-inclusive hotel. But they did not take away the weapons. On the contrary, they threw in some cartridges to shorten them, but here, Yura himself did not fail. Even on the way to the traffic police training center, having persuaded Chugayev to go in his loaf, he asked the policeman all the way about how life was going there, in this center. When asked where they were going to get food, Chugayev thought for a moment and, scratching his shaved head, replied that for now they were sitting on the training center's supplies, but they were planning to start taking them out of the most conveniently located supermarkets in the near future. In response, Pak only snorted contemptuously, saying that there were almost never any products in the supermarket, only what was on the shelves. Goods were delivered there daily, and if anything needed to be looted, it was from various wholesale food warehouses. Volodya, after thinking for a few moments, agreed, but complained that it was not the mid-90s and there were not small-scale wholesale food fairs on every corner. No. They had officers from the Economic Crimes Department in the Directorate, who probably knew about such warehouses. But where were they now? And were they even alive? And then Yura realized that he had apparently caught his lucky break. It was not for nothing that he had kept an eye on a whole bunch of small retail outlets at Jmikov's. If there was one thing he knew very well, it was where to get goods for them. And he told Volodya about it. Despite Yura knowing the coordinates of several food warehouses, they decided to start with supermarkets. It would be a sin to abandon relatively easy prey lying nearby. Why easy? Well, it depends. After all, most of the stores had already closed when everything was just beginning. But in the morning, there was either no one to open them, or no reason to, or both points were combined. And behind their dark display cases lies food that would be very useful for the people who settled in the rescue center. And their budding marauding brigade also needs to learn a new craft for everyone. As Chugayev said, conduct combat coordination. So they coordinate, train on cats. In a word, almost instantly, thanks to just a couple of well-timed phrases, Pak turned from a refugee picked up by the mercy of his saviors into a needed person with valuable information, with all the bonuses and status increases that entailed. And everything would have been fine, but there was one significant but. The Korean categorically did not like the people who took power in the rescue center. They were unpleasant people, although Pak knew them from his previous life. It was to them, sitting in different offices of the city administration and the Department of Internal Affairs, that he had recently gone to resolve issues. It was to them that he handed over fat envelopes for various services,
Yes, such rotten, corrupt people are very necessary and extremely useful in a quiet life. For a certain amount in evergreen American currency or native wooden ones, they were ready to help with almost any issue. Scum, of course, but needed scum, provided that you pay them, and they rush about for you for this. But being under the command of such people, when there is complete and hopeless chaos all around, in general, it can be fraught, very fraught. There are some misunderstandings in the training camp. Sveta, who seemed to have calmed down a bit over the last couple of days, looks agitated and tense. When Pak tries to find out the reasons for this state, she only briefly and unnecessarily, sharply replies, "Everything is fine." Ooh, no, girl, that won't do. The fact that Pak is not yet married at 40 is no reason to beat him up in this way. You can tell such tales to your peers, but not to Yura. He is already old and, if not wise, then certainly experienced and cynical. To live with wolves is to howl like a wolf. The popular saying is true. And Pak in the wild 90s not only got along but also argued, talked, and had other arguments with such wolves. In short, Svetik, it is better for you not to even know that such ghouls live in this world. So, trying to trick a seasoned Korean is a hopeless business from the start. Word for word, and in a couple of minutes the approximate most general outline of events is clear and understandable to Paku. He came, made a very immodest and frankly offensive offer. After a refusal, he tried to raise his hands, spent a little time contemplating the muzzle of the TT aimed right at his forehead, cursed, and having promised numerous problems, left. It remained to clarify one single but extremely important detail. Who? Sveta, after a little hesitation, says the name. Oh, wow. Well, what an honor this has done us. The beloved son, it turns out. So to speak, the offspring and heir. Well, yes, and it's not like what happened was a big surprise for Pak. Having learned who was in charge at the training camp, Yura felt like it could all end up like this sooner or later. If the people are rotten, they will quickly show their stinking insides in an extreme situation. Former paratrooper Leka Lokmati told him about this many years ago when he was trying to establish at least some semblance of combat training in Jamik's brigade. It didn't work out. The other bulls were categorically against drill. Then Lokmati trained for some time only those who, like Pak, wanted to learn something themselves. And a little later, he gave up on everything and left the brigade altogether. But it was he who shared this simple, in general, soldier's wisdom with Pak during training. In civilian life, a rotten person can hide his bitchiness for years and pretend to be an awesome guy. But in war, as soon as life presses on him a little, all the shit will come out of him.
Pak was not at war and did not serve in the army. But he also happened to see all sorts of people in difficult life circumstances. And he completely agreed with the former sergeant of the DSHB. And here, in the traffic police training school, the rotten ones also ended up in power. It could not end any other way. It was only a question of time. True, Pak assumed that the revival of feudalism in its worst manifestations, such as the right of the first night for newly minted seniors in relation to attractive peasants, would take a little longer, and he expected to rise up enough by that bright moment so that all this harlotry would not concern him and Sveta. Looks like he didn't have time. Although perhaps it was just one particular idiot who had a short circuit in his brain and, as they say, the editorial opinion may not coincide with the author's opinion. Meaning, everything that happened was his personal initiative, Sonny. Well, let's check it out, I suppose. Yura burst into the office that used to belong to the head of the training center, and now became a sort of headquarters for the bigwigs from the Ivantivsky Department of Internal Affairs and the city administration who had seized power in the rescue camp, like a small but very angry bulldozer. He cut down the secretary, or, given the circumstances, the orderly, who tried to stand in his way with a well-placed hook, even in his youth, and practically kicked the door open. "So what the hell does this freak allow himself to do? I don't get it," he barked from the doorway, adjusting the Eukorot hanging on his shoulder. "I'm asking, does he have 9 lives in reserve like that cat? Maybe he wants to check it out." Judging by the expressions on the faces of the 4 men sitting at the table, they already know what happened. Of course, over there in the corner of the office, on a small leather sofa, more like an overgrown armchair, the son himself has settled in. The bastard is sitting there with his hands folded on his knees. A good boy, mother of all things. Only his face is too pale and his eyes are darting around, like a pickpocket caught red-handed. The cat senses whose meat it ate. "Calm down, Yuri. You shouldn't do anything thoughtless or say anything rash," one of those sitting at the table says slowly and wasily. The former deputy mayor of Ivantievka, the father of the guilty party. "I don't think anyone wants something to happen now that we'll all regret later, right?" "Let's say," Pak squinted at the 4 big shots. "So who do we have here?" Deputy Mayor Gapanov, an old acquaintance. Pak had dropped in on him more than once with fat envelopes. He was clearly in charge here. 2 in police uniform, the head of the Department of Internal Affairs, and the head of this very training center. Plus Skorokodko, one of the largest and most influential city businessmen. Yeah, like Zhmikov, the same patron and philanthropist. Damn. In the 90s, Skorokod's brigade protected several markets in Pushkino. Skorokhod wisely stayed away from Ivantievka, realizing that he couldn't compete with Zhmikov, and when the Azerbaijanis had given Zhmikov's gang a good beating, times had already changed and issues were not resolved at meetings. In general, Zhmikov and Skorokodko were not at odds, and they were not competitors. Although it was difficult to call them allies, they just worked in the same market segment. Which wasn't bad for Yura at all. It was somehow not convenient for him to have enemies among the authorities of the Salvation Camp. And here, if not all, then perhaps the most influential businessmen had gathered. If they decide something, then the rest won't be able to resist, even if they want to, which is unlikely. Well, then we'll come to an agreement. I really don't want to ruin relationships with anyone, but I won't let anyone treat me like a loser or a weakling either. Is that clear?
"Quite," nodded the senior businessman. "And since it is clear, then let your overly sociable offspring get it into his head. If he comes within 10 meters of Sveta again, I will do something bad to him. I am warning you in advance and very clearly. I hope this is also clear?" The little son tried to jump up from his little sofa, but at a sharp gesture from Gaponov's hand, he fell back onto the soft seat. "He understood everything, Yuri," said the deputy mayor, although more likely the former deputy, since it's been almost 2 weeks since either the mayor or Ivantievka itself died. "This won't happen again. I give you my word." "Okay," Pak shook his head. "I understand. I wonder if Gaponov really did say something in a half-whisper, as soon as Pak closed the door behind him, or if Yura just imagined it. Who knows? But something told the savvy Korean that he had better consider these words spoken and prepare for the consequences with maximum thoroughness and seriousness. Because if Pak's hearing did not fail him, then when the door closed behind him, the deputy mayor, like a snake, hissed to someone, yes, to his offspring, who else? "Sit later." Having barely left the headquarters building, Yura quickly headed towards the cadet barracks, which had been converted into a dormitory for families. He urgently needed to talk to Chugayev. "Vladimir, tell me a terrible military secret," he began right from the doorway, without even really entering one of the tiny cabins where cadets used to live in pairs, but where family evacuees were now accommodated. In this one, In addition to the senior ensign, his wife and 2 children were also huddled. Is there some kind of gadget in your heroic structure that would allow you to easily open closed metal doors? The senior warrant officer clearly did not expect such a question, but he thought about it for no more than a second. Of course there is, Yura. Only not a thing, but a special means.
It's called Keem. A good thing, but it won't open a safe door. I warn you right away. You don't need a safe deposit box. Pack scratches his head. And will he take an apartment one? Almost certainly. Vladimir shrugs. If it doesn't work the first time, you can put a second charge on it. But why do you need it anyway? Then let's move on to the next item on the agenda. Yura pretends that he didn't hear the question asked by the senior warrant officer. Do you have a few truly reliable people in mind? The kind that you would be ready to go through fire and water with? And be sure that they won't abandon you or betray you. You asked a good question. Chugayev darkens. So let's go outside, have a smoke, and at the same time, you can tell me what you managed to get yourself into without me. Training Center, Flame. Klin, March 30th, Friday morning. We'll do it, Colonel, no problem. I report into the Iridium receiver and hang up. The guys look at me expectantly. They guessed from my phrases that I had received some new input during the conversation. They are not little. But they are all clearly interested in finding out what exactly did their beloved bosses prepare for them. Don't make such faces, guys, or I'll burst into tears right now, I swear, I grumble grumpily, putting the satellite phone back into the looter's bag. I'll tell you everything now. I immediately reported to Lvov about the results of our conversation with Panteleev yesterday, which lasted until midnight, despite the late hour. After listening to the full breakdown of the local affairs, Batya recommended not to go back that night. Well, unless, of course, the host side forcibly drives us out of the yard, and to call again in the morning, saying that the leadership has some ideas about us. And what about us? We are obedient military men. If they say, we dig. If they don't, accordingly, we don't dig. Of course, they didn't drive us anywhere from Playman. On the contrary, they put us up for the night in a building that just a couple of weeks ago had been a hotel for officers undergoing training at the center. True, they crammed all 4 of us into one room, which in no way reached the size of a presidential suite. Well, I already said that. We're not picky, and are used to the lack of comfort. Is it dripping from above? Is there a draft from the sides? Isn't it freezing below? Well, that's good. We thank fate, because it could have been worse. Again, in exchange for the information I gave him, the generous Panteleev even ordered that we be filled up with fuel to the brim in the morning. That's not a small thing, and very nice. Nowadays, UAZ is just a gift, not a car. Well, maybe not right now, but in the near future, it will become more and more noticeable. Because the further we go, the fewer parts there will be for very comfortable but wildly technological foreign cars. Plus, there is a real shortage of cool-branded auto repair shops and their professional equipment. In general, it will not be long before the time when beautiful and comfortable Mitsubishis, Toyotas, Chevrolets, and other Rovers will be sent to the scrap heap due to the impossibility of getting a replacement for some perfect thing like a thermostat, brake shoe regulator, or even the unfortunate cylinder head mounting bolt, because no one from Europe, America, or Japan will bring new parts. And UAZ? What about UAZ? It was repaired with swear words and a sledgehammer back in the mechanics' yards of collective farms of the Soviet era. Well, maybe it wasn't all that simple, but nevertheless, if something happened, the same hunter would be 1,000 times easier to bring to its senses than some BMW X5. But it's a glutton, this miracle of the Ulyanovsk auto industry. However, the same BMWs have never been distinguished by modest appetites either. In general,
we accepted the help with fuel with gratitude, and Saloka, purple with exertion, also dragged 3 canisters of 20 liters each, filled with 92nd from somewhere. And how did he steal them all by himself? He only had 2 hands. To my questions, like, where did you get the firewood, and who is actually paying for this whole banquet? Andrunka only slyly closed one eye and depicted on his impudent face something like this. From the series, If You Know Too Much, You'll Soon Grow Old, and God Bless Him. I already know that our Hohol will not miss his own. It is unlikely that the exchange was unequal, and canisters, especially with fuel, will definitely not be superfluous given our current activities. Okay guys, the situation is this. On the way back, we will have to go through Klin and Dimitrov. The commander really asked us to take a look at the situation in those parts. You never know. No matter how you look at it, we are neighbors.
If something happens, we will be without makeup.
On the one hand, it's true. Burov frowned, frowning. On the other hand, you have to be very careful. You were very right on the way here. These are problematic cities, considering what's happening. The streets are not very wide, the view around is poor, and there's also a bridge over the Moscow Canal in Dimitrov. You'll have to drive very carefully. Oh, come on. Gumarov raised his right eyebrow skeptically. Where haven't we disappeared? That's right, Salaka agrees sarcastically in the same tone. It disappeared, here and there. Everything my namesake says is correct. You have to be careful. There really are such places in some places. A person will set up an ambush correctly, and there's no way you can go. Okay, let's finish the arguments of the parties, I sum up. If a real professional sets up an ambush, then there's no way to go almost anywhere. The order still needs to be carried out, they said. Conduct primary reconnaissance and assess the situation. We will do it and assess, without forgetting about personal safety. Questions? No, sir. Saloka continues to clown around. Don't doubt it, sir. It's not the first time. We'll do it. If there are no questions, then let's get to work. Which is not surprising. I am the bachelor. Young and handsome, single and unmarried, and they are awaited at the base. Andreev, their families. Timur, his beloved girlfriend. Once I'm behind the wheel, I'll remind you once again. Don't relax, guys. How many good guys in Chechnya perished because they let their guard down at the wrong time? We don't need it. Klin looked frankly bad. There were no living people on the streets at all, only the dead, huffing and puffing for some unknown reason. The McDonald's on the side of the Leningradskoye Shossa had burned to the ground. Only the sooty walls were standing, and not all of them. A truck had driven through one of them, knocking down the flimsy decorative fence around the building. Into the ruins. A tanker, judging by the remains of the mangled tank. No, of course, in theory it could have been transporting milk, but milk does not have the property of exploding, literally turning a thick-walled steel barrel inside out. So, most likely, this truck was the cause of the fire. A little further, in the square with the fountain, the one at the intersection of Gagarin and Lenin streets, there are traces of people. Many spent cartridges and skeletons that were completely gnawed and torn to pieces. It looks like someone determined and well-armed was taking out the Semya shopping center located here. It is possible that our colleagues from the Klin District Department were working here. On the one hand, we would like to check. On the other hand, there is definitely no one in the department building. We drove past. Only dead people.
both around and on the premises. But there were practically no zombies in uniform, only civilians. Well, maybe a couple of dead people in gray police uniforms got lost in the crowd. But given the scale of what happened, such a number rather suggests that the local police were able to get their bearings in time and react correctly. But where their local colleagues could have gone and settled, who knows? Gumarov's version about the Klin sausage factory was dismissed outright. Food production, especially such a large one, is rats. And rats are great at zombifying themselves. Pantelev told us about this in great detail. Rats, dogs, any predators, except, oddly enough, cats, and omnivores, pigs or bears. But herbivores don't rebel, I've checked. That's good. Because when I heard about the pigs, I was terribly upset. I love pork, let's face it, especially in the form of shashlik. Looks like I'll have to switch to beef steaks. I'm not a fan of lamb. Soloka, with the air of an expert, said that if the local cops had taken up defensive positions anywhere, it was definitely at the brewery. But none of us knew where it was, so there was no point in wasting time looking for it. Let's note that Klin is doomed, but there are still some armed survivors there. This information is enough for a start. If we need more details, we'll conduct further reconnaissance. But in Dimitrov, we ran into something. More precisely, not even in Dimitrov itself, but at the railroad crossing at the entrance to the city, right after the bridge over the canal. And yet, everything looked so quiet and harmless. No one even had the slightest suspicion, until suddenly, a muzzle flash flared in the window of the crossing guard's booth, and a sheaf of large shot hit the side window right in front of my head. Holy shit! Damn! It wouldn't take long to shit ourselves. It's clear that the triplex of our UAZ should be able to withstand not only shot, but also a machine gun bullet. But it all happened too suddenly. No matter how you look at it, experience is a great thing. It seems to me that my head hasn't even had time to properly digest the sudden incident, but my arms and legs have already started working. I put the car in neutral, the handbrake up to the stop, turn the steering wheel to the left. You can't turn it to the right. We'll fly into the ditch, and to the left there's a whole lane of oncoming traffic, completely empty now. Got it. Handbrake down, reverse gear, clutch, brake. The UAZ freezes as if rooted to the spot. Fire! I bark in Timur's ear, and his Pecheneg bursts into an angry, clanking bark, through which the ringing of belt links and shells flying around the cabin is barely audible. I executed the police turn accurately as if on a racetrack. It was not for nothing that I trained so much in my time, and the barrel of Timorov's machine gun is now pointing directly at the booth. The attackers do not have the slightest chance. For the good old 7.62 by 54R, which in maidenhood is a 3-line cartridge of the 1908 model. A wall covered with plastic panels 1 brick thick is not an obstacle at all, just an annoying misunderstanding. In a word, when Gumarov unloads about half of the 100 box attached to the Pecheneg, there are no return shots. My God, how amazing! What was that? Burov's voice comes from the back seat, clearly trying to impersonate General Mikhalich from Peculiarities of the National Hunt. Well, damn, you're something else. You need the bag urgently, Tima, I drawled, thoughtfully touching the fresh burn on my right cheek with my fingertips, slightly swollen and damp to the touch. Ow, damn, that hurts. I remember one incident in the Army. During training, a PK shell casing flew beautifully right into the collar of a soldier's vest. And everything would have been fine, but in addition to it, poor Lesh was wearing a tunic and a heavy bulletproof vest at that moment. Well, I ask you to note, it was well fitted and disciplinedly buttoned. In short, while he was tearing it all off with screams and curses, the shell casing slowly slid from his collarbones to his belly button.
leaving behind a beautiful burn scar. That was the last thing we needed. Well, the thoughts in my head are somehow not corresponding to the situation. But that's what training is for, so that in a critical situation, the body acts on its own, practically without the participation of the brain, purely on reflexes. Tima, cover me. I give a short command and roll out of the UAZ. Behind me, I hear the doors slamming. My lovebirds have rushed after me.
No, a well-coordinated troika in a combat situation is a great thing. Not a single unnecessary word. Not a second wasted on commands and explanations. Everyone knows perfectly well what and how he should do. In one quick dash, we cover the distance from the car to the booth at the crossing and immediately rush inside. There is no point in gathering in front of the door. The windows in this shed are huge. Besides, one of them was blown to smithereens by a shot. Look at the fragments in the drying mud underfoot, glittering in the sun. And the walls will not provide any protection. We have already seen that. Which means we need to work quickly. On the move. How was it with Vysotsky? Forward and upward and then... Exactly. Trying to get through the doorway as quickly as possible, we hook ourselves inside and freeze, taking control of the only room, which is not at all difficult given its size.
Your leg. Soloka spits angrily onto the floor, covered in blood spreading from under two bodies. Nothing to add, I agree. The idiots who attacked us were about 30 years old. That's if you count them together, for two. Stupid brats. Why the hell did you need that? Texas Rangers, damn it. Andre almost hisses, picking up an old Izhevsk double-barreled over and under shotgun from the floor. With a quiet click, he breaks the gun, the extractor throwing two spent cartridges made of red plastic with the inscription, Record, onto the floor. Oh, you idiots. Bitch. It's scary to look at Soloka's face. So what the hell, huh? I understand his reaction perfectly. Andriuka has 3 children. The eldest girl is about the same age as these two were. I suspect that the questions are a bit late. There is no one left to answer them. Lowering the machine gun, which was hanging freely on my chest with the barrel down, I pull the old man out of the holster. Andre, I look straight at Soloka. Let's go to the porch, cover the rear. Control is on me and the things... I'll have a look at the things. Burov nods in agreement. Soloka was apparently going to say something, perhaps to object, but he didn't. He just waved his hand and went out into the street. Burov throws their meager belongings in cheap, tactical backpacks into the corner farthest from the corpses lying near the window. Really lousy ones, not even Chinese, like some Miltech, but from an unknown basement in the Moscow region. Like the workshop we burned down in Ivanteyevka. I freeze over the bodies with a pistol in my hands, again from a conversation with Panteleev yesterday. We found out what an incredible stupidity we had done near the warehouses on Pozharskaya, after shooting a gang of Azerbaijanis. It turns out that if you finish off a dead man after he has risen and turned into a zombie, that's one thing. In the worst case, he will become food for his own brothers. They will become a little smarter and faster, which in itself is far from sweet, but that's all. But corpses that have not been converted, they are natural doping and steroids in one bottle for zombies. From a scientific point of view, Panteleev himself could not describe all this. He said so like he himself is not strong in this nonsense, but if in Russian, and briefly, zombies, having gorged themselves on the unconverted flesh of their own kind, can very quickly turn into mutants. Yeah, those same mini-hulks from the FSIN checkpoint near Kaluzhskaya, or that incomprehensible rat panther whose neck I wrung when we were dragging the blonde out of the office center. True. Scientists call these mutants differently. Metamorphs, or, for short, just morphs. So what? It's also a normal word, short and capacious. I remember it from some science fiction book I read God knows when. There were also predatory creatures there, constantly changing and improving their fighting qualities. Those were also called metamorphs. Very similar, and it turns out that, out of ignorance, we laid a real buffet for some dead man who accidentally wandered into that courtyard. High calorie and nutritious. Damn. It is possible that the creature that dropped in on us during the removal of the warehouses, and that was only put down thanks to the guys from SOBR and their cord, was personally raised by me. And there were 3 more hanged men on the garden ring. Oh, damn, we really did a disservice to someone. The only slight excuse is that it was out of ignorance. Although, if someone ran into the morphs we raised, it is unlikely that he will agree with such mitigating circumstances. We are guilty. What can you do? All that remains is to take it into account and not screw up in the future.
And not to allow others to do the same. Okay then, control is only after the resurrection. It is more dangerous this way. You should never catch crows. If you gape, the newly resurrected corpse will sink its teeth into your leg, even though it is as dumb as a cork. They all have enough wits to bite to the full tactical depth of their mouths and grab a piece of meat with their teeth. But their conscience is clear. No one will be able to fatten up into a monstrous predatory creature on such a thing. So, we wait. When, 3 or 4 minutes later, the 2 bodies at my feet began to stir weakly, I unhesitatingly put a 9mm bullet into each of their heads. The dead men were completely dead, without having time to really come to life. Well, that's right. No problem. Dead people. Lie still and don't twitch. What do you have there? I turned to Borov, who has already rummaged through the backpacks. Nothing really. He waves his hand. The most valuable thing is the gun itself and 3 dozen rounds of ammunition. The ammunition, by the way, is also junk. Half of it is shot for ducks or hares. 5 bullets and a few shots. The rest is complete crap. Flasks, flashlights, folding knives, all terribly cheap, as if they were bought at a everything for 10 stall. And this, here, take a look. Andre hands me a thin stack of sheets of office paper with some printed text. I start reading the top one and, grimacing in disdain and spitting, throw them into the pool of blood that has flowed from the bodies. Where will you get the strength for anything if you can't run a kilometer in gym class and do 10 pull-ups on the bar? Where will I get a gun and rob caravans if you've only seen firearms in your miserable Counter-Strike? Where will you get the strength for anything if you can't run a kilometer in gym class and do 10 pull-ups on the bar? Where will I get a gun and rob caravans if you've only seen firearms in your miserable Counter-Strike? What made you think that stupid cops, who, unlike you, at least occasionally go to shooting ranges and carry their weapons on duty all the time, would just take their guns and give them to you on a silver platter? So 2 of you decided to bring this absolutely real scenario to life. And how did it end? Nothing. Just 2 corpses that have already begun to cool under my feet. Your soul. The reflections I had begun to have about the baby's tear were interrupted by Saloka standing outside on the porch. Boryan, come on, hurry up. There's a good crowd coming our way from the shopping center. A couple of 100 individuals, I guess. They must have been aiming for the shots. Well, maybe it's time to run. We have nothing left to do here anyway. The dead have been finally laid to rest. Burov took the gun and the cartridges for it, and there was nothing else of value or interest to us here. So, we're packing up. Not a word to Timur. I turn around and stare into the eyes of the lovebirds descending the 5-step ladder behind me. They only nod in agreement. Our Tatar shouldn't know who the bandits who attacked us really were. We are hardened and cynical ghouls, and somehow it makes everyone feel uneasy, both me and the guys.
I can see it in their eyes. And he is 10 years younger, and hasn't grabbed as much shit as we did in our time in Chechnya. No need to fray his nerves for nothing. What's going on? Gumarov had clearly been exhausted by curiosity in these few minutes. It's nothing. I made an indifferent face. Two morons decided to play illegal armed formation. With one double-barreled shotgun for two. Well, they played to the end.
You did a good job. You did a clean job. You killed them both. Timur playfully saluted with 2 fingers and stuck out his lower jaw, clearly imitating Schwarzenegger. As if to say, we can if necessary. Enough. You'll praise each other later, Soloka grumbles. It's time to get out of here. Otherwise, we'll get stuck in this crowd. Our armored car's engine isn't very powerful anyway. We'll get stuck in the crowd and we'll never get moving. He's right, but I'm not going to drive into the crowd of zombies that are wandering in our direction from the Spar supermarket located just a few hundred meters away. The snow has almost melted, there's a little mud. Anyway, I drove around this unbearably stinking crowd. Even in a closed car, the stench of rotting and caustic chemicals literally knocks you off your hooves. Along the side of the road and on the lawns. No, guys. We need to do something about this.
I said, when both the zombies and the shopping center from which they had emerged at the sound of our shots were left behind.
If such a crowd is going to crawl out every time we hear shots, we'll have to switch to some kind of halberds. It's hard, inconvenient, dangerous, but silent. Timur's 9 is clearly not enough here. We need to try to squeeze something out of Batya for this. At least silencers for the wedges.
There's no need to squeeze anything out of anyone. Soloka sighs quietly, turns around on the seat with a mysterious look and, bending over, begins to pick around in the depths of the dogman, rattling some iron things. Here, take this. With these words, Andrei places the Val machine gun with the butt folded between the front seats. Wow, I couldn't contain my amazement. And where did you get the firewood? From the forest, of course. Our miserly crest egged me on.
From the checkpoint on Kalyushskaya. I don't understand. Didn't you hand over the weapons you collected? To whom, Borya? Soloka's voice clearly betrayed his indignation. I don't recall any representatives of the Federal Penitentiary Service there. Filipochkin, may the kingdom of heaven be his, they didn't hit anywhere either, and he didn't have any cartridges for them. And no one in the squad knew about these guns. Well, that's how they got used to it. Well, Andreyuka, you are strong. I chuckle. And how much of it has taken root for you? Yes, there is something. He modestly lowered his eyes. A reserve. As we know, it does not beg for bread, does not weigh on the pocket, and does not fuck in the ass. No, well, judge for yourself, Borya. I would give these beauties. Yes, I would hand them over to that same Filipochkin for safekeeping. According to the inventory, damn it. And what? So now they would be lying there, in the middle of a nest of living carrion.
Without any use or sense. And who would benefit from this?
But they would have acted like the right thing, but to hell with such rightness. We needed it now. Voila, take it and sign for it. And if I hadn't cleaned it up in time, we would have made do with only Timka's storm, and would have sucked like a bear sucks on its paw. Okay, don't get excited, you've convinced me. I lift my hands from the steering wheel for a moment, conciliatory. I admit I was wrong, and now I repent. And what about the cartridges? Not so much with the cartridges, Andrei frowns. Only those that were found in the unloading bags of the dead Ministry of Justice officers. They weren't thrifty guys. May the earth rest in peace. But now the detachment has a lot of this stuff. I remember they loaded a lot on Pozhirskaya. If it's a lot, then it's good, I say thoughtfully, with the air of an Eastern Taoist who, after many years of meditation, has discovered the great truth.
Okay, that's it.
A technical stop for 5 minutes. We have already left Dimitrov. On both sides of the road there are only dirty fields, on which huge swaths of already rotted hay have been lying unharvested since last autumn. What, do you have to go to the toilet? Gumarov asks with a smile. Not really, I answer, stopping the UAZ on the side of the road. I want to hold this doll in my hands, because somehow I haven't had the chance to do so before. Well, you're something, snorts Timur. And there's no way to do it later? But I don't listen anymore. Like in that cartoon about Dobrynya Nikitich a year ago. Oh, girls, this is love. That's right. I have something similar now. I picked it up, and I don't want to let go. Light, no more than 2.5 kilos, some kind of lacy, not even a weapon, but like a toy in your hands. The short forend and pistol grip, made of rough, pleasant-to-the-touch plastic, just begged to be held. Damn, what a good thing. I won't give it to anyone. Mine. That's it, you gun fetishist, mutters the reasonable Burov. You can take care of this piece of iron later. And I want to go back to the detachment, to my family. There are about 45 to 50 minutes left, so don't drag it out. Start it and let's go. Peresvet, Moscow Region Oman Base, March 30, Friday, evening. How I envy the guys. They are doing well now. They arrived, got out of the car and rushed to their wives, girlfriends and children. They, you see, missed me. Yeah, and I, if I judge by their logic, missed Colonel Lvov a lot during my absence. Well, a lot, just terribly. Because, having barely parked our slightly lopsided Hunter on the driver's door window near the motor pool bays, I rushed to him to report. I didn't even react in any way to the carefully contorted, brutal face of the motor pool chief, Captain Yurka Gorbansov, standing at the entrance. I just threw up my hands. Forgive me, old friend, but I don't have time to fool around with you now. When I get back, we'll act out Mexican passions. We'll yell at each other heartily and in general. But for now, I have no time. I'm rushing to the carpet to see my superiors. I hadn't even managed to drive through the gates when 2 sergeants from the 2nd Company, young, recently hired, and only familiar to me by sight, who were standing guard at the checkpoint, began waving their hands invitingly, attracting attention. Are you Groshev? One of them asked as soon as I slowed down and opened the door. That's him, I didn't deny. The commander ordered that as soon as you arrive, you should come to him immediately. He is waiting. No problem. If he's waiting, then I'll arrive. I chuckled and, having dropped the guys off, drove to the motor pool. It took me a while to find a place on the large and usually half-empty area in front of the garages. The whole bald spot was filled with various construction equipment. Brand new truck cranes, manipulators, and excavators shone with their glossy sides in the bright, almost summer sun. Where did they get so many of them at once? Luckily for me, a UAZ is far from a 3-axle Ural, or even a PAZ, so I still found a place to put it, carefully squeezing between the brick wall of the garages and the wooden gazebo of the driver's smoking area. Having with difficulty climbed out through the barely ajar door, the wall of the garages simply did not allow me to open it any further. I looked around the car. Well, those idiots really ruined our triplex. We will definitely have to replace it. If it were a back door, then to hell with it. There's no time for aesthetics now. But through the web of cracks, the side mirror is not very visible. And that's not at all good. So, what? Yurok didn't understand my pantomime and decided to start a showdown right now? No, that won't do. Gorbansov is a good guy and generally not harmful, but he's very hot-tempered. And I really don't have time to listen to his ornate, obscene constructions right now. So, let's get out of here. Having grabbed the valve from the seat and thrown it over my shoulder next to the Tigra, and the compact bison with the folded butt simply in my hands, I squeezed like a snake between the wall and the side of the car. And having got out of the cramped space, with a quick step, trying to make it look like a hurried gait of a person hurrying somewhere and not like a panicked flight,
I retreat towards the barracks. Running up the stairs to the second floor, I notice that the number of sleeping bags in the corridors has definitely decreased slightly. What to Sofrino? To the rescue center? In principle, it is a completely possible option. They were planning to do so. So much the better. A lady leaving the crew increases its speed and improves its running characteristics. I mean, a woman off the cart is easier for the mayor. Otherwise, you see, they almost turned the location of the combat unit into a cross between a kindergarten and an almshouse. A group of 5- or 6-year-old boys suddenly flew out of the toilet, miraculously not knocking me down and trampling me into a pancake, and instantly dotted all the I's. It was a mistake, after all they turned. With a sad sigh, I stomp into the former psychological diagnostics room, which has now become a haven for our platoon. I need to throw off all the extra harness. It's not right to show up for an appointment with the boss with an RPS bulging with magazines and with 3 automatic weapons at once. It smells like cheap buffoonery. I pack the extra hardware and ammunition right on top of my sleeping bag, nodding to Misha, the same one who is so proud of his black kerchief, who is sitting on a massage chair pushed into the farthest corner. Keep an eye on it, I say. He nods silently in response, continuing to thoughtfully and almost silently strum the strings of his old Cremona, like I'll keep an eye on it, don't worry. Why should we waste any time chatting? During the general rush and fuss, you see, a lonely warrior sits in the quarters and celebrates like a slacker. But at the same time, he has a sling on him, and a machine gun with 2 magazines rolled up with duct tape is leaning against the chair. Just reach out your hand. Even a fool understands. The guy is on duty, guarding the platoon location and the property of the soldiers. And this, as it seems to me, is very true. In times of serious upheaval, a lot of different human scum always emerges, and while some, risking their lives, save people, others, in the noise, openly commit robbery and quietly steal. As they say, everyone has what they studied for, and who has what courage and impudence. Therefore, even at your own base, in the current circumstances, you should not leave things unattended. From the outside, it is almost a fortress, but inside here, they never even put serious locks on the doors. Somehow, there was no need for them before. What's the point of locking yourself away from your own people? But now, there are almost 3 times more outsiders at the base than your own. So you have to take the new realities into account. Leaving only the hip holster with the old man. After all, the situation now is not such that I can walk around completely unarmed, even in my own squad's base. I walk 10 meters down the corridor and, knocking softly, pull the door of the commander's office towards me. May I please, Colonel, Ensign Groshev? Don't make noise right from the doorway, Borya. Lvov interrupts my report with a wave of his hand. I'm not blind yet, and I can see perfectly well that Ensign Groshev arrived on my orders, like that little train from Romashkovo to its destination station. Wildly late, but full of fresh impressions. Well, Bati, frankly speaking, doesn't look very good. But his voice seems cheerful, and he even jokes, which means we'll get through it. Yes, sir, Alexei Andreevich. Impressions and various useful information. Through the roof. But this, Comrade Colonel, allow me to make a small request right away? Can't wait? The commander clearly finds the information I brought more important and interesting than my small requests. No, it's urgent. Okay, since it's urgent, go ahead and tell me what happened to you. On the way back, at the entrance to Dimitrov, some idiots opened fire on us. Nothing happened to us, but the triplex on the front left door was a nightmare. All cracked. You can't see a damn thing through it. You should cover me from Yura, because when I was driving the car into the park, he looked at me so hard that I thought he'd rip my scalp off with his bare hands. Oh, Borya, you're nothing but trouble, Lvov sighs theatrically. You beat up officers. You put defenseless Highlanders against the wall without trial. You hang colleagues, again, without trial or investigation. And now you're ruining the material base. And it seems to me that they won't send us any new triplexes for a long time.
Try to portray with all my appearance active repentance and readiness to embark on the path of correction and cooperation with the administration.
It seems to be working out well. Stop acting, the commander grins. I see that you are not only a writer, but also a great actor who died, and now he lies there, inside, decomposing and stinking. I understand everything. I will cover you from Gorbachev. Don't worry. Now let's get down to business. Believe it or not, there is a ton of work to do. If Lvov asks to get down to business, it means it's really time to stop with the lyrical digressions. Batya, like almost every high-ranking commander, is sometimes normal and sometimes merciless. Then again, he certainly has enough worries. So, let's get down to business. I take a flash drive out of my pocket, which I hand to the colonel, and open the notebook where yesterday I wrote down everything Pantalev told me for good measure.
I see you've approached the issue thoroughly, Lvov chuckles, plugging the flash drive into the computer.
What, you don't rely on memory anymore, intelligence?
A boot is more reliable in battle, Comrade Colonel. I calmly respond to the good-natured taunt. Yesterday they showed and told me so much my head is spinning, so it would be better to record it so as not to mix anything up. Well, I told you the main thing on the phone last night. Now it's time to show what is difficult to describe in words. So, as I already said, the cause of the epidemic is a virus. Moreover, if we believe the scientists from Flame, and I personally have no reason not to trust their words, this virus is artificially created. So, the pills did it to their own and our heads. And, as I understand, not out of malice. What do you mean? Dad clearly didn't understand me. How is it possible? Complete Alice all around, and suddenly without any malicious intent? In general, Pantalev did not dwell on this point, only in the most general terms.
This virus was planned as useful, a sort of rat-wolf among its kind. It kills everything, from flu to AIDS, and at the same time, it does not harm the body. On the contrary, it fights for the life of the carrier to the last.
Yeah, Lvov frowns. But the creators of this grace seem to have gone overboard with the dosage, and this crap fights for life even after the carrier has already gone to the land of eternal hunting.
Well, in general, something like that, I agree. There are some subtleties, but they do not affect the main meaning. Yes, the virus does not want the physical death of the host, so much that it raises his corpse from the dead. Yeah, benefactors, damn them. The commander exhales in his heart. Why couldn't they just sit there? They wanted, you see, to make all of humanity happy. And what happened in the end? Okay, what data do you have on their ability to mutate?
Open the morphs folder. Morphs? The commander asks again, clicking the mouse button.
That's what the biologists from Flame called the mutants, I explain, walking around Lvov's chair and standing behind his right shoulder, preparing to explain the funny pictures Pantalev presented to me. It's an abbreviation. The full name is metamorph, from the Greek metamorphosis, change, transformation. I think the meaning is clear. In general, a creature that is capable, if necessary and under favorable circumstances, of changing its appearance and even its physique, adjusting it to some specific tasks. Here, see for yourself. The commander slowly starts looking through the photographs. They were obviously taken at different times, by different people, and with different cameras. And even with mobile phone cameras. And the objects in them
were also different.
Some were slightly modified, having barely managed to grow large jaws with sharp fangs, like the former alcoholic I shot on Leninsky Prospect. And some had already managed to transform thoroughly, resembling the monkey-like bodybuilders from the destroyed FSIN checkpoint, or the one that the gatherings in the warehouses of large items had calmed down. There were others too, not only made of people. Some could still be identified. Well, it was still possible to guess that this mangy horror with a disproportionately huge head and crocodile fangs had recently been someone's pet, most likely an ordinary poodle. The remains of a haircut give them away. But others don't look like anything at all, except maybe prehistoric predators, like the same saber-toothed tiger. But it seems to me, tigers looked much more attractive in comparison. First of all, because they were predatory, but alive, and not decomposing corpses. In short, far from the most appetizing sight.
Well, in principle everything is clear with this. They are rebuilding themselves, turning into ideal hunters, and it seems not according to a common principle, but each in his own way. To whom what is more important, right?
Yes, sir, I agree. While Lvov was clicking through the photographs, I, periodically glancing at my notes, was retelling him the principle of turning an ordinary zombie into a morph.
So, you can't do control right away, the commander asks again.
It's impossible, I nod in agreement. The unresurrected can feed on such things. By the way, about that, he thoughtfully rubs the bridge of his nose. And to what limit can these beauties fatten up? What can we expect from them? Maybe it's time to get not only large-caliber machine guns, but also field artillery. Anti-tank, damn them. That's still unknown, Colonel. But the scientists, as I understand it, are going to work hard on it.
That's one of the reasons why they needed Skuratovich and other nerds from Vaccina so much.
They'll probably conduct all sorts of experiments. The commander chuckles sullenly. Training on cats. No, I shake my head. It's useless on cats. Cats don't get zombified. That's been proven. If the cat is really unlucky, it just dies. But it doesn't turn into a ghoul. Yes, the kiddies were lucky, Lvov drawls thoughtfully. And who else was lucky? Who didn't end up in the risk group? As I understand it, Alexei Andreevich, except for cats. All herbivores and, it seems, fish are immune to the virus. But I'm not sure about the latter. But all predators, except for cats, and omnivores, like pigs or bears, are affected. Just hold on. Birds. It's also not clear yet, but there is a suspicion that they may also rise up. It seems someone has already seen such dead crows and pigeons. Things are bad, the commander sighs.
Turns out that now we will have to fight not only with former people, but also with a good half of the animal world. Birds are generally a pittance. Before, they only shit on our heads, and now? It's not that bad, I disagree. As far as I understand, animals run away from their dead as fast as they can. And, unlike us, they don't gather in large groups. So it's easier for a dog to run away from its dead comrade than for a person. Dead birds are nothing at all. They can barely walk, and they can't fly at all. Oh, and one more thing. All zombies, regardless of species, don't like water. So what? Do we have to dig a fortress moat around the city now? Why not? There is construction equipment, hands that need to be occupied with something, so that their owners don't get stupid thoughts in their heads. 2. Of course, not right away. First, we need to finish what's really necessary. Move warehouses, put up a wall. But in the long term— No, Groshev, I look at you, and it seems to me that you have been preparing for such a devilry your whole life. Whatever you ask, you have an answer ready for everything.
Well, I told you, Comrade Paul. I remember, he interrupts me. I remember about your paranoid ward. I'm just grumbling out of exhaustion. Don't take it to heart. Okay, that's it. We've sorted out the dead in general terms. Let's move on to the living. What do you have to say about the survivors? I need a map. There's a map. The commander pulls out a thick, folded sheet of paper from the top drawer of his desk.
Help me unfold it. Having spread out a large-scale army map on the rather large conference table, I leaf through the pages of my notebook and begin reporting point by point. Narofominsk, Plamya, Balashika. The retelling of the information received from Panteliev and the Kantemirovites at the Solnechnogorsk gas station drags on for about 30 minutes. Again, I didn't forget to mention our observations and thoughts about Klin. And I also told about the shelling in Dimitrov in detail, asking that no one be told about the age of the attackers, so that the conversations wouldn't reach Gumarov. Batya treated the request with understanding. We should definitely stop by Sofrino. The commander looks at me intently when I finish. I mean, to Ashukino, to the brigade. You have a lot of acquaintances there from the old days. Well, now there are fewer than 5 or 6 years ago, but there are still enough. I did not deny. And they still seem to remember me there. It's good that they remember. It will be easier to get in touch. But you seem to be in touch with them anyway. Communication by radio is one thing, but personal relationships, especially in such a situation, when you can't figure out right away who you can expect what from, are much more important. Yes, Lvov is right here. You can't argue with that.
And also, Alexei Andreevich, another small enclave has appeared here. Almost right next door, you could say. Where is this? Yes, in Osiniki. There, a group of determined men took the village under their own protection. Your father? Yes, sir. You could say he was one of the instigators. Lvov thought hard. Well, he shook his head after a couple of minutes of silence. Maybe it's not the worst option. There's plenty of arable land there, and cowsheds and piggeries, and a grain threshing floor, and a breeding poultry farm. Although, judging by your report, the latter is not a profit. Rather, the opposite. In any case, you were right when you told the VHS. Eating expired stew is not right. So, I think it's absolutely necessary to be friends with farmers, like your fellow countrymen, on the basis of mutually beneficial cooperation, so to speak.
Throw those resolute men some weapons and ammunition from the reserve warehouses. There are plenty of them, we won't go broke. Or even set up a small garrison there. I feel that Lvov's thoughts have clearly captured my attention. Exactly, we don't need a large garrison, a platoon, or even a couple of squads, but with reinforcements, Tiger, there, with a big one, or even a box, the same BRDM. Let them be on duty there in shifts, like in Moscow, on Triumphalnaya, or quarter them there on a permanent basis. Well, the commander's fantasy has started working. Just like an ancient Russian prince, preparing to take another town under his wing. Not by force, fire and sword, when after such protection, only a smoking ashes remain, but by amicable means. How did he put it there? On the basis of mutually beneficial cooperation. I understand that Lvov just asked some question, but what it was, kill me, I didn't hear. Excuse me, Colonel, I was lost in thought. I'm asking, how many more people do we have in the Osiniki detachment? I thought for a second. Now, a little. Me, Puzanov, Gorbunsov, I think that's all. There used to be more, but some people were transferred to officer positions in the PPS and OVO. Some left the agencies completely. The commander's face darkened. Yes, it happened. About a year ago, several very competent and smart guys left the detachment. They left because they had reached their ceiling. There are few officer positions in the detachment. No new ones are expected, and no one is in a hurry to vacate the old ones. Not everyone is ready to be a permanent senior warrant officer. I, for one, I won't lie, also started thinking about transferring a while ago. And if it weren't for the end of the world, it is possible that in 2 years, I would have also left somewhere as a platoon commander, or even deputy company commander. Former Oman fighters are readily hired for such positions.
Ста ясне нині брудіння в війні, ви їх радіць таволі снарінателя на заски.
They themselves can do a lot,
They can show and teach others, and if necessary, they won't hesitate to force you.
От плюжи ни булигаба, выемление всены.
You'll have to try to find our former guys there if they're still alive.
Сены вме.
They and your father's friends could form a pretty decent self-defense unit.
Не дугаться, а мене блидя захах.
Anyway, here's another task for you. On the way back from Ashukino, you'll stop in Osiniki. You'll be passing by anyway, both there and back. But Borya, I'm warning you in all seriousness. First, Ashukino, because there's a large military unit and a refugee camp there. That's more important than relatives now, even if those relatives are useful for the cause.
Вострой, а все на ней не очень уценатели, не можно вели балетки, не в захах. Самые не, а внезательно не пругаты.
Got it?
Не же ессор.
Good. Look around your village. Talk to the people. Outline the prospects for mutual assistance. Look for ours. Get an R-159 from the signalmen. We got a lot of them from the Tabletka warehouse and have already debugged several of them. Who can figure it out in the army radio station?
Самые не...
I think no problem. There are at least 3 of them. Retired line officers. Mine is a motorized rifleman and 2 are either missilemen or just signalmen. In general, they will cope. It's not rocket science. So much the better. The commander nods with satisfaction. The radius of the 159th is not very impressive, and Osiniki is less than 10 kilometers from us, in a straight line. It will finish off for sure. In general, Groshev, the task is clear to you. I hope. For now, rest, and in the morning, start acting. Interlude 2, Yevgenia Vorobyova. The second lesson at the warehouse was, well, not to say boring and useless. No, Zhenya already understood perfectly well that in handling weapons, boring is not just possible. You have to endure it. And useless is simply not possible. Any information about deadly, but at the same time life-saving, hardware is necessary. However, no matter how you look at it, repeating the same movement for a good 5 hours is a dreary and monotonous activity, even if it is 3 times more useful. Uncle Kolya barely had time to tell him how beautifully she managed to show off in front of her tent neighbors last night, reacted completely differently from what she expected. No, he did not swear. He only frowned and quietly, as if to himself, muttered, "The security measures are a complete disaster. We will fix them." And then he winked mischievously at her and said, more as a statement than a question, "So, Eugenia, are we going to teach you motor skills?" Zhenya, frankly speaking, guessed the meaning of the question statement from the context rather than understood it. The word motorics was quite familiar to her. But what motorics was Grushin going to teach her, and in what way? Despite some doubts, she nodded readily. There is no point in refusing to study, especially if the teacher himself offers it, and does not even ask for money in return. Ignorance is now not just darkness, but rather eternal darkness. If you agree, then watch carefully. The senior warrant officer carefully removed the kedder from her neck, and with a casual but practiced movement, threw the belt loop over his right shoulder, and then quickly and deftly raised it, taking aim. "It's clear?" "Yeah," Zhenya nodded uncertainly. "And what exactly is clear?" Well, the girl was confused for a second, remembering the previous lesson and trying to formulate her thoughts more clearly and concisely. The weapon is at eye level. The butt is firmly pressed against the shoulder. The left hand is held near this, what is it called? Magazine well, and not near the barrel. What else? Ah, the front sight and the sight ring must be aligned immediately. "That's it?" Grushin asks.
"I think so." Zhenya shakes his bangs in agreement. "Uh-huh." The senior warrant officer looks clearly displeased, although she didn't seem to have missed anything important from his explanations yesterday. "That's just it. Uncle Kolya, what's wrong? What have you forgotten? Xenia slightly adds a pitiful intonation to her voice. This has a very beneficial effect on men. The main thing is not to overdo it. It's not you who forgot, Beauty, but I, a rotten stump, going out of my mind. I missed almost the most important thing. Look what I'm going to do now. Look carefully. Grushin lowered the submachine gun, which hung freely on his belt. And then again, but this time slowly, clearly demonstratively, he aimed it at the nearest rack. Did you notice anything? Xenia shook her head in disappointment. No, Uncle Cole. Okay, let's try one more time. The elderly storekeeper again assumed a standing shooting position. Well, Xenia was about to answer negatively again. But then it was as if a small light bulb faintly flickered in her brain. Uncle Cole, can we do it one more time? The senior warrant officer readily repeated and looked at Xenia with hope. A finger? She suggested timidly after a second's hesitation. Oh, you're my clever girl, Grushin beamed. That's right, a finger. The girl, embarrassed by the praise, felt her cheeks, which had apparently become red, warmer. Clearly very pleased, Grushin continued his explanation. You see, Eugenia, weapons are extremely serious things. Take, for example, a hammer. It was invented to hammer nails, or an axe to chop wood. Purely peaceful tools. But you can kill with them quite easily. I won't even mention a kitchen knife, which, if you believe police statistics, is the most deadly invention in the history of mankind. And with all these, the senior warrant officer gestured broadly at the huge shelves around him. Machine guns, it's even more serious. They were originally invented for one single purpose, to inflict injuries on living people that are incompatible with life, and they require the most serious treatment. Do you understand? Xenia shook her bangs in agreement, remembering how quickly the riot police who had saved her had dealt with the crowd of living dead from whom she had been hiding behind the iron door of the office. Guns were serious things. They were an opportunity to take someone's life, or save your own, which she hadn't understood a month ago, and had been frankly afraid of shooting iron. Like, if you can kill a person with this thing, it must be bad. And here Uncle Kolya had given a very good example, a kitchen knife. Really, how many people had been driven to their graves with its help in various family conflicts and drunken brawls? So what now, should I break bread with my hands and bite off sausage from a whole stick with my teeth? You can also kill a person with a knife. So does that mean it's also bad? So, Grushin continued meanwhile, when handling a weapon, the most important thing is safety. There is nothing complicated about it. Everything is extremely simple. Do not point the weapon at a person, unless of course you are going to shoot that person like a dog. Do not feed a cartridge into the chamber unnecessarily. Under the expressive gaze of the elderly Special Forces soldier, Xenia blushed again, and this time much more deeply. Oh, he drawled with satisfaction. Got it. Huh? As one of my fighters used to say, showing off is a sacred thing, if it's justified. But with you, Eugenia, forgive me, so far it's only come out in the style of, I showed off pointlessly with pointless showing off. The girl was so ashamed that she was ready to fall through the hangar floor into the ground. And the senior warrant officer who noticed this sweetened the pill a little. Don't blush so much. It's more my fault. I sent you galloping across Europe with the arrangement, but forgot to tell you about the safety measures. You haven't even heard of them. So what can we say about non-compliance? Well, it's Uncle Kolya. Like all the investigators in the movies say, ignorance of the law is no excuse. That's also true.
Grushin chuckled with annoyance. Okay, both are guilty. A little later we'll give each other a reprimand, with an entry in their personal file and a chest injury.
Zenka, imagining the process of getting a reprimand in her chest, giggled loudly, looking first at Grushin and then at her own chest, which was clearly visible even from under her baggy army camouflage jacket. Deciding to have a little fun for greater effect, she slightly pulled her shoulders back, which made them even more noticeable, as if ready to be reprimanded, after which she burst out laughing. The senior warrant officer, who had clearly grasped the reason for her amusement, suddenly became embarrassed. We got distracted. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, in general, what I just showed you is also a safety measure, although, oddly enough, you won't find this in writing in any order on firearms training, either military or police, which is not correct. In general, this point can be formulated something like this: never touch the trigger unnecessarily. Do you understand? Zhenya nodded uncertainly. Don't worry, Eugenia. I'll show you now. Grushin smiled broadly and again raised the keter to his shoulder with a smooth and slow movement. Look, while this rattle is pointing down with its barrel, my index finger is on the receiver. But as soon as the butt is pressed into the shoulder and the front sight begins to align with the rear sight, I immediately move it to the trigger. See? And when I stop aiming somewhere from it and start lowering the barrel down, I immediately move my finger back to the receiver. I see. I understand. Good that you understood. Now try it yourself. Zhenka, having taken the submachine gun from Grushin's hands, slowly repeated the movement that the senior warrant officer had just demonstrated to her. Okay, he nodded with satisfaction. Now we'll make it more difficult. Before you move your finger to the trigger, you also need to take the weapon off safety.
Can you handle it?
A little emboldened, Zhenka only snorted quietly and did what was required, a little faster. It seemed that it was not for nothing that she had chewed her finger the day before and Grushin had bent the excessively tight safety catch. It was done quickly and quite deftly. Well done, the storekeeper praised her again. And now, Eugenia, stand in that corner and aiming at the wall, slowly repeat this movement 3,000 times. At first, Zhenya decided that either she had misheard or Grushin had misspoken, and she stared at the senior warrant officer in surprise. What did you think? He chuckled in response to her silent question. Mastery is the result of hard work. The only way to develop automatism in actions is through monotonous and repeated repetition. Long, tiring, I agree. You definitely won't manage it in one go. For starters, you should at least manage 1,000 repetitions today. But nothing better has been invented yet. So hold on, beauty.
As they say, work turned a monkey into a man.
Yeah, so that a little later I can turn him into a horse. Zhenya sighed sadly and obediently trudged to the indicated corner. There, getting into a more comfortable position, she raised the keter to her shoulder, raised the rounded safety catch one click up, and, sliding her index finger along the cold metal and moving it to the trigger, took aim at an old stain on the wall. Lowering the submachine gun and removing her finger from the trigger, she whispered under her breath, "Once." Yes, it looks like the next few hours are going to be quite memorable. The main thing now is to keep count. In general, Zhenya had practiced preparing to shoot a submachine gun in a standing position, minus lunch, and, well, she had to step away for a while a couple more times, almost until dinner. But she could honestly say that she had done the 1,000 repetitions prescribed by Grushin, for which she was awarded another compliment from him.
Well done, Eugenia. I thought you'd break down and go sour.
But you, I see, are stubborn. That's good. In times like these, you need a strong character. Otherwise, you'll perish for nothing.
Already saying goodbye, Zhenya decided to ask the senior warrant officer a question that had been troubling her since the morning. Uncle Kolya, can I not come alone next time? Not alone? With a thoughtful look, the storekeeper carefully, with the very tips of his fingers, touched the old scar on his cheek. It depends on who with. The girls asked at breakfast today, the girl explained quickly, realizing what Nikolai Nikolaevich meant. You were right. Normal people have already begun to come to their senses and are now trying hard to make it clear that they do not intend to remain dead weight. But not everyone knows how best to do this. So, you say, not all your neighbors want to continue being ballast? Grushin clearly thought seriously about her question.
Let's do it this way. First, I'll train you a little. And when I decide that you are already quite suitable as an assistant, then you can bring your volunteers. In fact, it wouldn't hurt me to have someone on standby to tell and show the simplest things. Besides, during this time, you see, someone will drop out on their own. Because in the heat of the moment, many people think that they are capable and ready for any feat. But 2 or 3 days pass, and lo and behold, the little person has burned out. The initial enthusiasm has passed, and it turns out that there was no real desire and perseverance. Why do I need people like that? Why would I waste my time on them? Despite the resentment that was swaying somewhere inside, Zhenya had to be honest. First of all, with herself. The senior warrant officer was right.
It would really be a good idea to let the girls who were fired up by the tempting idea settle down, to see for whom it was just a momentary whim multiplied by emotions, and for whom it was a truly firm and conscious desire. Time showed that Nikolai Nikolaevich was right. For 4 more days, she continued to go to the warehouse to study alone, making excuses to her tent neighbors who were at first rather persistent in asking questions, saying that the sensei had not yet made a final decision on their account. Incidentally, she had already completed the 3,000 preparations assigned to her by Grushin by lunchtime on the 3rd day, after which she began to thoroughly and leisurely study the Makarov pistol, which after the K-dur did not seem so difficult to her. The classes were interrupted only for meals and sanitary stops. Well, Grushin was distracted several times a day to hand out weapons.
It seemed that Zhenya had guessed right. Not only her tent neighbors had matured to the point of realizing the seriousness of the changes in their lives. When another visitor, or even a group of 3 or 4 people knocked on the hangar door, the storekeeper sat down at the laptop on the table and began busily, if not very quickly, entering data from the passports of those who had come into the columns of some program. Then he went into the depths of the warehouse and returned from there with brand new Semenov carbines, canvas pouches, and paper packs of cartridges. She found out what the weapon issued by the senior warrant officer was called after the first visitor. When he went outside, Zhenka wrinkled her forehead and looked at Grushin. Uncle Kolya, this rifle looks familiar. Where could I have seen it? It's not a rifle, Eugenia, he chuckled in response. It's an SKS, a Semenov self-loading carbine. And you most likely saw it with the honor guard. The tomb of the unknown soldier near Red Square, do you remember?
Exactly.
The girl smiled.
There are soldiers standing in those glass booths, motionless, like mannequins. And when they change, they march beautifully.
Yep, Grushin chimed in.
They have exactly the same carbines there. There are still a lot of them in the warehouses, in reserve. So we issue them.
And who should be given it? Who shouldn't? Look on the computer?
Zhenya recalled the conversation with the tired woman who registered her at headquarters.
According to him, dear.
Nikolai Nikolaevich agreed.
There is one very sensible base here. If someone has a criminal record or was registered in a mental hospital or with a drug addiction specialist, he will immediately signal.
So what does this mean? If a person has once done something stupid or is sick, then he can be thrown to be eaten? Zhenya was indignant.
Oh no, my dear, don't confuse the warm with the soft.
If a person is convicted of petty hooliganism or an economic offense, that's one thing. But if they're convicted of serious or especially serious crimes, giving weapons to such people is like letting a wolf into a sheepfold. It won't end well. And about the sick, Eugenia, even in the completely calm Soviet stagnant years, there was such a term, incapacitated, that is, incapable of independent activity. Mind you, even in completely calm and peaceful conditions, incapable. And as for what's going on around us now, there's nothing to say. How can you give a weapon to someone like that, with which he himself doesn't know what he'll do the next second because in his head there's a vinaigrette mixed with kirieshki? Personally, I don't like having such citizens behind me at all, and especially if they also have guns. So, it seems to me, we need to arm only those who have figured out the need for it themselves.
And the rest?
The rest of us will continue to be guarded, so that they won't be eaten. It seems like we haven't taken these responsibilities off ourselves. But to force weapons on everyone is just plain stupid. As they say, you can't force someone to like you. Zhenya fell silent, thinking over the words of the elderly Special Forces soldier. Again, you can't argue. Living next to an armed murderer, robber, or rapist is, to put it mildly, a dubious pleasure. And an armed madman as a neighbor was also perceived without much optimism. True, these are such times that not long ago a completely decent and law-abiding citizen could have done such a thing. Like those policemen on Sadovaya, whom the riot police who saved her put in the noose without much discussion. Just a month ago, they seemed to be protecting the law, fighting crime. Although, if they rushed to rob and rape at the first opportunity, then most likely they were rotten at heart from the beginning. Those same riot policemen, the same spotted one who saved her. With their armored personnel carriers, training, and weapons, they could have become such a gang that they would roll almost anyone into a pancake. And those who could not, they would run away from them. But no, they risked themselves. And they pulled her and those poor souls out on Sadovi, and not just them. When she tried to find her savior on Triumphonaya and explained that she had said something stupid, not wanting to offend him at all, she was told that he and his subordinates had already left on an important mission. It was a shame. He had, so to speak, given her a second life, and she hadn't even had time to thank him. So, beautiful girl, are you dozing off there or something? Nikolai Nikolaevich's voice pulls Zhenya out of her reverie. And who did you dream about? A gentleman, I suppose. Zhenya just silently blushed. Oh, these old people who have seen a lot and are experienced. You can't hide anything from them, as if they can read your mind. Okay, don't be embarrassed. Grishin smiled broadly. But dreaming about suitors is for your free time from studying. And now, partial disassembly and assembly of the pistol, for now, without a stopwatch, but as fast as you can. Ready? And so it was for 3 days in a row. And from the 4th day onwards, quite serious changes began to take place in their tent. First, one of the girls left, having signed up for an agrarian commune. Then 2 more went off somewhere with a dashing-looking young pretty girl, who on the 5th day showed up out of nowhere in their camp in the morning and began to agitate young and attractive refugees to go with her to some bazaar. She promised almost heaven on earth, a good, safe place to live, hearty and abundant food and easy work. To Zhenya's direct question, like, what kind of work is this? She only goggled her impudent eyes with feigned admiration and briskly chattered, "It's a fairy tale, not a job. You'll be lying on the couch all day and spitting at the ceiling." The girl's entire appearance, cheap, but with a claim to local glamour things, typical Dolce & Boer from the Cherkizovsky market, but bright and shiny. An obvious overkill with cosmetics, hair burnt with hydropyrite almost to the state of tow, vulgar behavior, and a strong Ukrainian accent. All this was enough for Zhenya to understand what their unexpected guest was. But the explanation of the job responsibilities, for which they promised simply unearthly benefits in these times, finally dotted all the I's. The dyed Ukrainian girl recruited them as prostitutes. "Listen, beautiful girl," the girl drawled, looking her in the eyes with the utmost seriousness. "You should get out of here, otherwise I can upset you beyond belief."
She was about to say something in response and even took a deep breath. Apparently a loud scream was planned. But at the sight of the cedar, carelessly pulled out from under the peacoat unbuttoned by the top 3 buttons, the Ukrainian girl literally choked on the air she had sucked in and quickly dashed off somewhere between the tents. However, the visit of the representative of the oldest profession was not in vain. While Zhenya was clicking the fuse in the RAV warehouse, 2 more girls quietly left the tent, having collected their few belongings and without saying a word to anyone. Moreover, the guardian angels from the outer perimeter later said that they saw them getting into the bottle green Grand Cherokee, in which the dyed girl arrived from her mysterious bazaar. When she told Uncle Kolya about what happened the next morning, he only shrugged his shoulders and muttered, "Natural selection has begun. Everyone has the right to stomp to hell on their own path." Well, yes, actually. The girls made the decision to go to that very bazaar independently and consciously. No one dragged them into that jeep by force, wrapped in an old rug. No one forced them to do anything with force or threats. That's why the sentries on the perimeter did nothing. The collective farm is a voluntary matter. They decided to leave. It's their full right. But now they, and only they, will bear responsibility for their step. After remaining silent for another half-minute, Grushin looked at Zhenya and asked, "What, Eugenia? Have not all the volunteers lost their fighting spirit yet? If anyone still has the desire, bring them all to me tomorrow. We will arm them and begin training them." The next morning, when Zhenka led her Tima into the semi-dark warehouse, there was not only sincere surprise in the eyes of Nikolai Nikolaevich, who stood up to meet them, but also serious respect. And that's it. There was a reason. Why be modest? Because there were 5 of them with her. No, if you consider that at first almost 2/3 of the tent's inhabitants were going to be Grushin's students, the result might not seem so impressive. But it was a result. Only those who really wanted it came here with her. "Well, what, Grushin cleared his throat and then suddenly cast a mischievous glance at the quiet girls and continued, "Saida, Farida, Zuha, Layla, follow me, young ladies." The girls, who had entered a little hesitantly after Zhenya, who had already become quite comfortable in the warehouse, lined up near the wall and looked expectantly at the senior warrant officer, who was clearly enjoying playing Red Army soldier Sukhov. "So young and beautiful, what should I arm you with?" he drawled thoughtfully, looking at the girls carefully. "Peresvet, Moscow Region Omon Base, Osaniki Settlement, March 31st, Saturday, morning afternoon." I managed to talk to Gorbatsov only the next morning. I intercepted him at the gates of the motor pool, where he was letting out, for construction work as I understand, those same brand new Chinese photon trucks that I had noticed yesterday. Despite the commander's promise yesterday, I decided to surrender immediately. As the saying goes, the sword won't cut off a guilty head. "Yura, listen. Here's the thing." "Oh, you've been a pest," he snorted in response. "When he damages government property and then sneaks away and hides behind his bosses, he's a hero. When he looks the victim in the eye, he starts wriggling, sweeping up dust with his tail, like a naughty dog." "So, Yuri Vladimirovich," I switched to a cold official tone, "are you going too far?" "Ahem. Well, maybe the kid overdid it.
There is obvious embarrassment in Gorbansov's voice. That's what I'm talking about. We didn't shoot up this damn triplex ourselves while drunk. If we'd been driving a regular UAZ, half my head would have been blown off, god damn it. Are you saying that you'd be more comfortable with that option?
Okay. Don't pout, Groshev, or you'll burst.
The motor company commander had clearly changed his mind about swearing and making a scene. I'm fine, just out of habit. Well, yes, I chuckle skeptically. Habit is second nature. Yura, we need to leave today. I know, he waves his hand in response. Dad warned me yesterday. They're working on your car right now. There was no time at night. They were getting the Chinese cars into working order. With these words, he nodded towards a truck crane passing us, the cabin of which was painted cheerfully, purple with a pearlescent sheen. And they, as I noticed, are all like that. Not trucks, but some kind of Christmas tree decorations. And also Chinese. There, as I understand it, overly bright and poisonous acidic colors are in fashion, judging by their goods.
Where did you get these Christmas tree balls from, anyway?
You won't believe it. They found it in Posad. Not far from your house, by the way. Behind the overpass, there used to be something like a small motor depot. And now there's a sales salon for all this Chinese crap. Various trucks, truck cranes. Well, it's strange. How many times I drove past? Turns out I didn't even see. There's a high fence there, so I didn't see it. We wouldn't have found out ourselves. One of the refugees told us when we were recruiting builders, drivers, and construction equipment operators. Well, we didn't get confused. That's true. I nodded in agreement. In a big family, you can't just spit, especially in times like these. So, what's the deal with our pepalats? Come on. This family is not that big now. What's sitting and lying around in warehouses and other bases is more than enough for the rest. Another thing is that time is running out. That's true. And your UAZ, I think, will be ready in half an hour. But you, try to be more careful in the future. After all, the spare parts kit is not endless. Damn, Yura, I'd be happy to, but it's not always up to me. For example, how did we bother those idiots in Dimitrov? No, they ruined our car and got themselves into trouble, and I feel like there's more to come. I think that now, with the initial problems of how to survive and find a base somewhere, people will sort it out, and then something like this will start. Any Mad Max will be smoking enviously on the sidelines. Gorbansov doesn't even try to object. He's also a seasoned veteran and knows human nature firsthand. No matter how bad things are, there will always be some free-thinking individuals who will do their utmost to make the situation worse. It's always been this way, and it will always be this way. You can't change people. Okay, you're sorry again about the triplex. I'll go raise my guard then. If anything happens, we'll wait in your smoking room. Fortunately, the weather is whispering. Yeah, okay, he says shortly and quickly, almost running. Takes off towards the truck that clearly won't fit into the turn.
Stop! Where to? Where to? You're Saul by the leg! What did you drive before? A Logan?
Okay, I see. There's no time for me now. It's time to get out of here, quietly, in English. No need to bother people. There was no need to raise the guardsman from anywhere. My not quite holy trinity was waiting in the hall in front of the duty station's aquarium. Timur, leaning his back against the wall and pressing the butt of the pecheneg to the floor, meditated with his eyes closed. Burov looked around melancholically, sitting on the ammunition boxes with our BK stacked on top of each other. Soloka was sorting through something in his bulky canvas bag, carelessly thrown on the windowsill. All were equipped in the same neutral militaristic style. I quickly looked over all three. I found no reason to find fault or make a remark regarding their weapons and equipment. In principle, it would be strange if I found any. The guys are far from newbies. However, the principle, trust but verify, has not been cancelled. The commander is responsible for the entire group, and if one of the soldiers forgot something or didn't take something into account, then the commander who missed that moment will still be primarily to blame. What, Bor? On the mortar? Borov looks at me questioningly from below. Exactly. I nod in agreement. They are finishing the pepelats. It will be ready any minute. So you can sit in the smoking room near the boxes for now. If anything happens, you can accept the car yourself. And I'll drop by the signalman. They were supposed to prepare the 159th for us in Osiniki in the code table. Who needs that table there?
Snorts Solika, tearing herself away from the contents of the bag.
They should first remember to press and release the push-to-talk button in time.
Don't say that, Andruk, I object. There are at least 3 of them, retired officers. Career officers, not pinsnecks.
Well, if that's the case. Our crest throws his tarpaulin monster over his shoulder. All right, guys, get out. Gumarov, get up. You'll sleep through the kingdom of God. I'm not sleeping, he yawns in response. Again, I'm not entitled to your kingdom according to my religion. A paradise garden with houris awaits me. Already running up the stairs, I hear Burov chuckling in response. Make sure Paulina doesn't hear you. Otherwise, you'll get houris. Exactly, I chime in from the middle of the flight. Otherwise, it will turn out like in that joke about, it doesn't matter which ear the skullcap is on. What kind of skullcap? Wait, I said, be a man and tell me.
Otherwise, you've intrigued me, but then I'm running away.
I had to go back to tell Timur a very old joke, which he, apparently, simply doesn't know due to his youth. So, in the old Soviet years, an Uzbek decided to marry a Ukrainian. Well, flowers and candies, walks in the park. As expected, in short. The wedding approached. Then he tells the bride, like, darling, I have to warn you about one of our national peculiarities. Like, if I'm walking home from work and my skullcap is pushed over my right ear, everything's fine. I'm in a good mood, I'm bringing you a present. And I'll cook pilaf myself in the evening. But if the skullcap is on my left ear, it means I'm in a bad mood. Put on a burqa. Hide in the closet and don't even catch her eye until tomorrow. She listened and replied, No problem, darling, I understand everything. But I also have to tell you about one of our national peculiarities.
If you're walking home from work, and I meet you at the gate with my arms folded across my chest, everything's fine. The house is clean, dinner is on the table and all that. But if I'm standing with my hands on my hips, I don't give a damn which ear your skullcap is on. Gumarov thought for a moment, as if remembering something from his relationship with Polya, and then burst out laughing. Burov laughed too. Only Soloka snorted quietly. An old joke, Bor, and in general, you could say, not a joke at all. At least for those who have seen the evil Ukrainian woman in action. For those who have seen it, it's not funny at all. I've seen it, I agree with Soloka with a serious expression. My grandmother is from near Poltava. If something's wrong, dig full-profile trenches, set up anti-tank hedgehogs and launch anti-personnel hedgehogs. And even that almost certainly won't help. It's easier to surrender to their mercy right away. Maybe you'll get less. Okay, you've had your laugh. And wake up, go to the motor pool, and I'll go to those who get into the rain and mud. Having received from the signalman a heavy, like a granite tombstone, R159 box, a spare battery and a charger for it, I load all this disgrace on myself and stomp after the guys. After all, the Soviet Army communications are a scary thing. The 159th weighs almost 14 kilograms. I remember that in Chechnya, signalmen were officially allowed not to wear a bulletproof vest. Firstly, under the double weight of the armor and the radio, only Schwarzenegger would be able to move more or less quickly. And secondly, the R-159 itself could stop an enemy bullet no worse than a bulletproof vest. But on the other hand, it provides stable communication for 18 kilometers in any dirt and in almost any conceivable temperature range on the whip of the standard antenna.
And when combined with a cipher block, it encrypts the transmitted signal in such a way that the enemy's brains will boil before he decrypts the captured signal without a decoding computer. And even with a computer, it's far from certain that everything will work out. Personally, in the Army, our instructor told me during communications classes that the signal encrypted by the historian cannot be decrypted in principle. That's it. Period. Of course, he may have lied a little for the sake of a catchy phrase, but I'm selling it for what I bought it for. In general, it's a beast of a machine, except for the weight. Recently, however, Severkas and arbalets have broken through into the troops, which weigh 3 to 4 times less and can hit even further. But they are increasingly used by special forces and reconnaissance units, while ordinary infantrymen still carry R-159s on the back of their necks.
Damn, it's so good that I don't have to carry it on my back to Oseniki. I puff, carefully removing the straps of the radio from my shoulder. What, Boria? Are you tired? Burov narrows his eyes sarcastically. And I flew around like a crazy moose for 2 years on a contract. You paratroopers are supposed to, I snap back jokingly. You're tough. Nobody but us and all that. So practice your mighty finger flapping. As one of my friends used to say, showing off is a sacred thing, but only on condition that it's justified. Andrei didn't have time to answer me. The grimy face of one of the detachment mechanics stuck out from the door of the third box from us. Your unit is ready, guys. Get it quickly, otherwise we have a queue here. Got it, Slavyan. I'm running. Taking the keys out of the sleeve pocket of my Gorka, I quickly moved towards the box.
Is he high on henbane or something? Timur breathed out in amazement when he saw a dizzying somersault performed by a Zhiguli 15 about 300 meters ahead. That's true, however. It seemed to me that it wasn't just henbane. The driver of the Zhiguli had clearly consumed something stronger. In short, the gray police-colored passenger car flying towards us not only managed to squeeze out a good 150 on, frankly speaking, a poor road. The activist sitting behind the wheel also didn't slow down before the railroad crossing. In short, a takeoff, as if from a springboard, a short flight, and a somersault into a deep ditch turned out. Hollywood, with its highly paid stuntmen, is blackly envious. It's the end, Soloka concluded calmly from the back seat. Definitely no options. But it turned out that the driver of the 15 was not only crazy, but also a damn lucky son of a bitch. When our UAZ, screeching its brakes, stopped on the side of the road near the accident site, he had already gotten out of the car, which was literally crumpled into an accordion. But he behaved somehow, inadequately. As soon as I opened the door, he, with crooked hinges, but quite quickly, took off into the forest. So normal. It seemed like he was just standing, holding onto the central pillar, shaking his head, coming to his senses. And now he is already racing, like Carl Lewis in the 100-meter dash. Look, his back has already stopped flashing between the still bare branches of the bushes. He ran away, Burov calmly states the fact. Why would that be? By the way, it's our car, a police car, but the citizen is in civilian clothes.
And anyway, if a person runs away from the cops so quickly, it's not clean. That's not a fact, I objected in fairness. We don't have anything written on us that we're from the police, or maybe he suffered from some werewolves, like those freaks from Sadavoya. Then it's understandable. Or like this, Andrei calmly agreed. In any case,
I'm not going to run after him through the forest and find out what's going on. Batya has given us other tasks. It's a fact, I nod. But the car needs to be checked, just in case. You never know. Am I right, Andrei? My question is no longer addressed to Burov, but to Soloka, who is actively nodding his head in agreement, like a Chinese dummy. Who would have doubted it? Of all people, it is Andrei, like that policeman Tereshchenko from the green van, who is always ready to look for some material evidence. If you agree, let's go. And you and Timur, I turned to Burov, who had already managed to get out of the UAZ, will be on cover.
I didn't see any weapons on the shady guy, but you never know. We approached the broken 15th with the utmost caution. The forest, even if there are no leaves on the trees yet, is serious, which our partisans demonstrated to the Germans during the Great Patriotic War. It is still possible to fire from behind trees or unmelted snowdrifts. You won't understand where it came from, and that's on the condition that there will be anyone to understand. So, God protects those who protect themselves, but all our efforts were in vain. The driver, it seems, tore away from the accident site as fast as he could and didn't even think about organizing an ambush. We couldn't find anything interesting in the car. From the inscriptions on the back doors, we only found out that it was a 15 from our Passad unknown. But someone had thoroughly dismantled the car. The glove compartment was empty. The trunk was also empty. Not only were there no armor protection devices required by a patrolman, which were always lying around there so as not to take up space in the cabin, but there was nothing at all. Only a spare tire and a small fire extinguisher that had rolled forlornly into the far corner. The Volna radio attached in place of the radio was unsuitable for its intended use. As far as I could judge from an external inspection, everything was fine with the radio itself, but from the speaker microphone, there was only a twisted wire hanging down, with some pathetic shards of black plastic on the end. Well, it's clear that nothing is clear. Okay, not all the riddles in this world have an answer. At least not all of them will be answered by you. It happened, and it happened. We don't have time to conduct an investigation into the fact. Andrei is completely right here. Our tasks are really completely different.
But life, it turns out, can be generous at times. We find out the answer literally a couple of kilometers later. At the entrance to Osiniki, blocking the narrow road, with only one lane in each direction, there is a KAMAZ dump truck with an orange cabin, in the back and around which people are bustling and clearly starting to get ready to shoot. Wow, here's your come visit. I was provided with a normal welcome in a warm and friendly atmosphere in my homeland. Sharply squeezing the clutch and brake, I stop our hunter about 100 meters from this barricade and remove the SGU microphone hanging to my right from its mount. Hello, fellow countrymen. Have you gone crazy? Put your guns down. Shooting at the police, even in times like these, is a fundamentally wrong thing to do. Especially at the police you know personally. Hey, listen, I'm serious. Put your guns in the ground, or we'll get offended. Oris, ye, or what? A muffled voice comes from the KAMAZ.
I can guess the essence of the question from the meaning, but this voice is very familiar to me.
No, old man. This is my evil twin brother, from whom we were separated at birth. I don't get it. Is the invitation to visit no longer valid? If so, then we'll go back. Otherwise, there's a lot to do. All is well. Shut up. Well, since it's little and get going, then I drive up, and again people started lowering their guns. Good. I wouldn't want to answer to Yura for damaging a vehicle again. What have you done here, Dad? I shake my head reproachfully, squeezing my father's broad and calloused palm. It's just like Road Check, a drama about the Great Patriotic War. And what if it wasn't me, but some other policeman driving by, whose nerves aren't so strong, and who doesn't have any acquaintances here and never has. Father frowns. He obviously doesn't like my rebuke, but it's better for me to speak now than for some stranger to shoot me with a bullet.
Do you understand that this wonderful guy, I point to Timur, who has climbed out of the UAZ and is leaning his forearm on the flash suppressor of the Pecheneg, which he has placed its butt on the asphalt, could turn your combat vehicle into a colander with his haymower and chop you up to your tonsils with lead? What's wrong with you, Dad? It's nothing, the father mutters under his breath. Do you think we greet guests like this because we have a good life? We have such fun here. Zombies? If only. He waves his hand dismissively, wincing. Here in the village, to be honest, we still haven't seen a single living dead person. They haven't gotten to us yet, thank God. We've only seen them on TV and on the internet while it was working. Only I, and those who went to Korolev to get weapons, have seen this filth with our own eyes. And even then, from afar, we didn't even slow down. To hell with such interest. No, we have a worse problem. People, damn it. Humans, the crowns of creation, damn them, bipeds without feathers.
Who are these? My interest is sincere, and for two reasons at once. Firstly, I really don't like citizens who create problems for my relatives. I don't like them very much. As Frunsik Mgruchian said in a famous film, I feel such personal hostility that I can't eat. Secondly, Lvov decided to take Osiniki under his wing, and this means that all those who try to create some difficulties for the locals automatically fall into the category of enemies of the detachment and are also subject to deep processing. This is how my personal and official interests are successfully intertwined.
Who would have known? The father shrugs.
Some activists arrived here, and what is characteristic also in police cars.
What, they actually turned out to be employees? I again remembered the 3 outlaws from Sedovia. No, from those rhinoceroses without nationality, damn it. Insolent, like an Arctic fox. Especially the eldest of them. You wouldn't believe that some Mirza from the Golden Horde came to collect tribute for 12 years. Like we are wolves, you are sheep, and if you don't want to cut everything down, you will pay quit rent. With food and girls. So what? To say that what I heard surprised me is to say nothing at all. I was simply swollen from such impudence. It hasn't been 2 weeks since it all started, and some people are already drawing such figwams. What else can we expect? Slave collars? Although, knowing the national characteristics of some guests from the south, one can assume something even more. There, even in much calmer times than now, slaves were kept in pits almost openly. They gave us 3 days. They said they would return, and everything should be ready by their arrival. So they arrived today. The father continues meanwhile. And what? Borya, have you frozen in astonishment? He gives me a light flick on the forehead.
Look for yourself.
Only here, I notice behind the concrete box of the bus stop, almost completely hidden from me by the Kamazi, a paz in police livery. The bus was obviously almost new this morning, but now it looks more like a sieve. Apparently a good 15 barrels were used to work on it. Someone got a nice tribute for 12 years. And what is characteristic? The bus is also from the OVO, UVD, for the Sergeyev Posad district. So... The girls are dancing interestingly. Gives some thoughts. Did they kill everyone? That's it. The father throws up his hands in disappointment. We needed to take at least 1 tongue, but we got carried away. They were evil men. You know, we are kind people, but easygoing. They can forgive a lot, turn a blind eye to a lot, so as not to get involved. But if someone goes too far, That's true.
I think if the tanned ones had simply tried to protect Osaniki like the gangsters did businessmen in the 90s, only not for money, but for food, then the people, perhaps, would not have risen up. Well, security, well, for some fee, but then they themselves would shoot less. But the Abreks clearly overdid it regarding the girls. And there it is, the result. Standing behind the bus stop and still slightly steaming with a radiator punctured in several places. I have bad news for you, Dad. You didn't kill everyone. One in a light Zhiguli either fell behind or was deliberately in the rear guard, and when you were chopping everyone into a fine vinaigrette, he first hid and then disappeared out of quiet sadness. How do you know? We saw him. He was probably flying at 150, no less. He didn't have time to slow down before the crossing. He did such a somersault, you wouldn't see it in a circus. But he himself remained alive. He saw us. He ran into the forest.
And now, absolutely definitely, he's running with all his might to his horde for help.
We're in trouble!
Father was clearly not happy with the news. Can you help? We were just lucky, to be honest. When they saw the truck, it seems they decided that we had shit ourselves and really decided to pay them off. Now they'll definitely take things seriously, and with carbines against machine guns, we won't do much. It seems like they were going to hand out PPSHs on Yaroslavka. They promised, they say, to retired officers. Maybe they did, somewhere. Father shrugged again. And they only brought SKS to the water park. They took what they had. You know, you don't look a gift tank down the barrel. Right now, they took 3 cigarette butts and 2 ketters from the ones that are lying in the pause, but there are very few cartridges for them. Only those that were taken from the dead men. You understand, 545 and 918 are not hunting calibers.
We'll scrape together some ammunition for the Simonovkas and accordingly for the AKM.
I doubt it's for these. I see. Let's try to help, I say thoughtfully, unbuttoning my bag, in which I still have the iridium. Having dialed the commander's number, I quickly explained the situation to him. Judging by his thoughtful snorting, he was clearly not pleased by the appearance of such an impudent gang in the vicinity of the detachment. Are there any suggestions as to where they might come from? No, sir, they came from Posad, but they could have come from Dimitrov or Klin or Taldum. Not Pushkino, not Mitishi, definitely, and not from Peroslavl. Then they would have come from the Yaroslavl highway. What a strange man you are, Groshev, Lvov chuckled. Sometimes you are very smart, and sometimes you start to act stupid, like a patient in a mental hospital in Abramtseva. Taldom, Klin. Yeah, and for some reason their cars are from our regional non-department.
Well, yes. There was no police transport anywhere closer to Taldom.
Only in Posad is there civilization. Everywhere except here, cops still ride in carts and on horseback. Oh, damn. How embarrassing. That's really it. He was being clever about everything, making predictions with a serious face, writing memoranda, and on such nonsense. Shame on my gray hair. Meanwhile, the line went silent for a few seconds. Dad was clearly deep in thought.
In any case, even the most unfavorable for us, if their base is right somewhere in Posad, we have at least 3 hours. While he's on foot and after the accident, he'll make it to his own, provided that he doesn't get bitten by some dead guy first. While they're assembling a punitive detachment there, in short, Groshev, I'm sending a group to you, the 1st platoon of the 2nd company. Ziatulin is their senior.
They're supposed to go to Moscow to replace our guys at Triumphania. But since things are like that, they'll drop by on the way. They'll help. With them, organize an ambush for the tanned ones and crush them like garbage rats, so they don't even have time to squeal. We should also bring sappers here. In terms of, the terrain here is very good. Place a few landmines and you won't have to shoot much. Just control, maybe. Well done, Groshev. A smart idea. You'll have sappers. Putting the satellite phone back, I give my father an encouraging wink. It's okay, old man. We'll break through. The banners are already waving, and the drums are thundering. It's the mighty Red Army rushing. It's galloping to the rescue. Well, it's nice sometimes to feel like Kabalchich, who got help in time, he says, breathing a sigh of relief and smiling crookedly in response. Having barely jumped off the armor of our, or rather no longer ours, but the detachment's stray mess, Zietulin began to vigorously engage in activity. So, gentlemen comrades, we hook up a bus with a kamaz and get the hell off the beach, so that they won't be visible from the road at all. Why? Someone from Osinikovsky wonders out loud. Whatever it is still protection. No, that's right, the father agrees, even before Seryoga opens his mouth to answer. If the road is empty, they'll ride all the way to the village on horseback. But if they see our barricade on the way, they'll dismount 300 or 400 meters away and deploy in a chain, then fight them in the forest. Maybe we'll win, but we'll be covered in blood ourselves. Come on, Nikolaich, Lieutenant Colonel Volodya, standing next to his father and one of the regular participants in the local Sunday bathhouse gatherings, raises an eyebrow skeptically. It's like you're not going to fight bandits, but the Wehrmacht infantry. Don't be a hero, Volodya, Dad answers judiciously. Bandits today are also different. 30 or 40 years ago, when you and I were boys, a bandit was Murka was sitting there, and a homemade Finkar in his boot, or at least an ancient revolver or TT in his pocket. Now some gangs have armored vehicles and artillery, especially in the south. That's a sound idea. Zietulin raises his index finger instructively. By the way, who are you? Well, it seems like one of the local elders, the father shrugs. A retired lieutenant colonel of the armed forces, former commander of a separate motorized rifle battalion, Mikhail Nikolaevich Groshev. Groshev? Well, yes, this boy's father, he nods at me. A boy, Sergei snorts. Although, whoever says it's a girl, let him be the first to throw a stone at me. Nice to meet you, Senior Lieutenant Sergei Zietulin, Oman Company Commander. I apologize, men, for interrupting and not letting you tell me how happy you are to meet each other, but we have other things to do right now, even if you chew ephedrine. At first I didn't notice Valery Kondruk, the explosives engineer, behind the wide and tall Zietulin. Or did he come up later from their dark blue Ford Transporter with the emblems of the Interior Ministry's engineering and sapper service on the driver's and front passenger doors? That's possible. Despite his very impressively wide shoulders, which seem even more impressive considering his short stature, he knows how to move quickly and very quietly. Kondruk always reminded me of a dwarf, in the sense of a combat gnome from fantasy books. Short, very wide, with large and slightly rough facial features and bright blue eyes with a mischievous slyness. The only thing missing to complete the resemblance is a shovel-like beard. But his handiness and passion for various hardware and chemistry are fully present, mainly those related to mine blasting. In this regard, he is very similar to the late Rybalkin, the same kind of maniac demolitionist. No, rather, maniac, with a capital letter and exclusively in a good sense. He can also blow up anything, and perhaps defuse mines too. In general, when people like Valera are on your side, life is somehow calmer. More than explosives and detonators, he loves only motorcycles. In this abnormal love for fast, two-wheeled iron horses, he and Puzanov are already brothers in mind, frostbitten to the core. I would never risk squeezing out the speed that each of them can produce on the highway, even on four wheels. No problem, Valera. Seryoga turns to him. Indeed, it's time to prepare for the meeting of dear guests. Any thoughts? That's right. Kondruk chuckles. Borya is right. This is a great place. We'll go back about 200 meters. I'll put about 3 Mon 50s on the right. If you look from here, in the forest belt, on the hillock, it's really good there. Half turned, to cover the sector more reliably and densely. Not along the ridge, but roughly in the middle. And on the left side, I'll mine the side of the road. And not only with Mon 50s, but also with a couple of Osms. What's the idea?
That's smart. Sergei smacks his lips, squinting appraisingly. We'll leave the sniper here near the bus stop. It will be easier for him to work and observe from a distance. We'll put about 15 men in ambush behind the ridge on the right. All 3 machine guns, there too. In this scenario, the mines will stop the column almost 100%. If, of course, they roll up without armor. No, I don't think so. I joined the conversation. They almost certainly don't have any armor. Nowhere to get it from. But even if we assume the impossible, what, we won't find a grenade launcher on them? We'll find a grenade launcher, Ziatulin chuckles, but my grenade launcher is young and green. Bor, maybe you'll shake off the old days? Before I became a squad leader, I was a fighter in a platoon. And not just a regular one, but a grenade launcher, fortunately. In the army, they had hammered into me how to hold an RPG-7.
So much so that, when I was still a sergeant, I conducted training sessions on handling a grenade launcher for other OMON fighters before their deployments to the Caucasus.
Why not? Give me the pipes and the shots. I'll do my best.
Okay. The question of the hypothetical Abrek armor can be considered closed.
Sergei sums up.
That means when the first series of explosions stops the column.
Wait, Seryoza, what if some southern guys suddenly appear on our heads while we're making plans here?
Don't worry, Bor. Everything is taken into account by the mighty hurricane. I left 3 guys on the Hunter behind the forestry stop, with binoculars, and the crossroads through which the tanned ones will rush to us are in the palm of their hand, although the distance there is about 1.5 kilometers. But with optics, consider that you can reach it with your hand. They will not let you through and will notify you.
You've reassured me. I exaggerate with relief.
Then, let's continue. No, the one who said that waiting and catching up is the worst thing was still very wrong. When you catch up, it is still a movement. There is a goal, you need to make some effort to achieve it, but waiting. I don't like this business. I haven't liked it since the army, but there is no choice. We are lying on the withered grass of last year in a dense forest belt that is still gray, without a single green spot, among small snowdrifts and puddles covered with a black-gray crust of dried mud. We are waiting. And the longer we lie around doing nothing, the more disturbing thoughts begin to flicker in our heads. What if they don't come today? What if they come from the Yaroslavl highway or some other side? And I seem to understand perfectly well that, given the hot temper of the Southerners, they will rush here as if they were full of turpentine. Of course, some Russian village Vanyas gave them, tough and proud horsemen, a good beating. And that it is simply impossible to enter the village from any other side except from here and from Yaroslavka. Although, of course, there are various secret paths and drunk roads, but only the locals know them, and not every car can get through them. We are holding the road from this side. They won't be able to break through from the highway either. There, behind the elevator and the grain threshing floor, which are located right along the side of the road, sits the ambush regiment of BRDM, a dozen guys from the 2nd Company, and the entire Osinikovsky militia. We decided to remove them from here, out of harm's way. If, in the words of the great Suvorov, a bullet is a fool, then a grenade or a mine are complete idiots. The last thing we need is friendly fire losses among the militia. No, it's better if we somehow manage here ourselves. Attention, the radio earpiece booms in Zayatulin's slightly distorted voice. A large column from the direction of Posad. About 15 units. No armor, but there are 2 cabin collectors. Altai 11, how did you receive it? Got it, I say briefly, and tearing the thin wax paper with a crack, I unscrew 2 green tubes with gunpowder charges. I immediately screw both onto the grenade launcher rounds, carefully placing one of them next to me, and driving the second one into the shaitan pipe until the lock clicks quietly. The armored car is not much of an armored vehicle against army small arms, but it gives the person sitting inside some chances. Do we need it? That's what I'm talking about. Wow. You can't forbid living beautifully. For some reason I expected to see police cars again. I was wrong. Apparently, bandits only use them for raiding parties, for camouflage, and to mislead citizens. Now they don't need to camouflage anymore. They're heading off to showdowns. A pair of UAZ Patriots at the head of the column, followed by 2 beige Volkswagen minibuses with large Sibtrans Bank logos on the sides. Then 3 clearly not new, but well-maintained black Geländewagens. The rest are hard to see from my position, but I think there are a few Land Cruisers and Nissans. Also, of course, SUVs. People do live. We're the only ones like idiots driving around in UAZs. Bow your heads, men. Kondruk goes on air. Of course it's going to go boom. In principle, the MON is designed so that all the striking elements fly forward, literally mowing down everything in the defeat sector. Nothing should bounce back. But safety precautions are sacred. I press myself into the ground in a disciplined manner, pulling the grenade launcher which has already been removed from the safety catch toward me. There are people who can shoot from the machine gun without me, but the Volkswagens are on me. If we had AKMs, we would most likely have managed anyway. But the 545 is too fond of ricocheting. And even though it is poor, it still may not penetrate the armor of the cash collectors. And there is only one PK in our group. The combined roar of 3 explosions hits my eardrums. The rollers of the striking elements howl disgustingly, ripping through the air. The metal of the bodies they tear apart creaks and the broken glass rings pitifully. I rise to one knee and opening my mouth wide and greatly regretting that I don't have any earplugs or cotton wool with me to make earplugs. I catch the beige side of the armored car van farthest from me in the slot of the open sight. And why would I need a side sight at such a distance and against a slow-moving target? The cumulative grenade hisses as it flies between the trees and crashes into the cabiner. I don't have time to watch what happens next. I grab the second shot from the ground, pull the safety pin by the fabric loop, shake the safety cap into the withered grass, and reload the RPG. Well, it seems to have worked out well. We have been working on the column for 5 or 6 seconds now, and so far there has not been a single return shot from there. Yes, gentlemen of the South, it is not all Maslenitsa for the cat. Not only you can set up ambushes for us, but we can set up ambushes for you too. And in the role of prey, frankly speaking, you look oh so pale. In your place we would have already taken up positions and snapped back with fire. And you have not yet even fully realized that you are being killed. On both sides of me, people are not wasting their time. Machine guns are firing short 2-3 round bursts, but in frequent bursts, while handbrake pistols are firing longer ones. Through their frequent and ringing clatter, the rumbling, clanking voice of the personal computer breaks through solidly and resoundingly. Sparks, ricochets, and some shreds fly in all directions from the SUVs frozen on the road. The cash collector I hit, which lost all its triplexes at once and is slightly swollen from the inside like an expired tin can, is smoking thickly. Oh, it seems that signs of intelligent life have been noticed. The second beige Volkswagen begins to back up, trying to turn around at the same time. No, my dear friend, this won't do. I throw the RPG over my shoulder, take aim. Again, a booming but quiet boom in my ears. Again, a feeling as if a light bulb had been shaken in my head. And an instantaneous split-second attack of nausea. Greetings from the vestibular apparatus, outraged by such a boorish attitude. The minibus, which had not yet had time to turn around, rolls by inertia into a deep ditch, falls on its side and bursts into flames. Beauty. Like in that ancient caricature from the internet, Well, the one where a couple of drunken Landsknechts drag sacks of gold from a burning castle. We just love our job. That's right, I support it with all my paws. I drop the RPG from my shoulder to the ground and pick up Tigra. The safety has long been off. There is a round in the chamber. But I am in no hurry to shoot. Why waste ammunition? The fire attack, which lasted for about 15 seconds, dies down. Those who were killed no longer pose a danger to us. Those who survived have hidden in some crevices from which we cannot dig them out without losses.
And we do not need losses. Boroda, watch, calls our sniper Ziatulin. The rest of you, stop firing and take cover. I obediently crawl back behind the crest of the hill. I see my neighbors to the left and right doing the same. That's right, no need to be a hero. Firstly, now the surviving bandits, in order to justify their initial confusion and fear to themselves, will start firing in all directions. And secondly, the OZM-72 is not a MON. No, their area of destruction is approximately the same. The MON has a sector of 50 meters ahead. The OZM has a radius of continuous destruction of 25 meters and flies in all directions, so it turns out to be about the same 50 kilogram. But the 72nd has almost 5 times more ready-made striking elements, something around 2,500, against less than 500 for the 50. And these rollerballs do not have a friend or foe identification system and are not expected to. To hell with it. There are clearly survivors in the Galenzis. It looks like the Mercedes were also armored. Boroda, who is looking at the battlefield from the side through the 4-power optics of his sight, begins to report. In the silver Land Cruiser, too. There are 2 in the ditch by the 2nd Patriot, crawling away behind the burning Volks. Well, it was easy to guess that the mine's rollers and our bullets clearly didn't kill everyone, even without his report. The dead don't swear under their breath, don't call out to each other in hoarse, guttural voices, and certainly don't scream at the top of their lungs in pain. By the way, if they scream like crazy, it means they're not that badly wounded. An elderly contract medic, who sorted the wounded, taught me this many years ago near Grozny, at the first aid station. He said that the truly seriously wounded simply don't have the strength to scream, and they lie quietly, or groan softly. But if they scream, it means they can wait a little. Oh my God. Our guests must have recovered from the initial shock. How they pound us. And when do they have time to change the magazines? But it's all in vain. Bullets whistle overhead, cutting off branches, crashing into tree trunks with a loud raising fountains of dirt, but we are reliably covered, like a parapet of a trench, a hillock behind which we hid. The bandits fired for about 3 minutes, probably, no less, but the worst thing that happened to me was being showered with dust. When, unable to withstand the torrent of lead that fell, a completely rotten trunk of an old birch tree standing nearby gave a short crunch, gave way, and fell. I suspect that hardly any of our people suffered more seriously. Valera, attention, they've crawled out and are up to something, Boroda goes on air again. Got it. Okay, men, everyone lie down. I'm starting the countdown. 3, 2. After 1, there was another explosion, and it was much more serious than the first time. The air was again filled with howling iron. Cars were once again grinding as they were finally being turned into scrap metal. Cut branches rained down to the ground. Okay, guys, stop lying around, Ziatulin commands. Finishing and control. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The bosses know best. Throwing the Granic over my back and gripping the machine gun more comfortably with a quick step, turning into a light jog, trying not to fall forward but also not to fall into the chain. I break out of the forest belt onto the side of the road. If there's someone in relatively marketable condition, don't finish them off. I hear Sergei's voice in the earpiece again. A tongue wouldn't hurt. Oh, brother! You're getting carried away. You should have thought about the tongue earlier, before this car dump was combed twice with shrapnel and once with lead. Now even finding a seriously wounded person is a real challenge. But let's take it into account. The intelligence data would really come in handy. It didn't work out. There were only 2 alive on the road. And even those, how can I put it politely? Well, they were relatively, conditionally alive, capable only of blowing bloody bubbles with their mouths and scraping the asphalt with their feet. No use from them. Anyway, they finished them off, then waited a bit and carried out the final control in the head when the body started moving. By the way, we didn't have to mess around that much. Almost everyone who was covered by the first series of explosions in our shelling, the mountaineers themselves shot. Scientists, apparently. But they are stupid. They clearly don't know how and on what, or rather on whom. The morphs are fattened. On the other hand, where would they be? Who would make contact with such scumbags and share information? So nothing surprising. While we were finishing off the rising dead and collecting trophies from SUVs mangled to the state of completely unrepairable scrap metal, we were suddenly pleased by the rear patrol left near the forestry department. Having received clear instructions from Ziatulin, they first warned us about the approaching column, and then, when the bandits drove towards Osiniki, blocked their retreat. And they were right. Apparently, our opponents drew the right conclusions from today's first clash, and again assigned something between a rear patrol and a messenger in case of problems. But they were unlucky with the terrain. From Osiniki, or rather from the turnoff to Molokova, near which we made our pancake kerchief riot, to the very crossroads with old Yaroslavka, there is simply nowhere to go from the road. To the left and to the right there was a wall of forest. Not a single dirt road, not a single branch. Even a tank wouldn't have been able to break through there, let alone a Nissan Patrol. And the bandits who went on a rush didn't succeed either. They flew right into the tender embrace of our patrol. There was some shooting, but, as I recently explained to our Taman, against infantrymen who have sensibly settled in a ditch on the side of the road, passengers, and especially the driver of a moving car, don't dance. They won't have time to react properly, or get ready for battle, or even more so, to aim and start shooting. And so it happened. It was mostly our people who did the shooting. The bandits barely managed to snap back somewhere in that direction when they were crushed by concentrated fire from 3 barrels. And they pulled out of the heavily bullet-battered patrol 2 corpses and a mountaineer, slightly wounded in the right arm, overgrown with coarse, curly hair up to his eyebrows. And they dragged him to us. So, who will communicate with the language? Ziatulin gestures at the riot police standing in a group. Well, Misha's in Mitishchi today, guarding the workers who are dismantling the wall there. One of the guys recalls our owner of the black bandana. He is a handyman in this matter, a scout.
Wait, Boria. You also served in intelligence, didn't you?
Sergei looks at me.
How? Can you do it?
What else can I do? There's no one else anyway. Indeed, I can't escape this honorable duty. They don't teach Oman fighters express interrogation techniques in the field, but in military intelligence, quite well. And they taught me. True, in practice I had to use that knowledge only a couple of times, and even then, I was mostly on the side. But at least I have a theoretical basis. The others don't even have that. And most importantly, there is no mood for that. Frankly speaking, very dirty and nasty business that they will now have to do. It's just that the math base is tight. I continue. There's no suitable toolkit. We'll decide. Kondruk begins rummaging through the pockets of his unloading vest. Literally a few seconds later, he pulls out a small Cordura case with Velcro, from which he pulls out a steel multi-tool. Damn, Valera. I'm afraid I'll dirty your device. Interrogation is a dirty thing. It's okay, brother, as long as it's useful. And as for washing it, I'll wash it later. By the way, I also have some thin cord. Do you need it? No, Valera. I think I can manage this way.
I twirl the shiny instrument in my hands with a thoughtful look. I think I can manage. Interlude 3, Yevgenia Vorobyova. When the door slammed behind Zhenya, who was the last one to enter the hangar, the last one, as Nikolai Nikolaevich would probably say, who didn't like the word last at all, it turned out that there was no one in the air conditioner behind the large grate.
The table lamp was shining dimly, casting sharp shadows on the walls. The laptop on the table was quietly grumbling with its cooler, and the owner was gone.
"Uncle Kolya, are you here?" the girl called out.
"Yeah, here," came from somewhere in the depths of the warehouse. And then something made a loud, impressive thud on the floor. Apparently something heavy had fallen off the shelf. Before the echo had time to die down under the vaulted ceiling of the hangar, a barely audible but very expressive and clearly obscene hissing could be heard from behind the shelves. True, Zhenya could not make out a word, although she listened carefully. Literally a minute later, the owner of all the deadly treasures here, Senior Warrant Officer Grushin, came out onto the patch of ground illuminated by a table lamp, limping slightly on his left leg. "Uncle Kolya, are you okay?" The girls began to chatter in unison. "It's fine, beauties." The storekeeper just waved it off. "I'm probably getting old. I used to carry 3 boxes like that at a time, and it didn't even take my breath away. But here it started to crawl, and I couldn't hold it." Zhenka chuckled quietly, deciding to herself that Grushin had probably touched this very box for the last time in those heroic and very distant times. His shoulders and the top of his head, not covered by his cap, were too thickly covered with large flakes of light gray dust. As if confirming her guess, the ensign sneezed loudly. So it was true. "Okay, girls, don't get too comfortable. I have a special task for you today." Grushin stunned the girls, who had already begun to take the Semenov self-loading carbines he had given them off their shoulders. "Serious?" Zhenya wrinkled her nose in confusion. "Of course." The storekeeper raised his index finger. "You could say it was a matter of life and death. Well, maybe I lied a little, but only a little. Can we handle it?" One of Zhenya's neighbors squeaked in fear. "You?" Grushin sternly drew his eyebrows together.
"You must pull. Otherwise I will decide that I was very wrong about you. That's it. Zukra Leila Gulchate. Finish your conversations in the line. Follow me, march, young ladies." The girls, dumbfounded and slightly frightened by such a serious introduction, obediently followed the elderly Special Forces soldier. They didn't have to go far. Going out through the still unlocked gate, on both sides of which, on a narrow strip of raked earth, stood stern triangular signs with the inscription Mines. They walked around another hangar, which, judging by the sign on the gate, housed a vegetable warehouse, and came out onto a fairly spacious area. "Guard Town," Zhenya read on the stand standing literally a few meters away. So, what else was there? Aha! The Charter of Garrison and Guard Service. Duties of the Guard. The sentry is an inviolable person. I get it. Something like a classroom, only in the open air. One of the girls snorted and pointed her finger to the side. "Kindergarten? Sandbox? Well, it really does look like it. Indeed, it is almost the same mushroom that stands above the sandboxes in kindergartens, except that they are usually painted to look like fly agarics, and this one is dark green, and there is no sand, but there is a shelf nailed to the middle of the pole leg." Recalling the not quite decent saying she heard at the institute from one of her classmates about the army being the same as a kindergarten, only, ahem, with some differences, Zhenya giggled. "So, beauties, don't lag behind. Time is running out," Grushin called out to them quietly. "We're almost there. And indeed, after walking another 20 meters along the same long vegetable hangar, to which the guard town adjoined, and turning the corner, the girls saw where exactly the elderly senior warrant officer was leading them. It seemed to Zhenya that birds of paradise suddenly began to sing in her soul.
There, on a small vacant lot, stood a large army tent. One might say a twin sister of the one they lived in. Next to it was a dark green, obviously army kamikaze, with a very strange booth instead of a body. But the appearance of the booth interested Zhenya least of all now. What was more important was that long and thick corrugated hoses stretched from it into the tent. The booth itself hummed quietly, puffed and puffed, like an old steam locomotive, or an even more ancient steam boiler, with streams of snow-white steam. And when assembled, this entire structure could only be one thing: a bathhouse. It seemed that this thought had not occurred to her alone, because her entire small detachment breathed out in admiration, and someone even quietly moaned, as if from pleasure. Although, why as if?
When for several days in a row, all hygiene procedures are reduced only to brushing teeth with cold water and hasty washings from a soldier's mess tin in the back vestibule of the tent, not used as a door. When the only panties are washed in an opened zinc cartridge case, given to you by compassionate guardian angels, along the edge of which some kind soul, may God bless you, you are a holy man, has thoroughly gone with pliers, bending and squeezing the sharp edges, all in the same cold water with acrid-smelling laundry soap. And then, on the advice of those same soldiers, what would we do without them anyway? They are carefully wrung out and dried at night on your own stomach. In a word, only someone who has personally experienced something like this can appreciate the opportunity to go to a bathhouse, even if it is as improvised as this one.
That's it, girls. Sunday is a bath day.
Grushin smiled with satisfaction.
I got you the right to check the facility for suitability for use. Yeah, even in the army without connections, you can't get anywhere. True, you only have 15 minutes, but at least you don't have a crowd of others eager to wash off the dirt. So, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not DiCaprio or that, what's his name, Dima Bilan. And the time has come. The girls, having come to their senses, rushed in a crowd to the entrance vestibule. Eh? Where? Wait, you forgot the soap and washcloths. The senior warrant officer, who had almost been knocked off his feet, breathed after them and, handing Zhenya a tightly stuffed pillowcase, in which, to the touch, in addition to the above, there was also clean underwear for everyone, he chuckled under his breath. Yeah, never get between hot water and a woman with unwashed hair. Oh my, it turns out that a person needs so little for complete and unconditional happiness. To lather a strange sponge with a piece of poisonous pink soap with the word strawberry stamped on it, similar to a large bunch of thin and very long strips, to the touch like birch bark, well, maybe a little softer. Then, to rub yourself with this disgrace until you have a rich white foam, until your skin turns red, tearing off the dirt that has accumulated in gray-black pellets over a week of living in a tent. And after that, to stand under the tight streams spurting from a simple tin shower head that looks like a garden watering can nozzle. Ha-ha! Here, it would seem, is nothing special. A canvas tent, wooden pallets, tightly laid directly on the ground instead of a floor. Thin steel tubes on steel stands through which hot water flows from a huge boiler installed in the back of a kamaz. And a piece of old, probably made in the Soviet Union, disgustingly colored but fragrant soap, 1 for 3, and a rough washcloth, and in a pillowcase left by the entrance vestibule, lying next to carbines neatly leaning against the wall, and soldiers' leatherette belts with cartridge pouches folded on the floor, a set of simple but clean soldiers' underwear for each.
But how good. Oh, girls, moaned the plump red-haired Galka standing nearby. This is it, the real thrill. No sex can match this feeling. For some reason, it seemed to Zhenya that no one present would argue with Galya right now. Oh, what's this? Outside, from behind the thick canvas wall of the tent, some quiet fussing could be heard. The girl came closer and listened. What the? Are you doing here, warrior? So, she will never confuse this voice with anyone else. Uncle Kolya. Yes, I, warrant officer. Oh, fuck. That hurts. Warrant officer. Warrant officer. Ah! I'll fucking say. Nothing special. Then this loop on the window came undone, and that's what I... Ah! Warrant officer.
I'll fucking say I just wanted to button it up. Ah! Now. Hush. Get out of my sight, disgrace to the army.
It's Uncle Kolya again. The fuss behind the wall stops, but the retreating footsteps are clearly audible. First, it sounds like a frightened elephant rushing across the savannah, with a stamping and crunching sound. Then, a few seconds later, the leisurely and calm steps of another person, one who has honestly done his job. It seems that Grushin has seriously taken them under his wing. On the one hand, it is pleasant. On the other, with such a duenna, they will not be able to find suitors for a long time. About 20 minutes later, the inhabitants of the tent cities began to stream towards the bathhouse, under the supervision of the same officers who were maintaining order in the queue near the canteen.
The girls, washed to a squeak and dressed in clean clothes, and therefore completely, simply indecently happy, sat on a long bench, leaning their backs against the metal wall of the hangar, heated by the bright sun. Beauty.
What are you thinking about now, Eugenia? Grushin asked, squinting comically in the sun as he settled down next to Zhenya, who was twirling a piece of wrapping paper from a washcloth in her hands. Well, Uncle Kolya, about this. The girl handed the storekeeper a piece of gray wrapping paper. Grushin took it in his hands, turned it over for a few seconds and, shrugging his shoulders in bewilderment, returned it to Zhenya. And what? Lyndon Bast, she quietly read aloud. USSR Ministry of Defense, 1958. Do you have many of those in your warehouse, Uncle Kolya? Oh, come on. And not only on ours. And not only that. But what are you getting at? The senior warrant officer clearly didn't understand again. Well, just like that. 58. My mother was only born in 60. My grandfather probably had only just begun to look after my grandmother. And someone already thought that sooner or later something might happen, and a lot of, like those same washcloths. He gave the order to make, pack, put away in a warehouse. 50 years have passed, half a century. And when it was needed, bam, and there it is. And at the same time, almost the entire country considers the military fools. How is that possible? Oh, young and beautiful, I see you like to draw deep philosophical conclusions from every little thing, the elderly Special Forces soldier laughed. There is no point in idealizing the army. It is gratitude for the rescue and help that is bubbling inside you now. So you are making up, as is your feminine custom, God knows what about the Savior, something that perhaps was never there in his life. We have our own madhouse, through the roof. Sometimes we paint the grass with gouache and beat off the edging on snowdrifts. And there is enough more serious nonsense. One thing is good about the army. As long as it is led by those who fought themselves, there is order in it. Because a fighter,
a combatant, has felt everything on his own back. He knows how sloppiness or the absence of some kind of real, in peacetime nonsense can end in a combat situation. He understands what is necessary in battle and what can be safely ignored. But if the army does not fight for a long time, then the combat ones begin to be gradually pushed aside by the staff ones. Some are retired. Some are simply sent to another position. Do you think I left the Special Forces Group Commander to become a storekeeper of my own free will? No. It is clear that it is too late for me to run around as a group member due to my age. But I could easily have been an instructor. Grushin sighed deeply and waved his hand sadly. What can you do? It's a thing of the past. You can't just hand gouache and a brush to a combatant. And in a non-combatant army, the color of the grass on the lawn and curbs and the shine of the buckle on the belt are much more important than how many times a soldier has been to the shooting range this month. And the staff ones start to rule. And then, just like now, and always, completely suddenly, like a roasted rooster pecks you in the ass, and the staff ones panic. Because they can order a soldier to whitewash a curb, but raising a company under fire to attack, that's unlikely. Even the dumbest staff one understands that in a war, his own life depends on the right orders and competent leadership. And there is nothing in the world more precious to him than his own ass. And the power changes. The combat ones start to command again. And so on, in a circle. Grushin suddenly freezes and gently shakes his head, as if driving away some kind of obsession. So young and beautiful, he looks around at the girls who have quieted down and listened attentively. Why are we loafing around here? The bathhouse is a sacred thing, but no one promised you a day off. There is no vacation in war, have you heard? Well, get up and let's continue our activities. They were not given time to study. Before the girls had time to get up from the bench, Colonel Alexei, who looked like a slightly overweight and slightly out-of-shape hero, arrived in a dark green commander's UAZ. True, unlike last time, he was, to put it mildly, not in a very good mood. Nodding sullenly to all the girls at once, he took Nikolai Nikolaevich by the elbow and led him to the far corner of the courtyard in front of the hangar. They spoke quietly, but with each passing second, Grushin became more and more gloomy. A couple of times, judging by his facial expressions and gestures, he clearly tried to object, apparently unsuccessfully, because at the end of the conversation, he swore loudly and distinctly, and, waving his hand, turned away from his interlocutor and went to the entrance to the warehouse, throwing over his shoulder, "To hell with you, Alexei! I'm warning you right now, it's going to end badly." Nikolai Nikolaevich, you understand, I'm not the most important person in the brigade. The brigade commander is above me, the colonel drawls with a suffering expression on his face. Your brigade commander is an idiot. He was always an idiot and remains one. But you, the chief of staff, don't seem to have dried up brains. Don't you understand what all this smells like and how it could end? So far, everything smells like an attempt to disobey your immediate superior, Nikolai Nikolaevich, the colonel answered in a clear but somehow dead, robotic voice. Follow the order. Oh, Lesha, what are you doing? Okay, Kondakov. He was a staff moron all his life, a parquet floor shuffler whom Dad pushed to the top. But you were in Grozny with me as a platoon commander, and you needed the bloody mud. Oh, what am I talking about? There is an order to follow, Comrade Colonel, but keep in mind. Grushin said the last sentence as if he spat it out. All this will not end with a slap on the back of the head and my phrase, "I warned you so." It will end in blood and corpses. The colonel, with a stone face, silently climbed into the UAZ and sitting next to the driver, quietly, as if apologizing, said, "I'll give you 5 fighters to guard you. Nikolaich,
I can't give you more. I don't have any. But then, from the reconnaissance company, contract soldiers.
Uncle Kolya, what was that?
The colonel's appearance and the anger in Grushin's voice scared the girl badly. This Janechka, for the first time in several days the ensign did not change her name, is precisely why you should never idealize the army. Sometimes among the staff, there are such complete idiots that they are ready to die rather than admit that they are not in control of the situation. And it would be fine if only they died. Sometimes such a bastard is capable of dragging a crowd of completely normal and completely innocent people along with him. The storekeeper suddenly fell silent, but Zhenya's imagination was good enough to say to himself what Grushin had not finished. We have just this case.
Okay, girls, listen to my command. The face of the former Special Forces soldier was motionless, like the death mask of some Egyptian pharaoh, but the clinking of iron was noticeable in his voice. Run to the hangar, hide deep behind the shelves, and do what I say. Okay, beauties, he began slowly, when the girls had huddled in his little room and even tried to make something like a short line. It seems to me that we have a serious problem brewing here. So I'll give you some free, friendly advice. It would be better for you to live here for the next few days. You have almost no property anyway, so I don't see any point in you returning to the tent camp. I'll provide you with sleeping bags. I have a supply. You can lay them on the boxes. It will be harder than on the armored net, but bearable. In the meantime, do something socially useful. Grushin threw back a couple of simple locks and lifted the lid of a fairly large iron chest standing against the wall. Here are the empty magazines. Start opening the cartridge zincs from this stack right now and load them. The more the better. Just be careful, the boxes are heavy, 32 kilos each. Move them together, otherwise you'll overexert yourself. Is that clear? After waiting until the girls shook their bangs in agreement again, the ensign nodded with satisfaction. Comrade Senior Warrant Officer, are you here? We have arrived at your disposal, someone shouted from the threshold with a ringing, pleasant voice, bravely and confidently. So, here it seems is the security the colonel promised. Trains are arriving at the station, soldier, Nikolai Nikolaevich barked, and then looked seriously at Zhenya. Sit here quietly and don't stick your head out. He grabbed a large black machine gun from one of the shelves and a green box with a canvas handle, from which hung a tail of a belt filled with cartridges, and went towards the voice. Well then, they've arrived. The confidence in his voice diminished slightly. And ghosts appear in old castles, the girls heard Grushin's voice, already hidden behind the shelves. So, warriors, look at me carefully with both eyes. Listen carefully with both ears. Your tasks are simple. Help me. For starters, carry and drag. If God forbid something happens, shoot to hell everything that moves on the other side of the bars. But do not engage in conversation with anyone. Do not give in to provocations. Shoot either on my command or, in short, not exactly in self-defense, but we understand, sir, Senior Warrant Officer. If they go like a drill. Well, yes, something like. While Grushin was instructing the scouts, Zhenya, who had managed to deftly open one zinc box with a large green can opener, exactly like the one Grushin had used to open the stew on the day they met, placed it between the girls sitting on the boxes, and moved in small steps toward the entrance to the hangar. I've never seen real spies. She winked conspiratorially at the others and tiptoed between the shelves. She returned about 2 minutes later, deciding that dumping all the work on her friends was not entirely right. And how? Galina narrowed her eyes sarcastically. They're cute, Zhenya giggled. You could definitely try to pick one up. Everyone started to burst out laughing. About 20 minutes later, when Zhenya pulled out another small but weighty pack in thin wrapping paper from an open metal box and, having torn open the package, began to quite deftly fill a bright red plastic magazine with cartridges, she heard the approaching hubbub of voices from outside. She immediately understood the reason for Grushin's suddenly worsened mood, and why they had sent 5 scouts to help them. Those voices were too typical. For a second, it seemed to her that she had again entered the small food market
near her student dormitory. Beauty, why are you so gloomy? Why are you so angry? No money for a peach? Come visit in the evening. For free. Unshaven faces, the smell of sweat from unwashed t-shirts, unpleasant sticky looks and greasy grins. Okay, stop yelling. Grushin growled quietly but firmly at those who entered. The hubbub gradually died down. I'm listening carefully. We're the ones behind the guns. Here's a copy. Take this piece of paper away. I'm not interested in it. There's a person. There's a carbine for him. That's it. No options. Hey, listen, why are you so rude, huh? Normal people are asking you to do something normal. Listen, normal. Are you deaf? Do you want me to explain it to you again? Okay, activists. I'm warning you right away. If you try to make a fuss and assert your rights, the girls heard a clearly distinguishable metallic clang. I'll arrange some real fun for you here, and the guys will help. No one will get it. Got it? In response, the Caucasian only quietly muttered something in his own language. What did he say? The storekeeper drawled angrily, and then launched into a long and loud tirade, clearly in the same language. This one, Commander, another voice, older and more respectable, joined the conversation. He's young, he's got his head in the game, but you too, don't do such offensive things for a horseman anymore. Listen, touchy one, teach your wife how to cook Sherpa. We've seen enough touchy people like you. Not impressed. Did you come here to get a weapon or to chat with me about life? For weapons, the older one answered briefly. Well, look how abruptly he slowed down, and probably saw the photos on the wall of the air conditioner. Well, yes, there is something to silently ponder. Something to think about. For another 20 minutes, only the boxes being moved by the contractors made a quiet rumble, and the carbines clanked iron on iron as they were laid out on the steel counter under the window in the lattice wall. Bagadi, why should I win took? The older one spoke up again. What did you expect? Grushin asked calmly. They told me, if you're an officer, they'll give you an automat. Here's a book, I'm a lieutenant. Who blurted that out to you? People are gore-rating. They are handing out like this on Yaroslavl. Go to Yaroslavka for a machine gun. I only have an SKS. Are you taking it? I'll take it. Well done. And what the hell is this? These are documenti. They couldn't come themselves. These. The Caucasian noticeably hesitated, obviously trying to come up with a more respectable reason. They're fooling around. Yes. When they get better, let them come. I said right away, if there is a man, there is a gun. If not, then no. Questions? Complaints? If the Caucasians had any complaints or questions, they did not voice them out loud. Perhaps it was Grushin's cold, indifferent tone that clearly implied that the questioner didn't give a damn about them. Perhaps it was the 5 strong guys with machine guns looking unkindly at the visitors, or perhaps it was the machine gun standing next to the ensign on the table, although probably all 3 factors had an effect. So to speak, a complex effect. After the front door slammed behind the Caucasians who had received their weapons and ammunition, Nikolai Nikolaevich, who had not parted with his machine gun, returned to the girls who were busily filling their machine gun magazines and sat down on an empty ammunition box. The scouts, who were looking at the girls with interest, remained on their feet and only leaned their shoulders on the shelves. So, girls, is everything clear?
I see. What can you do? Galena said first.
A bunch of shady Highlanders with weapons is a serious reason for problems to arise. If it were a bunch, I wouldn't be fussing, sighed Grushin. And these handsome guys, almost 4 dozen adult men not counting women and children. And now,
28 of them are armed. And the rest? It's not a fact that they are empty. That's strange, Zhenya chuckled. Why didn't they all come for weapons? Straight away and enemy, snorted Gulka. The fact that they are murky is not known. The ensign gave the red-haired girl such a look that she fell silent in fear mid-sentence.
I've been crossing paths with shady people like these since 1989. Fergana, Dushanbe, Baku, Nagorno-Karabakh, Dagestan, Chechnya. If I say that you're an enemy, you'd better listen and take my word for it. It'll save you from a lot of problems and disappointments, got it? Galina just nodded shamefacedly. Excellent. Then continue, and the boys will help you. Uncle Cole, do you really think that will be necessary? Zhenya suddenly clearly realized that all these magazines she had just loaded were not a training exercise at all, that this was all serious. The ensign sat for a few seconds, silently frowning, and then, without raising his eyes from the floor, he answered, "You can call me an old lunatic, Eugenia. But it's better to be a living paranoid than a dead optimist." For some reason, the girl didn't want to develop the topic. Despite the promise he had just given, Grushin did not give all the contract soldiers to help the girls. He whispered something to them in a low voice, waved goodbye to 2 of them, as if to say, "Make yourselves at home," and led 3 of them into the depths of the warehouse. Zhenya could neither see nor hear what they were doing there. They were clearly not moving the weapons, chests. These manipulations were very noisy. They were too heavy. But here, almost silence. Just a quiet rumble from time to time, and the grinding of tin caps being opened with bottle openers. But even with 2 assistants, things immediately became more fun, in every sense. Both figuratively, the young and strong guys were much more skilled and quicker at turning over ammunition boxes and opening thick zinc tins than the girls who were friends only with fitness. And fitness is a thing that is useful for the figure, of course. But when it comes to carrying almost 40-kilogram boxes, it's not much use. And literally, both guys were simply glued to the sight of Galka's luxurious bust. And now they were making eyes at her and telling one after another completely outlandish but very funny army stories, supposedly from the life of their unit. "We had a story in our brigade," one of the guys, introducing himself as Max, put the 3rd opened zinc box in front of the girls. "It was probably in 1998, in the summer. The whole brigade went on a field exercise. Well, it's like a big exercise. The whole unit goes out into the field for a couple of weeks, sets up a tent camp, and starts playing war." The headquarters, of course, also crawled out of their rat hole for once. Where would we be without their leadership role? And at that time, there was a major serving in the headquarters by the name of Parida. He was quite the man, they say. Well, never mind. He was a goat in life, to put it briefly. And the people in the brigade didn't like him for this goatishness. That's the whole brief description. Nothing more is needed for the story. In short, the brigade had been standing in the field for about a week. And one fine evening, this same Parida went, having drunk a lot of tea, to the point of exhaustion, and the toilets in the base camp were like in a village. A hole. And above it, a birdhouse made of slab wood. In general, I don't know how, but that major sat down over the hole so successfully that he dropped his holster with a pistol into it. In short, splash. And the service weapon is gone. The girls who imagined this picture snorted loudly or groaned sympathetically. Well, yes, they themselves visited a similar, only larger toilet every day and imagined what it all looked like. In a week, the pit should have filled up solidly. "That's right," Max nodded understandingly and continued. "But the matter is serious, criminal. First, Parida rushed to the motorized rifle officers. Like, help me out. Lend me some fighter, I can't go there myself. But I told you right away, the mute major was an unusually unpleasant man. Anyway, no one gave him a fighter, and he didn't have any of his own under his command, headquarters, damn it. And it was getting late, and Parida went to the brigade commander, to surrender and fall at his feet. As he was, drunk and unarmed. Then the brigade commander was not yet this, the scout grimaced contemptuously and shook his head somewhere in the direction of headquarters. But Colonel Savelyev, a stern guy, they say, but fair, an Afghan. And then he went through Crimea and Ryba with the brigade. Anyway, he didn't give Parida a fighter either, but gave him a slap on the wrist. And he ordered the pistol to be found by morning. Well, the major sighed, put on an officer's L1 chemical protection suit, a gas mask, took a flashlight, and climbed into the hole. And it was already deep night outside. And as luck would have it, at that very time, and to that very toilet, the telephone operator from the communications center rushed off on her business. The poor thing ate something stale. She went in, sat down, and then, from below, right in her, ass, a ray of light and some strange boo boo boo, vaguely resembling fuck your mother. She looked into the hole, and there, a gas mask grunt. And that thing, when poorly illuminated in the dark by a dim light, is worse than the mug of any ghoul from a horror movie. Well, she, in a panic, gave it to him right in the grunt from both barrels, with gravy, and then screamed and ran away. Just as she was, with her pants down, Galya, clearly imagining the unfortunate girl running through a military camp at night without pants, laughed loudly and inappropriately. Yeah, Max chuckled. Anyway, good. They say she escaped. Ours, who were sitting secretly in the forest near the camp, intercepted her just at the edge of the forest. Well, she was wailing like a fire siren. She set the whole camp on its ears. People came running, trying to find out what was what, and she just pulled up her pants, looked madly in the direction of the toilet and moaned, "There! There!" Well, ours were also tense. There was a reason for the girl to be so hysterical. The officers and ensigns had live ammunition. After all, there was a crowd of people with weapons in the forest. You never know. It also needed to be guarded. Anyway, 2 of our ensigns from the Special Reconnaissance Platoon burst into the toilet and pointed their guns at the hole. Like, "Hände hoch, bastard!" And there's this major. Not only is he standing waist-deep in shit, he's also a pig, all covered in shit from the telephone operator. Everyone burst out laughing at this point. It is clear that it is difficult to imagine such a spectacle in all its glory. You have to see it. But even what the imagination helpfully drew was enough to make the girls simply laugh out loud, like young fillies, to tears, then hiccups, to cramped abdominal muscles. And what happened to that major afterwards? Zhenya, who had just giggled along with the company, asked the storyteller, who was pleased with the effect. Ah, he waved it off lightly. He left the brigade, literally that same week, transferred to another unit. We would have eaten him alive after that. Not for diving in the toilet, no. For that, on the contrary, they would have respected him. Like, look at what the officer is ready to do to get his weapon back. But they wouldn't have forgiven him for the telephone operator. That would have been a stigma for the rest of his service. Well, yes. She nodded meaningfully in response. In fact, high school student Vorobyova heard this story back in her native Ivanovo, only there it happened not in the Moscow Region Brigade of Internal Troops, but in the Volga Region Brigade of Chemical Defense Troops, and the role of the telephone operator was played by a visiting inspector general from the Ministry of Defense, who at the wrong time got poisoned by something in the officer's mess. Otherwise, it was a 100% coincidence. Even the occupation and rank of the main character were the same. It seems that they don't like staff majors in the army if they make up such vulgar libels about them. Although, a fairy tale is a lie, but there is a hint in it.
If the story spreads so much throughout the army, it means that something similar happened somewhere and at some time. You can't make something like that up out of thin air. And here's another case. Maxim snapped his fingers. Having given Galina a parting smile, both the cheerful storyteller Max, nicknamed Iron, and his less jocular partner Sergei, who answered to Rush, quickly walked, turning into a trot, and yanked at the voice.
Yes, thought Zhenya. What an interesting thing these non-statutory relationships are. When, at the mention of the colonel, the soldiers almost spit, and at the first call of the senior warrant officer they rush, losing their boots and demolishing everything in their path.
Well, maybe she exaggerated with the lost boots and demolished obstacles, but only slightly, just a little bit.
Listen, gal, this is downright offensive. Anya, a tall, athletic brunette with a short haircut, who was sitting next to the redhead, loudly whispered, "There's such a flower bed here, you know, a flower garden, and these two guys are both stuck on you. What do you mean?" Zhenya only smiled, hearing genuine jealousy in the question that was asked in a seemingly joking tone. "Here, girls, it's all about the main thing." Galina smiled broadly and slightly lifted her impressive bust on her palms. "In the boobs. You said it yourself. Gavriks. Contract soldiers, yeah. Both of them are lucky if you can already drink vodka according to American laws. They served a year and remained on contract. Yes, they pumped up their muscles. God bless everyone. And you yourselves, just like snotty kids in the brain, so you remain."
Now, to appreciate someone like you, Anya, or our Eugenia, older men are needed here. And I'm more often hit on by people like these two. Those who just got their pimples. Or these. Ara, listen, yeah. But in my opinion, it makes no difference to them at all who they pester, from discussing different types of suitors. Enviable and not so enviable, the conversation smoothly flowed into discussing plans for the future. As it turned out, the vague and uncertain prospects frightened not only Zhenya, but no one wanted to go to the collective farm, to the community members in the distant settlements, and even more so to become a prostitute at the bazaar. Wherever it was and whatever it was. And I would probably try to get a job with the military. Zhenya shared her pain. Not like now. Ballast, who was taken in out of mercy, and fed and watered out of pity, but as they say, on salary. It turns out that everything is not as bad and stupid with them as it seemed from the outside. Especially now, Anya agreed.
It looks like this now may drag on for years.
Galia, who had just been smiling, became sad.
Zhenya, try talking to Nick about this. He treats you so well. Maybe he'll tell you something useful, and we'll follow you in this, what do you call it? In the fairway or in the wake? Oh, who cares? It doesn't matter. In short, in a group, girls, it's always easier.
After Galina's words, the flower bed fell into deep thought, and the conversation gradually died down. Only the paper of the torn packs rustled, and the cartridges being fed into the magazines clicked softly against each other. Grushin and the scouts went outside and did something incomprehensible there. At first they walked leisurely, judging by the soft mumbling of voices behind the metal wall, along the entire perimeter of the hangar. Then one of the scouts clearly climbed the rounded wall for some reason, and rattled the soles of his boots on the iron roof. After that, Grushin and one of the guys, the one he had taken aside first and with whom he had been talking for quite a long time, pulled thin, slightly thicker than a harsh thread, golden-colored wires along the balcony that encircled the hangar from the inside, through narrow windows almost under the roof. Then, when it was already getting dark, Nikolai Nikolaevich put 2 scouts on guard duty and sent the remaining 3 and the girls to dinner and sleep. And he himself spent a long time fiddling around on the table of his air conditioner with some small boxes, to which he connected those same golden wires in a sequence that only he understood. Iron Max tried to tell stories to the girls who were located a couple of meters below him, in sleeping bags on boxes right from the balustrade, without leaving the window where he was on duty. But Grushin growled at him,
so that the Joker only made scary eyes and vigilantly stared into the night darkness thickening outside the window. Yes, it seems that Uncle Kolya is not a kind uncle for everyone. For some, he is even very strict. Zhenya tossed and turned for a while on the unusually hard boxes after the sagging armored mesh, but then, somehow without noticing it, she dozed off.
On sight! On sight! Who did I tell you?
Zhenya, who had jumped up from the loud warning cry, hit her elbow painfully on some box and quietly yelped. "What is this? What happened?" Instead of answering these unspoken questions, a discordant volley of gunfire rang out from outside. The metal walls of the hangar began to hum like a giant drum at a Yamato show. "Oh, you!" Max shouted again, not mincing his words. "Alarm! To battle!" Right above the girls' heads, a machine gun roared, and scalding hot cartridges bounced off boxes and shelves around them. Osiniki, March 31st, Saturday. Evening. Night. Artem Panin, a regular grenade launcher in the Zyatuling Company. A short, white-haired, stocky fellow who had just finished his military service and had just returned from his initial training at the Rastorgievsky Training Center, accepting the shaitan pipe back, only clicks his tongue in admiration.
"You're so strong!"
Nonsense.
I wave it off.
That's nothing. There are much more serious specialists. When I was serving my term, we had a grenade launcher in our company named Vova Garin. That's how they nicknamed him. Engineer Garin, with his hyperboloid. He, the parasite, once managed to slam a tandem heat shell into an old armored personnel carrier on the target field so hard that its turret flew off. Mind you, it was an iron coffin on wheels that had long since burned out, or rather, no longer even had wheels, in which there was nothing left to explode. And he slammed it so beautifully, the turret to the side and slid off.
The main thing is that it happened right before the general's inspection, the day before. The head of the shooting range was yelling so loudly, we thought the poor guy would have a stroke or a heart attack. No, he got away with it. All we had to do was put the turret back in place and weld it on with tack welds. It was a piece of cake, of course, but there was no time to waste, as long as it held. But the next day the general was amused. Vova once again uncovered his hyperboloid and once again knocked off the same armored personnel carrier's turret, but this time with permission. That was a master, and I just picked up the bare bones. Well, maybe so, Artem shrugs incredulously. But I couldn't do it the way you did. If you learn, you can do it. I confidently chopped the air with my palm. There is nothing complicated there. Training and more training, that's all. Waving his hand at Seryoga, who was in charge of collecting the trophies, like, you can handle the rest of this yourselves, and I have my own things to do up to my Adam's apple. He announced to his men over the radio that they should gather near the UAZ, hidden behind the two-story brick Khrushchev-era building closest to the bus stop, after which he himself moved towards it at a leisurely trot. Soloka, of course, will reproach me again for not letting me rummage through the broken jeeps, but the commander has given us his own tasks, which also need to be completed. By the way, about the commander, I should report. I knew it, Groshev, that you were an anarchist, and that the orders of the leadership were completely irrelevant to you. Lvov booms in his deep bass voice into the iridium receiver. What were you ordered to do? First to Ashukino, and only then to visit your mom and dad. And you? It's normal. Dad is joking. He's in a positive mood after my report. They gave the enemy a beating, and they themselves have no losses, except that the tongue didn't work out. But that's a matter of luck. Sometimes you eat the bear, and sometimes the bear eats you. That nameless cowboy in The Big Lebowski said it all right. I was unlucky with the tongue. I thought he was very resilient. I cracked him so hard that I felt sick. but he turned out to be just stupid. As luck would have it, a classic blockhead from a mountain village, like from a bad joke about persons without nationality. He can't even put two words together in Russian and doesn't know a damn thing, where they were going, why. He just wasn't interested, damn it. To be interested in something, you need to have at least some brains. And it looks like he got stuck in a line for biceps when God was handing out brains. He's a real bull, no question about it, in size and in behavior. He stomps wherever they take him. Everyone else is going and he's going. Everyone else is going to cut and shoot the Russians, and he's going to. All I could squeeze out of him was that after the quick, as it seemed to them, suppression of the Russian Vanyas from Osiniki, they were going to go somewhere else. For a big showdown. What kind of showdown? Where? With whom? Who the hell knows? At that moment, for the second time in an hour, I regretted that I had gone to guard the workers near Mitishi. Misha. He's much more experienced than me in matters of express interrogation, and he babbles quite clearly in Chechen. At least, he understands the Chechens, and they understand him. Somehow, God didn't give me any abilities, so I just learned a couple dozen phrases from an army situational phrasebook. In general, almost like our grandfathers, halt, Hyundai hoch, and Hitler, kaput. Misha had it much more serious. He chatted freely with the locals at the market in the same Argon or Shali. Without straining himself, he would have found out. Although, I think he will find out yet. I'm not a maniac or a sadist. I have no desire or pleasure in simply dismantling a living person, even an enemy. Now a column with weapons and ammunition for my father's militia will come from the detachment, and they will send it to Peresvet. And then, you see, Mikhail will return by evening. Who knows, maybe we will find out where they were moving such a crowd. Or maybe we won't. We got a very empty-headed guy. Lvov listened to my thoughts and chuckled thoughtfully. Don't be upset, Borya. We don't always learn what we want to learn. That's just the way life works. But be sure to send us your language. Misha isn't the only one in the detachment who speaks Chechen. Your tasks now are as follows. When Ziatulin and his men leave from Moscow, you remain there in charge. Meet the column with weapons for your Sarandoy. Find our former Oman officers. Put them under arms. Help them form at least something resembling a military unit. Establish radio contact with the detachment. You have until the morning for everything. And in the morning, as soon as it gets light, go to Ashuki. Got it? Got it, Colonel. We'll do it. End of communication. As soon as I pressed the hang-up button, Soloka, who had approached the car at the very beginning of the conversation with the commander, and had been impatiently dancing on the spot the whole time, made a face that was extremely offended, and took off at full speed. So, Boryan, I wouldn't be me if I didn't express my opinion. Stop, Andre. Don't even start. I already know your opinion. According to it, the four of us should now be turning over corpses near cars, taking gold rings and chains off them, and tearing crowns out of teeth with pliers. And Ryuka, who clearly had not expected anything like this, choked on air from indignation. This time completely real, not feigned, and coughed hard, turning purple at the back of his closely cropped head. Groshev, are you completely out of your mind? He croaked after the compassionate Gumarov had slapped him hard on the back a couple of times with his broad palm. When did I do such nonsense? What kind of slander is this? Okay, don't drizzle. I put my palms forward in a conciliatory manner. I admit I went too far. It was a bad joke. But we simply don't have time even for something serious. The commander has set the tasks. Just have time to turn around. There's no point in upsetting Batya. He's already told me his ugh, albeit with a joke.
According to his calculations, we should already be sitting in the brigade headquarters in a shuki, having tea with the first deputy brigade commander there. Why only with the deputy? Gumarov narrowed his eyes sarcastically. Why not with the brigade commander? We're swimming in shallow waters. It's just that I've known both the brigade commander and his deputy very well. And for a long time, both of them. And if I remember, the second one is a green lieutenant platoon commander just after the Saratov military school, a normal, brave guy. Then I wouldn't even sit down to shit in the same field with the first one. I'd be disgusted. Why is that? Timur asks seriously. A goat, I briefly describe him. I see. So the deputy is normal? I nod in agreement. Yeah, our guy. He started serving in the brigade with conscription in the special forces. He got into trouble right before Karabakh. After demobilization, he entered a military school and returned as a lieutenant. True, there were no vacancies in the special forces group at the time, and he joined us, in reconnaissance, in my platoon. A real guy. He didn't bully anyone for no reason, but he didn't indulge in familiarity either, and he showed himself in Chechnya. In short, you can do business with him, and the brigade commander, a general's son in the worst possible case. Lots of arrogance and connections, little real knowledge and skills. I see, Timur snorted defiantly. Well then, the deputy and I are not proud. Yeah, and instead of that, we're still here. By the way, Ziatulin is about to move on to his business, and for now we remain here as the elders in the shop. Tasks? Burov, who is as taciturn as ever, asks in a serious tone. We're waiting for reinforcements, unloading everything they bring, organizing the rearmament of the locals with machine guns, quickly trying to put together something resembling a military unit from the local militia so that they won't be afraid to leave automatic weapons. Oh, and we're also establishing radio contact with the detachment. I see. It's a piece of cake. Start and finish. Where do you think you'll start? With ours? Andrei, you can read my mind. I shrug. That's exactly what I was planning to start with. But I have a bad feeling about this. Have you seen even one familiar face among the locals? No. Andrei shakes his head. Not one of our exes. And this is not good, as it seems to me. Okay, let's go catch my parent. Let's talk. We found my father near a bus stop, next to a substantial pile of trophies taken from bandit jeeps. The answer to my question sounds disappointing. There are no former OMON officers in Oseniki. Well, son, we're no dumber than a steam locomotive. As soon as we realized things were bad, we immediately rushed to your place. No matter how you look at it, the guys have more experience than us, and they have access to the same detachment. But there it was, failure after failure. There's no one. Some are at work, some are at work, but they're all in Moscow. We tried calling, dead number, no one picks up, and then the connection just went dead. Yeah, it's bad. Our guys mostly went into personal security for Moscow's rich Pinocchios, or into officer positions in the capital's police. Some went into the PPS, some into the OVO. Some went into criminal investigation, and the BEP as operatives. And it looks like they got caught in the middle of it. Like Perebinos, the only survivor from the entire department. At the very beginning, when there was no information, when the dead were considered just aggressive, violent lunatics, and they tried to detain and deliver them. In short, the chances of survival were slim. I feel sorry for the guys. There are times when you can be as cool as you want, but the circumstances just aren't in your favor, and that's it, no matter what. If I had run into a zombie, not during a work shift in a platoon in Ivantiyevka, but, well, I don't know. If it had been my day off, I would have gone to Moscow. I can just picture it in oil. A subway car, a stop in the middle of the line, and a couple of. What's more, even one would have been enough. Fresh corpses in the car. That's it. The end.
No weapons, no understanding of the situation, and no one to even cover my back. But I would have rushed to protect civilians from a violent psychopath without a second thought. Well, that would have been the end of it for me. Yeah, such an unsightly prospect, it made me feel sick. I'm afraid that something similar happened to the guys, if not worse. Okay, Dad, let's talk about something else. How many combat units do you have in service now? Not enough. The father waves his hand. There are 68 men with weapons. I think there will be more after today. But there are really combat-ready ones among them. I see.
To go hunting for a wild boar or even a duck in a crowd, and then in the evening, over a sip of vodka by the fire, to chat about life with the men. That's one thing. To go into battle under bullets is quite another. Wild boars and ducks don't shoot back.
And what about their mood?
The mood is normal, fighting. Right now I think it's even on the verge of euphoria. But this is all until the first person killed on our side.
What is you can't argue with your father here again.
If so, then we must try to ensure that there are no losses among your people. At least at first, until they get used to it and understand that life around them is no longer peaceful, but worse than any war.
Have you established service?
You're insulting me.
My father looks at me reproachfully.
I didn't serve in the Soviet army for that.
We set up observation posts on the roofs of 3-story buildings on the outskirts. We patrol the territory of the village in 3 cars. There is a reserve group, just in case.
How do you keep in touch now?
On the radio. You know, those little walkie-talkies like the ones security guards have in supermarkets? On the way to XL, when we were going to get the carbines, we stopped in a couple of cell phone stores to pick up some gear.
You got your bearings quickly.
We don't need that. The father quite naturally feigns offense. Someone broke in there before us, but it was probably just when it was all starting. They broke into the cash registers and took the most expensive smartphones and even laptops. And it looks like they didn't even look at those chatterboxes. In general, you don't have any difficulties with short communication? Well, it's not ideal, of course. Everyone has their own radio. That's not the case. But we have quite stable communication with the lookouts, group leaders, and patrol leaders. That's good. Damn, what else can I help you with? You can probably draw up defense plans and fire cards for firing points much better than I can. The father only snorts indignantly in response. Son, don't be rude to your parent. I was taught these tricks for 5 years at a Soviet military school. I can lecture on this topic not only to you, but also to those who taught you. Well, I don't even argue. So I'm thinking about how to help. What? My daddy cools down a little. Machine guns, Borya, cartridges, instructors, so that they remind our men how a Kalashnikov light machine gun differs from a general-purpose one. If you add armor, it will be absolutely fabulous. There will be armor, don't worry. Ziatulin rumbles from behind my shoulder. We have established contact with the detachment. The commander said that a column with everything necessary and 24 fighters with an armored tiger are moving in your direction. In about 40 minutes, an hour at most, they will be here. We have collected all the bandits' junk, divided it fairly, in half. But with unloading the weapons and ammunition you brought, forgive me, we cannot help you. We have orders. We are to accept a strong point in Moscow. We are in a hurry. You will have to do it here yourselves. That's it. Seryoga is leaving us. It's a pity, of course, but nothing can be done. They are really waiting for him at Mayakovka. I think that the dead Moscow is really too much for the guys sitting on Triumphalnaya Square. But they have established communication. That's great. -1 point from the list of tasks Lvov cut out for us. It doesn't seem like it was a very problematic or difficult matter, but it was, and it would have been necessary to spend time on it. Now, it turns out, it is no longer necessary. One problem, albeit a small one, is less. I nod gratefully to Ziatulin, who playfully salutes with 2 fingers in response. And thanks for that? Seryoga's father shakes his paw goodbye. Without you, they probably would have finished us off here,
So, no complaints. Be careful out there. Take care of yourself. Having said goodbye to Ziatolin, who headed towards the BRDM, my father turns to me. There you go, son. And you were worried about how to help. My personnel are mostly pre-retirement and carrying boxes of machine guns and cartridges for them would make their untreated hernias and hemorrhoids fall out in a jiffy. So we can't do without you, young and healthy. Can you help? I, having caught Gumarov's sad look and Soloka's sarcastically understanding one, only sighed deeply and threw up my hands. Where else would we go? The phlegmatic Burov expresses the general idea. And again, the fun began. Just like in the warehouses on Pozhaskaya. Take more, throw it further, and while it's flying, rest.
One thing is good.
The volumes are much more modest.
Although, on the other hand,
in the warehouses you only had to lower everything from the floor down and throw it into the backs of trucks. Here, get the boxes out of the car, drag them into the hall of the former collective farm office, which is now designated as the headquarters of the militia, put them in a stack. And then you still have to open all this and distribute it to the people. And there were many more loaders. Luckily for us, the promised reinforcements from the detachment really did arrive with the column. 24 fresh thugs. Great. There's someone to pass the baton to. Standing in the back of the truck, I pass another box of machine gun cartridges over the side to the young man from the second company. Still very green, not even a fighter yet. A trainee who hasn't completed the initial training, whom I only know by sight. Come on, man, take this and replace the old sick monkey with the loading. I'm kind of tired today. Either shooting or tilting the boxes, and put me in the sack, and dig me. The young man meekly takes up the burden that was handed to him. Where to put them? Over there to the office, and you'll see it right away. I point in the direction and draw the attention of my teama with a sharp, loud whistle. That's it, guys. Help has arrived. Stop straining yourselves. Let the tractor work. It's made of iron. I jump to the ground and stretch with pleasure until my joints crunch. Good, with my dimensions, even in the Ural under the awning, I can't stand up to my full height, and in a half-bent position, tilting the weight is a real pleasure. Before going to my parents' apartment to see my mother, and at the same time ask for a place to stay. To wash, have a snack, and take a nap before tomorrow's trip won't hurt the guys at all. I introduce my father to Ziatulin's deputy, Lieutenant Sashka Lisko, nicknamed Fox. He is the eldest of those who have arrived. He will stay here and serve. Let them get acquainted and immediately establish cooperation. At the same time, they will decide where the people will be quartered, determine posts and patrol routes. In general, all sorts of military routine, which is not at all like the beautiful movie. Bang, bang. I'll kill everyone. I'll be the only one left. But without which, if something happens, this bang, bang will be very short-lived and will end badly for you. Papakin and Sanya quickly found a common language, which is good. They would have to toil side by side for a long time now, if their characters had not matched. Completely unnecessary difficulties could have appeared out of nowhere. But no matter. They had not managed to chat for even a couple of minutes when Sashka, in a familiar manner, as if from an old friend, asked his father for a cigarette, and the two of them began to smoke mercilessly, bending over the village plan. They would work together. Dad, I understand that you no longer need my presence? The Moor has done his job. The Moor can walk freely? Where are you going? Lisko squints sarcastically. To pick up women or what? To visit Mom. Sashka is clearly embarrassed by the not-so-successful joke. I can see it from the confused expression on his face. But his father, lost in thoughts about organizing the defense of the village, apparently didn't even hear what we were talking about. What are you saying, son? I say, work is over. We're going home. Will you give me and the guy shelter until the morning?
Why not? You'll see your mother at the same time, and you'll wash and do your laundry. There's hot water. We have a well and a boiler room in the village. You can't forbid living beautifully, Lisko chuckles. I agree. There's hot water in Peresvet too, but in the detachment, to rinse off, you have to stand in line for at least an hour and a half to the shower. No, it's time to solve something about this wild overcrowding. Otherwise conflicts are inevitable. And the people are on edge, and many have weapons. Things could get bad. Yes. At least we were lucky in this, agrees with Fox, and again buries his face in the diagram. Listen, Alexander, what if we put the second machine gun point not here, but here? Look, here then we can set up a chic cutoff position, and such good sectors of fire are emerging.
Sashka watches with interest the movements of his father's index finger on the thick drawing paper of the diagram, thoughtfully scratching the tip of his monumental, long, and slightly pointed nose, for which, and not at all for the similarity with the surname, he earned a creative pseudonym from the squad's wits. It's clear, I'm definitely not needed here. Right now, I'll leave silently. It would be good if they noticed in a couple of minutes. And then probably only after they've asked a question into the void a couple of times and haven't received an answer. So, am I going? In response, they only muttered something unintelligible and waved their hands. Go away, they said. We're not holding you. That's good. That's good. I whistle again to attract the guys' attention and wave them toward the UAZ. It's good to be home. If I try really hard, I can even imagine for a few moments that everything that's happening around me is just a figment of my imagination and nothing terrible is actually happening. It's a pity that it's only for a few moments. It won't work for longer. We had a hard time fitting in. The kitchen in my parents' apartment is not impressive in size. When I sit down on a stool in the center, I can reach any wall with my hand without getting up. But here there are 4 of us at the table, and Mom is busy at the stove. It's good that the refrigerator is in the hallway, otherwise we would be like sprats in a can. But it's cramped, but not bad. My mother is generally a warm and hospitable hostess, and her attitude towards my fellow soldiers, both in the army and from the squad, is such. In general, she treats them very well, so much so that sometimes, just like now, the guys even feel a bit awkward. They sit at the table and cannot understand why there is such a fuss around them. But embarrassment is embarrassment. And the stomach, after almost a whole day in the fresh air, but practically without food, is not inclined to unnecessary reflections. Spoons clang together on plates, quickly scooping up dark burgundy borscht. Hands reach for bread, then for peeled garlic cloves, then for slices of snow-white meat with dark red veins, salted lard. No, Tamara Borisovna, Soloka exhales. As they wrote in one good book, it is a sin to eat such cabbage without vodka. Maybe you can influence your son. He has completely bullied us. You're such a sly Ukrainian mug. He's probably taking revenge on me for the joke about the crowns. And the most offensive thing is that he didn't even ask me anything. He went straight for the trump card. The bastard. Mom looks at me reproachfully. Like, Borya, how can you ruin your tired friend's dinner? I don't want to explain anything to her at all. All that's left is to sigh deeply and wave my hand in resignation. Okay, but 150 drops, just to whet your appetite. Why more? The scoundrel's face beamed. Guys, do you support it? Ha. Of course they wouldn't. Even I, who haven't had anything stronger than beer for almost 6 years now, 100 grams of People's Commissar's vodka in Chechnya before bed after combat missions doesn't count. Vodka there is not a drink but a medicine. We'll happily knock back 100 with such borscht with lard and garlic. Besides, for all of us it is also a medicine now. Not only the ice-cold 40-degree vodka, but also this borscht and lard, a sort of inoculation of normal life,
in the midst of the madness happening around us. An anchor that ties us to reality, showing that we have not gone mad and are not rushing about in delirium, that everything around us is reality, in which there is a place not only for the absolutely impossible and absurd from the point of view of a normal person living dead, but also for something completely ordinary, like a crust of black bread rubbed with a clove of garlic. The door of the white stenol quietly clicks, and a bottle of rye appears from the freezer. It's been started, but only a little bit. Apparently, the old man recently took a swig, relieving stress. "What, Borya? Are we dispossessing your father?" Soloka whispers in my ear. "Just don't pretend that you're ashamed. Expropriator." I answer him in a whisper. Mom puts 4-faceted Lafitte niches, about 100 grams each, on the table. I pour icy vodka into them, which is therefore viscous, like syrup, slightly diluted with water. "Well, not for the sake of damned drunkenness, but for health." Soloka lifts her vessel. Nodding in agreement, the people quietly clink glasses and tip the contents of their shot glasses into their mouths. "Well done," Timur exhaled, sniffing a sandwich with lard. "Shall we do it again?" I look at Andrei expectantly. He provoked this ugly drinking party. The cards are in his hands.
I think one more half of that will be enough.
Saloka decisively chops the air with her palm.
"We didn't come here to drink. We had a few to improve digestion, and that's it."
Reasonable. I pour vodka again, but this time no one immediately reaches for the shots.
It's at a drinking party that a bullet shouldn't have time to fly between the first and second shots. Our case is different.
I'll gobble up a couple more spoonfuls of borscht, crunch on a garlic clove dipped in a salt shaker, pop a slice of lard on a piece of black bread into my mouth. Then I can have another one. When the plates are empty, Mom collects the dishes in the sink and decisively sends the guys trying to force themselves into volunteering as helpers out of the kitchen.
Go to the hall already, and wash in turns. And this is women's work. You have your own. Men's.
When Burov tried to hint that right now he didn't see any men's work around him, his mother resolutely cut him off.
Now, maybe not.
But 3 hours ago it was very much there. The whole village heard. Well, you can't argue with that. It was from the faraway land of Chechen missions that you could first write letters and then lie shamelessly on your mobile, and about the wonderful weather, and about the right fruits, and about the absolute peace and quiet around. No one will be able to check anyway. But lying here is stupid and pointless. If she wants, she can leisurely walk to the bandit column we shot in about 15 minutes. All that remains is to capitulate and stomp into the hall. They tossed lots, and Burov was the first to stomp into the bathroom. Soloka quietly slipped onto the landing and literally a couple of minutes later returned, dragging a sealed cardboard box under his arm. When he puts it down on the floor not very carefully, the tin inside clearly and loudly clanks. "What's this?" asks Mom, who has just peeked out from the kitchen.
Laverty from our table to your table," Andrei announces with a deliberate Caucasian accent. "It's stew, Tamara Borisovna. Good Belarusian beef. For some reason they still put meat in their canned food, and not fat with sinews and ground hooves. Strange people."
"Why?" Mom tried to object.
"What do you mean, why? To make borscht?" Andrei interrupts her confidently. "We'll come visit you again, and you'll treat us to borscht again. My wife can't make it no matter how much I taught her, and yours is just like my grandmother's."
"Well, if only," Mom gives in. "I wonder, when did our quartermaster manage to pack the stew into the car? I don't think I saw this box when I was throwing the radio into the doghouse. And most importantly, where and when did he get this stew? On the other hand, what difference does it make? I still won't find out the truth. I've tried more than once in Chechnya."
When asked questions like, "Where did you get it?" Andrei always makes a sly face, points his index finger at the sky, and mysteriously whispers, "God sent." And that's it. There's no point in finding out anything further. Nothing worthwhile will come out of it anyway. Soloka will clown around, make funny faces, but won't say anything. He got it. And that's it. I was the last one to go to the shower. While the boys were taking turns splashing around, I got some old wadded blankets from the mezzanine, laid them on the carpet, and put the clean bed linen my mother had given me on top. The living room in my parents' apartment is small, and what's big in these damned Khrushchev-era two-story buildings anyway? Not apartments, but dovecotes. So the boys and I will have to squeeze in a bit. But we are used to it. It was much worse in the tents of the guest town in Hankala. No mattresses on the bunks, no pillows. The stove smoked, and there was never any firewood. And we survived. We didn't fall apart. When I, steamed, pink and squeaky clean, get out of the bathroom, people in the hall are already quietly snoring. And snoring in different voices. That's right, a good soldier always sleeps when he doesn't eat. But I don't feel like sleeping, because my mother is sitting in the semi-darkness of the kitchen. I quietly enter and sit down on a nearby stool. What's wrong, Mommy? Go to bed. The old man won't be back for a while. He's got it almost like Kutuzov, a real military council in Fili. Only our commander has both eyes in the right place. No, the joke didn't work. Mom sits with her eyes fixed on the tabletop. What is going on around here, Bor? How can we live on now? So, Mother, throw this at me. Well, it's not easy, of course, but it's too early to give up. Remember when in Dushanbe the Vovchiks were cutting up the Yurchiks? And the Russians, for good measure, into belts. Was it easier? Son, they were still alive. But they are such bastards that they are worse than any dead ones. Besides, now neither me, nor Dad, nor even you yourself, we can calmly shoot any creature, dead or alive. And then? But Mom just waves her hand instead of answering. Well, not very convincingly, I know. But it's not right to give in either. Although she's strong, she'll cope. Don't worry, Mom. We'll get through this. I smile at her encouragingly. Your husband is so tough. There's no saving him. Your son is just like his dad. That's what I'm worried about. She furtively wipes away tears. Both of them are two of a kind, always ahead of everyone else. Mom, what did you two conspire together? First Tanya drove me crazy. Now you. That's it. I'm keeping quiet. I'm keeping quiet. Mom spreads her hands reassuringly, but it's still scary. At least my father and I managed to live, even if it wasn't always good. But you. We'll live too, Mom. And it's too early for you and Dad to bury yourselves. Who's going to look after the grandchildren?
Yeah, you'll get it from you. She waves her hand with a smile.
Okay, go to bed already. As I understand it, you have a lot to do tomorrow. Get some rest. I tenderly kiss my mother on the top of her head and go to the hall. She is right. Tomorrow is another difficult day for us. What awaits us, only God knows. And it is better to meet possible surprises with a fresh head. Interlude 4. Evgenia Vorobyova. Shops. Well, I would never have thought that Max could roar like that. While he was telling various stories, he had a pleasant, quiet baritone. And then he roared like a tiger in the jungle. Without looking, by touch, Zhenya snatched 2 magazines loaded the night before from the open chest. Well, Grushin sensed in his heart that they would be needed tonight, and carefully threw them up, one after the other. Max caught them in midair, immediately attached one to his machine gun, carefully placed the second one next to him, and kicked down his 2 empty ones. The dark brown horns with a plastic jingle fell nearby.